कुछ अलग रंगत यहाँ कण कण में भारत यहाँ
is Vikram Oza. And what an action-packed day one we had, Vikram.
Excellent day. So much to take away. The highlight, of course, was the Prime Minister's speech, his vision for a Viksit Bharat. Many of you were there, and I'm sure you enjoyed what was spelled out by way of a vision for a developed India. We also had the privilege of hearing from several global leaders. We had CEOs over here, technocrats, there were economists, top policymakers, and this is day 2 of the Global Business Summit, and it promises to be just as equally exciting and just as invigorating as yesterday was.
Absolutely. But before we move on to the day's proceedings, we would like to take a little bit of time out to thank all of our partners, because remember, without them, this would not be possible. We have our strategic partner, Darwin, state partner, the Government of Haryana, the real estate partner, Danube Properties, logistics partner, Ecom Express, digital transformation partner, Kyndryl, the experience makers, Adobe, our EV partner, Joy e-Bike, collaboration partner, Diageo India, general insurance partner, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance, industry partner, Nelson IQ and GFK, the NBSC FinTech partner, L&T Finance, and our ambient media partner, Khushi, along with, of course, the wonderful gifts. The gifting partner is our.
And besides that, of course, we have been active on socials. I know I have been, and I hope you are as well. Hashtags, I know Avan has put out hers on Insta. The hashtags we are going with for this event on social media are hashtag scripting tomorrow. We are going with hashtag GBS 2024, hashtag GBS, and hashtag EatNowGBS. So we hope you get active and put things out there.
Yeah, come on guys, show us some love. There's lots of invigorating sessions, so we'd love to hear your comments on social media. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight to it and mark the beginning of the much-awaited day 2 of the Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. And before we dive into all of those sessions, I just have a moment because we've got a very exciting announcement that we'd like to make. We're thrilled to kickstart the Social Champ contest right here at ET Now GBS. And it's going to be a great contest.
It is, absolutely. It's playing out right now as we speak. This Social Champ booth is at the Jahangir Hall, which is right outside. You wouldn't miss it. And that's where we've set up this stall. You have a QR code, which is set up. It's displayed over there. All you need to do is scan it and, you know, get your golden ticket to be part of the contest. And there are exciting prizes too, right?
Absolutely. So get ready, ignite your LinkedIn profiles, ideas, inspiration. We'd love to hear it all. And speaking of invigorating, Vikram, you know, it's true that it's well-being that actually empowers individuals to lead full lives, nurture their bodies, their minds, and their spirits, fostering meaningful connections with others and with the world around them. In fact, it's individuals who actually prioritize their well-being with a solid foundation which actually helps people negotiate life's obstacles and embrace joy with an open heart.
With an open heart indeed, and that's exactly what we're trying to do this morning as we set off day 2. This is our first enlightening session of the day here at Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. Sadhguru is with us. It's always a pleasure having him with us and in his presence. We are looking at a yogi, mystic, visionary. That's how we refer to him. He's going to enlighten us on the wealth of well-being. That's the subject of discussion, and it explores the intricate aspects of holistic wellness.
Absolutely. A New York Times best-selling author as well. Sadhguru has been an acclaimed speaker, an opinion maker, as we all know, of international renown. His videos stream 35 languages on social media, and they've been viewed more than 4.37 billion, yes, billion times in 2023 alone. The only living Indian to have received 3 presidential awards from the different presidents, among which is India's highest civilian award, the Padma Vibhushan, and the highest environmental award as well, the Gandhi Paryavaran Puraskar. So clearly we have a very, very enlightening session
And
coming
as
up.
part of the Conscious Planet Initiative, Sadhguru has also launched the world's largest people's movement as we know it. And this is called Save Soil. We all know about it. It has so far reached more than 4 billion people, greatly instrumental in placing soil, agriculture, and food systems as the central agenda of climate action efforts. And this, for the very first time, it's happened at COP28. So please join us in extending this warm welcome to Sadhguru. Sadhguru, a pleasure having you with us. Please do share with us your insights.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're going to meet a
round
man
of
who
applause.
has a devoted following across India and indeed around the world.
You're just an amazing person.
Great talking to you,
you, Matt.
today. I look forward to our next time.
I've been following him for a while. He wrote a wonderful book called Inner Engineering.
Save soil, my friend.
I came across this man teaching online on YouTube, and he blew me away.
I really enjoyed this. You gave me a lot to think about.
I am so honored and so appreciative to have Sadhguru here.
Just learned a lot from this fine gentleman.
I like you, mate. I like the dynamic.
I'm so happy to be here with Sadhguru.
It's an honor to have you here today.
But I really love this man because he's a motorcycle driver. He's in the world, and yet here's this massive guru.
What do we need to do to kind of reset ourselves?
Well, it's in engineering. We needed a kickstart.
Mind-blowing.
We have engineered the outside world in so many ways, but we have done nothing about this one. If you want to know well-being, in is the only way out. For the very first time in the history of humanity, we have the necessary resources, capabilities and technologies to address every issue on the planet. I said, what will I do with $1 billion? My interest is 7 billion people.
All of us come from the same soil. All of us eat of the same soil. All of us die and go back to the same soil. So soil is a unifying force.
Soil is not our property. It's a legacy that's come to us from previous generations, and we must pass it on as living soil for future generations. Welcome to Mahashivratri. In these 20 and odd years, Mahashivratri has become a massive festival, the only one of its kind in the world right now. It is only by turning inward that we can create a world full of love, light and laughter. Let's make it happen.
Jananam sukadham maranam karunam milanam maduram smaranam karunam Kalavashadiha Sakalam Karunam Samayadipate Akilam Karunam. Namaskaram. I said namaskaram. I thought you guys are already not in talking terms with me.
And those who are talking all over the place, you must come on stage. Hello. Those who are doing a lot of talking, you must come on stage with me. Well, global business, I'm sorry to say that there's not one business on the planet right now which you can truly consider as global. If you're looking at businesses as a consequence of personal ambition, well, maybe you're doing well. But if you're looking at business as a consequence of a greater vision, I don't think we're doing well. If you look back in times gone by, in 1637, the Dutch East India Company, by today's value, was worth $8.2 trillion USD. Well, today you have to put the top 20 companies to come to that number, or you have to put the economies of big nations like Germany and Japan together to get that number. So I'm saying we've not really gotten global because we're still thinking when the world is so integrated with technology, connectivity like never before, transportation like never before, reach like never before, still we are thinking of personal ambition and trying to do things in a competitive way. If we don't move from the killer instinct of competition into a fiery sense of cooperation and coordinated activity on the planet, well, we can call ourselves global businesses, but we are not. Because unfortunately, still individual ambition is driving things. It's time to grow beyond that because there was a time your ambition and your competition, you're pitting against people that you know in your neighborhood. Now you're pitting against people, you don't know where they exist, where they are. In this condition, if you're competitive, you'll break yourself down, which is happening all over the place. So, global business, I hope we live up to that in the coming years. About well-being, about wealth. You're more interested in wealth or well-being? Oh, not bad. We accumulate wealth in the hope that it'll bring well-being. Hello? The purpose of wealth, of accumulating wealth is, it's a hope that well-being will come. So in this hope of trying to bring well-being to humanity, well, we're digging the planet inside out. Hello? We're digging the planet inside out, but people are not any more well than what they were 100 years ago or 200 years ago, it's the same thing. At a great cost to every other life on the planet, but human beings are not even happy, they're not even peaceful. Now it's become a big challenge even to keep your mental health. If you're burning the planet, if you're making a bonfire of the planet, at least you must be dripping ecstasy. No such thing is happening. This is because we need to understand what we gather around us can bring comfort and convenience. What we gather around us will never ever bring well-being. Well-being can only happen in the way you are. What does way you are mean? I don't want to talk about things which will go over your head. Let's talk something below your head. You have a body. You have a mind, I believe. Nobody's saying anything. Hello? And you have some emotion still? Yes. At least you have anger, if not love, I'm saying. And to make all this happen, there is a life energy functioning within us always. So if your body becomes pleasant, we call this health. You want it? Okay, from now on, I ask you a question, you say yes, no, silence. For all these three things, I'm going to bless you, it's up to you. Health, you want it? Yes. Please say one big yes to yourself, not to me, because once that is gone, the clothes that you wear, the car that you drive, the wealth that you have and the damn things that you're doing will not mean a damn thing. Hello? Yes or no? So I'm asking you again, health? 100% yes. If your body becomes very pleasant, we call this pleasure. Say, you'll miss it the way I'm blessing you. Pleasure. Yes. If your mind becomes pleasant, we call this peace. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it joy. If your emotions become pleasant, we call this love. This is very low, yes. Love? If it becomes very pleasant, we call it compassion. If your very life energies become pleasant, we call this bliss. If it becomes very pleasant, we call it ecstasy. What? Oh, we already got the pills. No, I'm not talking about that kind. Ecstasy. Yes. Essentially, what you are saying is, you want highest level of pleasantness on all levels. If your surroundings become pleasant, we call this success. To create pleasantness in your surroundings, you need the cooperation of all these people and many forces which work in the world. But to create pleasantness of body, pleasantness of mind, pleasantness of emotion and energy, it's 100% your business. Hello? It's 100% your business to create pleasantness of body, mind, emotion and energy. Creating pleasantness in the surroundings, it's a matter of skill, it's a matter of who is around us, it's a matter of the times in which we exist, many factors are there. That sometimes happens, sometimes doesn't happen. But this must be in the highest level of pleasantness. Is that your wish? Hello? For yourself, what is the wish? Highest level of pleasantness? Those of you who are not saying anything, probably you want to go to heaven. Let me tell you this what heaven means is, you don't want to go there because God is supposed to be living there. All the advertisements always said heaven is a very pleasant place. If they told you, God lives there but it's a horrendous place, you want to go there? Oh, let him be, we'll pray from here only. Because the advertisements have said it's a very pleasant place, that's why you… Hello? So, well-being means anything that makes you feel well can only come from within you. Human experience comes from within you. The seat of your experience is within you, but you are not sitting there. You are in 100 things around you. You are misunderstanding what is you and what you have gathered. Can we do a little dissection of you? Hello? Hello? Without a scalpel, I'm talking. Hello? Yes? So, you understand these clothes that you wear is yours, but it's not you. No? You understand this much? The car that you drive is yours, but it's not you. The home that you have is yours, but it's not you. You get all that. But the body that you carry, you were not born like this, were you? You came like this, now you became like this. I'm not saying you're too big, I'm just saying you became like this. How? Just the food that you've eaten. Yes? Slowly you gathered. This much you understand. What you gather can be yours, can never ever be you. Yes or no? Hello? Whatever you gather can be yours, it cannot be you. Right now suddenly I say, this vessel is my vessel. You will think Sadhguru has some problem, but let's listen, everybody says he's wise. After some time I say, this is me. Then you will say, let's go. Because you know this is a case. Hello? It is a case. So you're doing this every day, food appears on your plate, you say, this is my food, you eat it and then you say, it's me. So that… I don't have so much, man. Now, what you gather, the moment you think it's you, you lost it. Once you lost that one, you will see everything that you do is just that in so many forms. So just to keep you happy, we have to turn the planet inside out, and now we are planning to go to other planets and break the open and see what is there in that. If you break the whole damn universe, you will still not be happy. Because this is a case of a… Can I tell you a story? What are you? See, when our grandmothers told stories, for every word you say, otherwise she'll stop the story. I'm also like that only. See, a potato farmer one day wanted to eat mangoes. What did he want to eat? Mangoes. So he went looking for a mango tree and he found a mango tree. He found a mango tree. Then he saw the mango tree, he got to the right tree, and then out of sheer habit, being a potato farmer, he started digging the ground for mangoes. When he did not find any mangoes, he became furious and dug furiously. As he went on, slowly the tree came down upon him. This is the human story. In search of human well-being, we're digging up the whole damn planet. It's not going to happen if I give you all the 11 planets. Hello? You need to turn inward. You need to do something about this one. We are busy fixing the damn world. The world doesn't need fixing because there's only one problem on the planet, human beings. Tell me one more. Hello? Tell me one more problem on the planet. There's only one problem, it's the human being. Why the most intelligent creature on the planet has become a problem? Why the most evolved life on the planet has become a problem? Because if you had half the brain that you have, you would be peaceful. Hello? Yes? So your intelligence has become a problem. About four and a half years ago, a television anchor in Hyderabad, a reasonably popular anchor, she jumped off the 5th floor window of her apartment and committed suicide. She died. And she left a note, "Nobody is responsible for my death. My brain is my enemy." How fantastic. To get you here, to this level of cerebral activity, it took millions of years of work. Millions of years of research and development. You can dismiss it off with one word, evolution, but actually it's millions of years of research and development, and today your brain and your intelligence is a problem. You can call it stress, you can call it anxiety, you can call it depression, you can call it whatever. Essentially, you do not know how to conduct your own intelligence. Hello? Your own intelligence is turned against you. If you do not engineer your interiority the way you want it to be, we have engineered the world the way we want it. If you do not engineer your interiority the way you want it, build what you want, have what you want, have heaps of gold, carry it.
आज इनके पास बादाम है, किशमिश है, पिस्ता है, वॉलनट है, अंजीर है, काजू है, खजूर है, पेरी पेरी मखाना है। तुम्हारे पास क्या? और भी है।
Family, healthy को रखे healthy.
Decathlon, 60 plus sports, 6,000 plus products. Decathlon. Visit the store or download the app.
Technology for inner well-being. If you do not go this way, see, it's been handled like this for a long time. People told you, don't worry, God will take care of you. You are not in that intellectual condition to hand over your life to God. Let's be straight about it, yes or no? You're not in that condition. Are you willing to leave your money on the street and say, God will take care of it? Are you in that condition? Leave your children on the street and say, God will take care. Are you capable? No, then don't go on bullshitting yourself and the rest of the world. At least don't do that to your children because you've told these lies for too long. It's time to understand that if you want well-being, you need to conduct this properly. This body, this mind, these emotions, these energies that we call as life, we need to conduct this properly. To conduct anything properly, there is always a science. When we say a science, a systematic approach to make it happen the way it works. When you do something the way it works and it can be repeated for millions of people, that is science. So if you do not have a scientific approach to turn inward and conduct this life the way you want it, well-being is a pipe dream. That's why a lot of people are onto the pipe right now. So this is not a simple issue for me, this is not a moral issue at all. Right now, in this country, for example, when we were growing up, it was like this in our families, ladies are talking. Some alliances come for the girls and what? No, in their home they drink. Somebody, not the groom, somebody drinks, we can't give our girl to that house. But today if you don't serve drink, nobody will come for your wedding. Hello? So in 30, 40 years this has happened, and if you think drink is good, your children think drug is good. Hello? Little evolution must happen. Your children, if you started drinking at 25, they must start at 15, and they are. Now, this is not a moral issue for me. The important thing is, already we are in this condition. To make food, we need chemicals. If you breathe in Delhi, you breathe chemicals. If you drink water, it's full of poison, intentionally added to kill the germs and other things, all right? But we must understand the life on this planet is designed in such a way, what kills a bacteria is also capable of killing you because you and a bacteria are made fundamentally the same way. It's only the question of dosage. A bacteria might die with a little bit, you need a little higher one. If you don't understand the chlorine in the water, you drink a bottle of chlorine, you will be dead, all right? So, we are poisoning the water, we're poisoning the air, the soil, everything. As if that's not enough. Now if you want to be peaceful, you need chemicals. If you want to be joyful, you need chemicals. If you want to be ecstatic, of course you need it. When this is the case, in another 25, 30 years, we may reach a point where 90% of the population will be on chemicals. If this happens, then the generation that comes next, the generation that we produce will be much less than us. If you produce a generation which is less than you have committed a crime against humanity. We are very, very close to that. So there is a way that you can change the fundamental chemistry of who you are. When I just got in the elevator, somebody comes and asks me, here he is, "How are you doing, Sadhguru?" I said, "I'm blissed out." How else to be? See, do you understand that your body, this human system or mechanism, is the greatest chemical factory on the planet? Most complex, most sophisticated? Now the question is only, are you a great CEO or a lousy CEO? If you are a great CEO, you will produce the chemicals that make you wonderful. If you're a lousy CEO, you will produce something that you don't want. It's as simple as that. Today, we have enough study in the world. For example, the teaching hospital for Harvard Medical School has done research on what we call as in engineering. In 6 weeks of practice, your endocannabinoids are up by 70%, which is 23% higher than what happens in sexual orgasm. Simply sitting in one place, you're blown away. This needs to happen only when you are not in search of happiness and well-being in the outside world will you do things consciously, otherwise you're driven by your compulsions. In these compulsions, we will do all the things we should not do. This is what we are doing to the world, this is what we are doing to every other creature, this is what we are doing to the entire planet.
things that we should not do. As human beings, being the most intelligent creatures, we are doing this simply because we are compulsive. This compulsiveness is because you're digging for mangoes in the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sadhguru. Ever so enlightening. A standing ovation is definitely warranted. So thank you so very much for joining us today and giving us those pearls of wisdom. The world does not need fixing, Vikram.
Yes.
It is humans that need fixing from your inner self.
Such a great sense of well-being is something that we're all feeling this morning. It's something wonderful to feel, and this morning we've started off on a great note, this entire piece on inner engineering, as it were. Well, we've got a great session ahead as well.
Absolutely. You know, we've got the next session that puts the spotlight on imagining India unlimited. In fact, there's going to be a very dynamic speaker, perhaps someone who needs absolutely no introduction. And his presence here this morning, Vikram, signifies not only leadership, but underscores the commitment to shaping a future where the potential of every Indian knows no bounds. And I think this one's really going to make it on social media too.
Oh, this is for sure. He's going to articulate his vision to explore a realm of limitless possibilities for India as we strive to envision a future where this country's potential really, actually, truly knows no bounds. We are honored to welcome Shri Amit Shah. He's joining us in a moment, the Honorable Home Minister for the Government of India. We're going to have him and get into a discussion and then understand his vision for a Viksit Bharat as well.
Absolutely. So we'd encourage all of you to please, of course, listen to that discussion and, of course, share your thoughts, your insights, any that you may have. Remember, we're quite active on social media as well. You can use the hashtags Scripting a Tomorrow, hashtag GBS 2024, hashtag ETNowGBS, and of course, hashtag GBS. We'd love to hear from you. And we also want to thank our partners as well and tell you about what the other sessions are planned out for the day.
Just before that, Avan, just a reminder, there are translators standing by. So between those two doors, you see a booth over there. If you require translation from Hindi to English, all you need to do is grab a pair of headsets that are on that table and you'll get your translation going. So we welcome you to do that as well. And Aman, you were telling us.
Yes, so we've got lots lined up for the day. We've got wonderful addresses. Of course, we have the Honorable Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, joining in. There's also Ashwini Vaishnav, the Minister of Railways, Communication and IT, who will be with us. We will be getting a view on Skybound, which is security and sustainability, later on today, with Dr. Vivek Lal of General Atomics Corporation. Walter Russell Mead as well will be coming in and sharing his views on disruption later on today. And we have Lord Jerry Grimstone as well, talking a little bit more about unlocking growth through foreign investment. So lots of engaging panel discussions today, Vikram.
Yes, and another one on Sustainnovation, which is transformation, transition and transaction. We're going to have Sanjeev Puri joining us. That's another interesting session that we're all looking forward to. Sanjeev Puri, the Chairman and Managing Director of ITC, will be here. And as we wait for the Home Minister, at this point in time, we are setting things up before he enters. Of course, all the protocols are in place. And we are standing by to welcome him.
Absolutely. So he will be giving us an insight into the kind of journey that India has embarked on. Remember, he is, of course, as we all know, a very dynamic speaker. So we encourage all of you, if you want the translation, to hop on over right now and get your headsets that will translate from Hindi into English. He'll be talking about the unlimited possibilities for India, as well as striving for a future where India's potential knows no bounds. I also want to take a moment to thank all of our partners whom without this event would not have been possible. So a quick thanks then to our strategic partner, Darwin, the state partner, the Government of Haryana, real estate partner, Danube Properties, logistic partner, Ecom Express, digital transformation, Kyndryl, We also have experience makers Adobe, the EV partner Joy e-Bike, celebration partner Diageo India, general insurance partner Bajaj Alliance General Insurance, industry partner Nielsen IQ, NBFC partner L&T Finance, as well as our ambient media partner Kushi, and gifting partner Izhar.
Indeed, and thank you all our partners for making this event the success that it's turning out to be, with all the interesting discussions and events that have been taking place. And indeed, as far as this contest is concerned, a very quick reminder about that QR code again. It is outside at the Jahangir Hall. We are strongly encouraging you to scan it and become part of this contest. We're calling it a Social Champ Booth, and that's where you stand your chance to win a golden ticket to win exciting prizes.
Absolutely. So do take part, do make your presence felt on social media, on LinkedIn, and on all of the other social media platforms. Waiting with bated breath if we can get some sort of an indication as to what the timeline is for the Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah to arrive. It's going to be an engaging conversation with none other than Navika Kumar, who yesterday, of course, spearheaded a number of those conversations with some of the top powerhouses and voices in policy and government. Yesterday, of course, Vikram, I think the icing on the cake being the discussion with none other than Narendra Modi, where he, of course, gave his speech on the vision for India.
Yes, indeed, and the active participation we saw in that part of the event yesterday, that goes a long way, and the Prime Minister himself has tweeted about it, and we're very excited about the kind of discussion that took place and the vision that he shared as well. It was very engaging, and we're looking forward to the same with the Home Minister now.
Absolutely. So some of the top technocrats, global CEOs that we have in our midst, we want to thank you all for taking time out. I know there have been a lot of dignitaries and top voices that have flown in from all across the world. So we'd like to extend a big heartfelt thank you to all of you, and we hope you enjoy day 2 as much as you did day 1, because it promises to be equally exciting and equally invigorating. So thank you all for being here today. If maybe we could get a bit of an indication as to what the timeline is for the Honorable Home Minister to arrive, that would be great.
We seem to be all set, and it's going to be only minutes before he joins us. ET Now Global Business Summit. This is turning out to be an exciting time to be in this room with all the conversations that have been taking place, the kind of interactions that are taking place alongside as well. And there are many more to follow. We are talking about path shifts to profits as well, the age of meritocracy. I'm going to get into a discussion about this new age of meritocracy. As far as profitability is concerned, it's something that we are all going after, and how we are building a culture of meritocracy. Even as we speak about disruption and development and diversification, that's going to be an interesting ask as well.
Absolutely, and I think we're marrying so very many topics at this Global Business Summit, talking about, of course, scripting tomorrow and the future of India from a government standpoint. We're giving you insights. Yesterday, there were very interesting panel discussions as well from the likes of Coursera, etc., talking about the future of education. And I think now is the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome the Honorable Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah.
And may we request Shri Vineet Jain to join us on stage as well. Mr. Amit Shah, such a pleasure to have you with us. A very warm welcome from all of us here at the Global Business Summit. Shri Vineet Jain, thank you very much, and if we could express our deep appreciation for Mr. Amit Shah's presence here and present him with a shawl.
A token of our appreciation, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Vineet Jain presenting the Honorable Home Minister with a shawl.
Thank you. And now, for the fireside chat, may I request Navika to join us on stage for this
fiery fire
chat. Thank you.
नमस्कार और स्वागत है आपका गृह मंत्री और कोऑपरेटिव्स के मंत्री अमित शाह जी आज ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट ईटी नाउ ग्लोबल बिजनेस समिट जो टाइम्स ग्रुप का एनुअल समिट रहता है जहां हम समीक्षा करते हैं कि देश अब तक कहां पहुंचा और यहां से कहां जाएगा. So ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Home Minister of India, can we have a big round of applause? अमित शाह जी, चुनाव का मौसम आ गया है, सर्दी गई नहीं है लेकिन गर्मी इतनी ज्यादा हो गई है राजनीतिक कि सवाल सबसे पहला तो यही बनता है कि जब आपको पता है कि 370 सीटें आ रही हैं बीजेपी की और 400 सीटें आ रही हैं एनडीए अलायंस की, तो चुनाव में कोई सस्पेंस नहीं रहेगा.
नहीं, देखिए जहां तक चुनाव के नतीजों का सवाल है, मैं मानता हूं कोई ज्यादा सस्पेंस नहीं बचा है. इवन जिनके सामने हमें चुनाव लड़ना है वो भी संसद में आश्वस्त दिखते हैं कि इस बार ऑपोजिशन में ही बैठना तय है. कोई कंफ्यूजन उनके मन में भी नहीं. परंतु चुनाव का एजेंडा क्या हो, वो मैं मानता हूं कि पहली बार आजाद भारत के पहला चुनाव ऐसा होगा जिसमें भारत को महान राष्ट्र बनाने के एजेंडा पर चुनाव लड़ा जाएगा और पब्लिक मैंडेट भी महान भारत के मुद्दे पर आएगा. मोदी जी ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विकसित भारत, संपूर्ण विकसित भारत का एजेंडा रखा है और ये संकल्प 2047 तक देश की 130 करोड़ की जनता के सामने रखा है कि 2047 तक संपूर्ण विकसित भारत हो और आत्मनिर्भर भारत हो. मैं मानता हूं कि 2047 के पहले ही मोदी एरा में ही तीसरी टर्म में ही इसका ज्यादातर काम समाप्त करने के एजेंडा पर इस बार देश की जनता वोट करेगी, इसका मुझे विश्वास है.
अमित शाह जी, सवाल कई बार उठता है कि पिछले 10 सालों में एनडीए अलायंस में कई लोग आए और कई लोग चले गए, लेकिन आजकल मोहब्बतें थोड़ी बढ़ रही हैं, परिवार भी बढ़ रहा है. ये परिवार जो बढ़ रहा है, ये जो प्यार बाकी पार्टियों के साथ हो रहा है, ये चुनाव तक सीमित है या एक लंबे रिलेशनशिप की घोषणा है, चाहे वो नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ हो, चाहे वो जयंत चौधरी जी के साथ हो?
देखिए नाविका जी, देश में एक प्रकार से आइडियल स्थिति तो है कि आइडियोलॉजी के बेस पर सभी पार्टियां अपना पॉलिटिकल निर्णय करें, मगर ऐसा हो नहीं पाता है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपनी आइडियोलॉजी, अपने एजेंडा और अपने प्रोग्राम के साथ अपनी जगह पे स्थिर खड़ी है. कई साथी आते हैं, कई साथी चले जाते हैं. जाने में दो प्रकार की चीजें होती है. कई बार घटनाओं के कारण जाना पड़ता है, कई बार पर्टिकुलर स्टेट की पॉलिटिकल इक्वेशन के कारण वो जाते हैं. मगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किसी को कभी एनडीए से नहीं निकाला है. हमेशा हमने गठबंधन का धर्म निभाया है. कई ऐसी जगह हैं जहां पर हम बड़े दल बनकर भी चुनकर आए, परंतु छोटे दल को हमने मुख्यमंत्री बनने का मौका दिया. कई ऐसी जगह हैं जहां हमें पूर्ण बहुमत मिला, फिर भी हमने साथियों को सरकार में महत्वपूर्ण स्थान दिया और हर बात में साथ में रखने का प्रयास किया. मैं मानता हूं कि हम फैमिली प्लानिंग में जरूर मानते हैं, मगर पॉलिटिक्स में फैमिली प्लानिंग में नहीं मानते. कुनबा बड़ा हो, ये हमारा हमेशा का प्रयास है और हम इनका स्वागत भी करते हैं.
तो जयंत चौधरी जी और नीतीश कुमार जी तो आ गए. नीतीश कुमार जी तो आते जाते रहते हैं चुनाव के वक्त, लेकिन अभी जो तस्वीरें आई उसमें ऐसा लगा नहीं कि कहीं भी कोई मनमुटाव हो. ये आइडियोलॉजी और ये अलायंसेस होती कैसी हैं राजनीतिक लेवल पर? सिर्फ समीक्षा?
देखिए, मैंने मेरी पार्टी की पोजीशन स्पष्ट कर दी है. हमारी आइडियोलॉजी जनसंघ की स्थापना से आज तक एक ही जगह पे है. हमने इसमें कोई बदलाव नहीं किया, नया फ्यूचर में हमारी आइडियोलॉजी में कोई बदलाव होगा ये आइडियोलॉजी को देखकर जिसको सूट करता है वो लोग हमारे साथ आए, सभी का स्वागत है।
साउथ में अभी हमने देखा चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी मिले प्रधानमंत्री से, आपसे, उसके बाद जगन मोहन रेड्डी जी आए, तो आंध्रा में भी एनडीए का विस्तार हो रहा है।
देखिए नाविका, पूरी सरकार आप मंच पर से नहीं बना सकती, समय का थोड़ा राह देखिए, कुछ दिनों में सब कुछ तय हो जाएगा।
अच्छा, अकाली दल तो पुराने आपके साथी थे, अब पंजाब में अगर कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी से लड़ना है तो क्या अकाली दल वापस?
अभी कुछ तय नहीं हुआ है, मगर बातचीत चल रही है।
मैं पूछना चाहती हूं, आपको चुनाव और राजनीति का चाणक्य कहा जाता है। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं कि ये साइकोलॉजिकल वॉरफेयर है आपके विपक्ष के ऊपर, जो कुंभा आपका बढ़ रहा है, या वाकई एनडीए बनाना और उसका विस्तार करना कहीं ना कहीं अब आपकी आइडियोलॉजी में है?
नहीं, पहले से ही हमारी आइडियोलॉजी के समर्थक और हमारी आइडियोलॉजी को इसका विस्तार करना, भारत के हर क्षेत्र में पहुंचे, ये हमारा एजेंडा ही है। 1950 से है, आज से नहीं है। और 1950 से हम मानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जो आइडियोलॉजी लेकर निकली है, वो आइडियोलॉजी कभी देश का कल्याण नहीं कर सकती। इस देश की नीतियां इस देश की जमीन की मिट्टी की सुगंध से बनी हुई होनी चाहिए, इस देश की परिस्थिति से जनरेट होनी चाहिए और इस देश की अनुकूलता से बनी हुई। किसी भी देश की पॉलिसी इंपोर्ट नहीं हो सकती। कोई 2 करोड़, 3 करोड़, 5 करोड़ की आबादी वाले देश का पॉलिसी भारत में आप नहीं अप्लाई कर सकते हो। यहां की जमीनी वास्तविकता, हजारों साल की सांस्कृतिक विरासत, सामाजिक विसंगतताएं, सामाजिक स्ट्रेंथ हमारी, ये सबका विचार कर कर पॉलिसी बनती है। तो हमने तो शुरुआत से ही हमारा एक अलग मत, अलग पॉलिसी देश के सामने रखा था। स्वाभाविक था, क्योंकि हम बहुत छोटे भी थे और एक कांग्रेस के पास आजादी के बाद का एक बहुत बड़ा यश भी था। तो हमें पनपने में, हमें बढ़ने में बड़ी देर लगी, मगर मुझे विश्वास है कि जिस प्रकार से 2014, 2019 के चुनाव हुए और 24 के होने जा रहे हैं, भारत के हर क्षेत्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी को स्वीकृति मिलेगी।
मैं सवाल ये भी पूछूंगी, आपने ही कहा कि इस देश की मिट्टी की सुगंध होनी चाहिए पॉलिसी में। आप कहना चाह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी इंपोर्टेड है?
मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा है। ज्यादा मेहनत करे बगैर, ज्यादा विचार विमर्श करे बगैर, उस वक्त दुनिया में जो प्रचलित था, चलन में था, इसको स्वीकार कर लिया। मनसा होगी नहीं होगी मुझे मालूम नहीं, इतनी भी एक्सरसाइज करी होगी नहीं करी होगी मुझे मालूम नहीं, मगर हमने इसको हमेशा भारत के अनुकूल बनाना चाहा है। जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूं, अभी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के 3 कानून जो 160 साल पुराने थे, हमने उसको भारतीय न्याय के कंसेप्ट के हिसाब से रीबिल्ड करा है और उसमें दंड की जगह न्याय को केंद्र बिंदु में लाने का प्रयास किया है। और ढेर सारा इसमें हमारी मिट्टी की सुगंध भी है। और मैं विश्वास से कह सकता हूं कि जब ये कानून पूर्णतया इंप्लीमेंट हो जाएंगे देश के हर कोने में, हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम दुनिया की सबसे आधुनिक क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम होगी। इसमें किसी को शंका रखने की जरूरत। और कोई भी केस भारत के किसी भी कोने में रजिस्टर हो, 3 साल के अंदर उसको अल्टीमेट न्याय मिल जाएगा। इस प्रकार की पूरी सुचारू रूप से व्यवस्था ये 3 कानूनों से होगी।
लेकिन विपक्ष कहता है कि ये थोड़ा सा रिसाइकल्ड लॉ है जो आप लेकर आए।
देखिए, मैं नहीं समझता कि विपक्ष किस तरह से, क्या विपक्ष से अपेक्षा भी नहीं कर सकते, उनको विरोध ही करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इन्होंने अंग्रेजों के बनाए हुए कानून इतने समय तक चलाए हैं। मगर आप जब एक विपक्ष कहता है, इसका एनालिसिस भी नहीं करते, आप इतने सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट नाते, कि इस देश की क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के 3 कानूनों में टेररिज्म की डेफिनेशन ही नहीं थी, संगठित अपराध का कोई चैप्टर ही नहीं था, आर्थिक अपराध नाम की कोई व्याख्या ही नहीं थी, टेक्नोलॉजी का कोई स्थान नहीं था, वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस की कोई जगह नहीं थी, एफएसएल का कोई जगह नहीं था, परिपत्रों जैसा कानूनी प्रोविजन नहीं था, जल्दी न्याय देने के लिए कोई सुविधा नहीं थी। कम से कम मैं कह सकता हूं कि कुल मिलाकर 600 में से 400 से ज्यादा धाराएं बदली गई और 65 धाराएं नई इंट्रोड्यूस की गई है। अब इसमें भी इनको ये दिखता है तो मुझे लगता है कोई सीरियस टाइप का थॉट ही नहीं है, कोई स्टडी करने की टीम नहीं है, कुछ विरोध की मानसिकता से बैठे हुए एनजीओ जो कागज पकड़ाते हैं वो पढ़ जाते हैं, उनको भी शायद मालूम नहीं होगा कि आज हम क्या बोलकर आए हैं।
मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि ये चुनाव एनडीए बनाम इंडिया गठबंधन है। क्या इंडिया गठबंधन की सारी पार्टियां आपको एक साथ ऑपोजिशन दे पाएंगी जिस तरह से उन्होंने शुरू किया था?
देखिए, चुनाव एनडीए बनाम इंडिया गठबंधन नहीं है। ये चुनाव घोर निराशा और उज्जवल भविष्य के बीच में है। ये चुनाव भ्रष्टाचार से युक्त शासन और जीरो टॉलरेंस अगेंस्ट करप्शन से, ये चुनाव टेररिज्म के साथ बातचीत करने वालों के बीच में, टेररिज्म के साथ बातचीत करने की पॉलिसी वालों के और टेररिज्म को खत्म करने की पॉलिसी वालों के बीच में, ये चुनाव देश की सुरक्षा को चौक चौबंद रखने के दलों के बीच में और फॉरेन पॉलिसी की आड़ में देश की सुरक्षा के साथ कोताही बरतने वालों के बीच में है। ये चुनाव 80 करोड़ गरीबों के जीवन में पूरी सुविधा 10 साल के अंदर देकर उनको भारत के विकास के साथ जोड़ने वाले लोगों के बीच में और गरीबी हटाओ के नारे के नाम पर वोट लेने वालों के बीच में है। ये चुनाव बिल्कुल आइडियोलॉजी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है, ये चुनाव भारत के भविष्य के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है और ये चुनाव भारत के आने वाले दिनों के एजेंडा के साथ। और विपक्ष कितना भी कंफ्यूजन फैलाने का प्रयास करे, देश की जनता ने अपना एजेंडा तय कर दिया है। नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में आने वाले दिनों में 2037 में पूर्ण विकसित भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सृजन करना है, जिस भारत की नींव हमारे कल्चर, हमारी परंपराएं और हमारी भाषाओं के साथ हो।
अमित शाह जी, 2 सवाल उठते हैं राजनीति से प्रेरित। एक, व्हाइट पेपर जो यूपीए के 10 साल के कार्यकाल में लाया गया है, और मैं पूछना चाहती हूं क्या ये राजनीति से प्रेरित है कि चुनाव से पहले शायद विपक्ष की गलतियां गिनानी जरूरी है?
देखिए नाविका जी, अगर ये व्हाइट पेपर हम 2014 में लाए होते तो आप जरूर ये आरोप हम पर कर सकती थी, क्योंकि 2014 में अब बताने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है क्योंकि देश वो संकट से बाहर आ गया है। 2014 में देश गहरे संकट में था, आर्थिक संकट में था, पूरी व्यवस्था ध्वस्त हो चुकी थी, बैंकों की बैलेंस शीट एनपीए के कारण बनने की स्थिति में नहीं थी, इसको छिपाना पड़ता था, राजस्व का घाटा भी छिपाना पड़ता था, मेकअप करना पड़ता था बजट के अंदर चिदंबरम साहब को। इस प्रकार की व्यवस्थाएं थी। निर्यात लगभग ऊंधे ग्राफ से ही औंधे मुंह गिर रहा था। हर प्रकार से देश में इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं आता। सब लोग मानते थे कि भारत की स्टोरी अब समाप्त हो चुकी। उस वक्त अगर हम पॉलिटिक्स करना चाहते थे, इन्होंने क्या किया ये बताना इसका आइडियल टाइम था, मगर उस वक्त बताते तो क्या होता, पूरे विश्व में भारत के अर्थतंत्र के लिए एक अलग इमेज बनती, भारत की जनता में निराशा और व्याप्त होती। हमने उस वक्त नहीं बताया। 10 साल कड़ी मेहनत की, पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट बनाने का काम किया, पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस स्टेट में से पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट बनाए, सैकड़ों पॉलिसियों को, एजुकेशन से लेकर डिफेंस से लेकर इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी से लेकर इंडस्ट्री तक और इन्वेस्टमेंट तक, हर क्षेत्र में पॉलिसी बनाई गई। कई नए क्षेत्र हमारे यहां उजागर हुए और भारत की इकोनॉमी 11वें नंबर से, दुनिया के 11वें नंबर का अर्थतंत्र मनमोहन सिंह जी छोड़ कर गए थे, मोदी जी ने उसको 5वें नंबर पर बनाया। और मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि हम दुनिया की 3रे नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था अगले 5 साल में बनने जा रहे हैं। और इस वक्त हमने ये लेकर आए हैं। विगत 5 साल हमारे, पहले 5 साल पूरा गड्ढा भरने में गए, व्यवस्थाएं बनाने में गए। विगत 5 साल आप पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि दुनिया के लिए अर्थतंत्र की दृष्टि से सबसे कठिन 5 साल थे, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा महामारी विश्व ने कभी न देखा वैसा महामारी पूरी दुनिया ने फेस किया। पूरी दुनिया की सप्लाई चेन बिखरी हुई थी, पूरी दुनिया मंदी की चपेट में थी। उस वक्त भारत ने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया और आज पूरी दुनिया भारत को ब्राइट स्पॉट कर मान रही है और इन्वेस्टमेंट का सबसे फेवरेट डेस्टिनेशन अगर कोई बना है तो भारत बना है। उस वक्त हमने ये व्हाइट पेपर लाया है। ये व्हाइट पेपर लाना इसलिए जरूरी है, ये राजनीति नहीं है। अगर कोई पार्टी निष्ठा से पॉलिटिक्स से ऊपर रहकर देश के हितों को अपनी पार्टी और अपने खुद के हितों से ऊपर रखकर काम करता है तो परिवर्तन किस तरह से किया जा सकता है, ये इसका दस्तावेज है। और इससे देश की जनता का एक सामूहिक आत्मविश्वास जनरेट होता है कि हम बड़े बन सकते हैं, हम बड़े बनने के कगार पर हैं और हमें बड़ा बनना है। ये आत्मविश्वास जनरेट करने के लिए व्हाइट पेपर है, मगर जिनका चश्मा ही विरोध का है उसको सब पीला दिखाई पड़ेगा। इसमें मुझे कोई कमेंट नहीं। कांग्रेस के पेट में क्या दुख रहा है? ये दुख रहा है कि व्हाइट पेपर से उनके घोटाले उजागर हुए हैं और व्हाइट पेपर से स्पष्ट हो गया है कि कांग्रेस और भ्रष्टाचार दोनों एक दूसरे के पर्याय हैं। और मैं सोनिया लेड कांग्रेस की बात नहीं करता। सबसे पहला जीप घोटाले से देश में घोटाले की शुरुआत हुई 1948 में हुई, फिर खजाना घोटाला 51 में हुआ, उसके बाद साइकिल आयात घोटाला भी 51 में हुआ, इसके बाद बोफोर्स, नगरवाला, मारुति, HWL, आदर्श सोसाइटी, भोपाल गैस, लुइस बर्जर, तेलगी, तेल माफिया, ढेर सारे घोटालों की सीरीज है। सिर्फ यूपीए 1 और यूपीए 2 में 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले कर जनता के अंदर एक भयंकर निराशा का माहौल बनाया था। आज 10 साल में हमारे विरोधी भी हम पर 1 पैसे के घोटाले का आरोप नहीं कर सकते, इस प्रकार का शासन। और ये व्हाइट पेपर आने वाले दिनों में विशेषकर युवा में एक आत्मविश्वास का सर्जन करेगा कि भारत की स्टोरी आने वाले दिनों में दुनिया में सबसे प्राइम स्टोरी बनने वाली।
लेकिन विपक्ष का आप पर आरोप है कि आपके पास एक वॉशिंग मशीन है। जिन्होंने करप्शन कांग्रेस में रहकर की थी, वो जब आपके यहां आ जाते हैं तो वो बिल्कुल पाक साफ हो जाते हैं। इस आरोप का आप क्या जवाब देंगे?
देखिए नाविका जी, विपक्ष का यह आरोप तभी सच्चा माना जाता कि हमने एक भी केस विड्रॉ किया है। तो हमने किसी का केस विड्रॉ नहीं किया है। पहले एक बात मैं स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं। दूसरा, इनको मालूम नहीं है कि इनके समय के जितने भी घोटाले थे, कॉल ब्लॉक का हो, कॉमनवेल्थ का हो, 2G का हो, शारदा चिट फंड हो, INX मीडिया हो, अंतरिक्ष देवास हो, लैंड फॉर जॉब हो, पंचकुला और गुड़गांव का घोटाला हो, जम्मू कश्मीर क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन का घोटाला हो, एम्ब्रायर डील का घोटाला हो, सबमरीन का घोटाला हो, ये सारे घोटाले एज अ विपक्ष हमने संसद में उठाए थे, कोर्ट में गए थे और कोर्ट ने जांच ऑर्डर की थी। इस देश की अदालतें बंद हो गई है क्या? कांग्रेस पार्टी एक भी कॉन्क्रीट बात नहीं करती है। और अगर ऐसी कॉन्क्रीट बात है तो अदालत के दरवाजे आपके लिए खुले हैं, आपको जाना चाहिए। विपक्ष ने संसद में उठाना चाहिए। वो तो हर संसद सत्र में एक ही बहाना ढूंढते हैं कि जल्दी से कोई बहाना मिल जाए और वॉकआउट कर जाए और गांधी जी के पुतले के सामने बैठकर फोटो खिंचा ले। अब विपक्ष की भूमिका कहां निभाते हो गई? विपक्ष की भूमिका है सरकार की जनता के सामने लाने जैसी बातों का विरोध कर जनता के सामने लानी चाहिए और जो अच्छी पॉलिसी है उसका समर्थन भी करना चाहिए। दो में से एक भी कांग्रेस नहीं कर पा रही।
विपक्ष ने एक और बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा उठाया है कास्ट सेंसस का, और उसको लेकर प्रधानमंत्री पर एक व्यक्तिगत आरोप भी लगाया है कि ये कहा है कि ओबीसी स्टेटस प्रधानमंत्री का जन्म से था ही नहीं। ये राहुल गांधी ने स्टेटमेंट दिया है कुछ 2 दिन पहले।
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी की एक पॉलिसी है, झूठ बोलो, सार्वजनिक रूप से बोलो और बार बार बोलो। ये उनका एक पॉलिसी है। जहां तक मोदी जी की जाति का सवाल है, ये बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जैसे महान नेता की जाति पर कोई चर्चा कर रहा है। उनको जाति क्या है, ब्लॉक क्या है वो ही मालूम। मोदी जी ने कहा कि मैं ओबीसी हूं। ओबीसी ब्लॉक होता है, जाति नहीं होता है। राहुल जी को शायद इनके टीचरों ने समझाया नहीं है। और जहां तक जाति का सवाल निकाला है तो मैं आज देश के सामने स्पष्टता करना चाहता हूं, बड़े भारी मन से मैं स्पष्टता कर रहा हूं कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री, इतने यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, दुनिया जिसको लीडर मानती है, वो लीडर की जाति के लिए सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं। मगर डेमोक्रेसी है, हमें जवाब देना चाहिए। मोदी जी की जाति गुजरात में 1994 की 25 जुलाई को ओबीसी में लिस्ट की गई। मैं फिर से डेट कहना चाहता हूं, 25 जुलाई 1994। और उस वक्त गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे श्री छबिलदास मेहता और पार्टी इन पावर थी कांग्रेस पार्टी। और मोदी जी एक भी चुनाव तब तक नहीं लड़े थे, संगठन का काम करते थे, जाति का सवाल ही नहीं आता था। और दूसरा, उसको ऑल इंडिया लिस्ट में, पहले तो स्टेट का अधिकार है, तो स्टेट ने 94 में कांग्रेस के शासन, 94 में ही कांग्रेस ने दरखास्त भारत सरकार को भेजी, जिसको भारत सरकार ने 2000 में लिस्ट कर दिया। मोदी जी तब भी कुछ नहीं थे, न एमपी थे, न एमएलए थे, न सरपंच थे। और मोदी जी 2001 में मुख्यमंत्री बने। इन लोगों को तथ्यों को तोड़ मरोड़ कर पेश कर विवाद खड़ा करना, यही इनका धर्म है। मगर जब इन्होंने इतना विवाद किया है, मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ओबीसी के लिए क्या किया? काका कालेलकर कमीशन की रिपोर्ट कितने सालों तक पड़ी रही, कुछ नहीं किया। इसके बाद में मंडल कमीशन की रिपोर्ट कितने सालों तक पड़ी रही, कुछ नहीं किया। जब तक कांग्रेस नहीं गई, ये नहीं आई। इसके बाद ओबीसी को संवैधानिक मान्यता देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। ओबीसी कमीशन बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। सेंट्रल्स के जितने भी एग्जामिनेशन है, इस सब में ओबीसी का रिजर्वेशन करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। कांग्रेस हमेशा ओबीसी विरोधी पार्टी रही और उनको लगता है ऐसे झूठ बोलकर हम ओबीसी की सिंपैथी प्राप्त कर लेंगे। और मोदी जी ने ठीक ही कहा है कि ये कुछ सेक्रेटरीज गिनते जो उनके समय में भर्ती हुए हैं। उनको मालूम नहीं है कि भारत सरकार का जो सेक्रेटरी होता है वो किस साल में भर्ती होता है, वो उनके समय में हुए। खैर वो छोड़ दो, मगर देश का प्रधानमंत्री ओबीसी है वो नहीं दिखाई पड़ता है, और सेक्रेटरी कितने हैं पूछते हैं। मुझे मालूम नहीं पड़ता है इनको क्या हो गया है। और जो कोई कागज पकड़ा रहे उस देश की, उसको देखने की, एनालिसिस की बीच में व्यवस्था करे। सीधा पढ़ देते हैं, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। कई लोग पकड़ा देते हैं।
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का दूसरा दौर चल रहा है। पहले दौर में तेलंगाना, कर्नाटका की विक्ट्री भी उन्हें मिली। अब दूसरा दौर जो भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा है, इस पर आपकी टिप्पणी?
क्या नाविका, आप राहुल की तरह बात कर रही हो। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के बाद कर्नाटक का चुनाव हुआ, तेलंगाना का हुआ, इसके साथ साथ मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, छत्तीसगढ़ का भी हुआ। सब हम जीत गए। और भारत जोड़ो की बात करने वाले उत्तर भारत और दक्षिण भारत, दो देश के टुकड़े करने की बात कर रहे हैं। उसको कांग्रेस पार्टी कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट भी नहीं कर रही। और कोई छोटा नेता नहीं, उनके मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री का भाई है, उनका सांसद है, जवाब नहीं देते संसद। खड़े होकर लीडर ऑपोजिशन स्पष्टता नहीं करते कि ये हमारी पार्टी का बयान नहीं। मैं आज इस मंच से कहना चाहता हूं, राहुल गांधी को भारत जोड़ो यात्रा निकालने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। उनकी पार्टी एक बार देश को तोड़ चुकी है आजादी के वक्त, और दूसरी बार देश को तोड़ने की बात करती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी इससे दूरी भी नहीं बनाती। उनको भारत जोड़ो यात्रा करने का कोई अधिकार नहीं।
अमित शाह जी, अभी हाल ही में भारत रत्न दिए गए, कल दिए गए 3, पीवी नरसिम्हा राव, चौधरी चरण सिंह जी और एमएस स्वामीनाथन को, उससे पहले कर्पूरी ठाकुर को। कांग्रेस और विपक्ष का कहना है कि इसमें भी राजनीति छुपी हुई।
नहीं, राजनीति क्या है?
राजनीति उनके हिसाब से है कि पीवी नरसिम्हा राव आप साउथ की तरफ देख रहे हैं, राजनीति अपनी आगे साउथ में बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। चौधरी चरण सिंह जी की कुछ लोगों ने कहा है कि आप जयंत चौधरी को अपनी पार्टी में लेना चाह रहे हैं। MS स्वामीनाथन के बारे में कुछ नहीं आया, लेकिन सवाल उठ रहे हैं कि सावरकर जी को भी क्यों नहीं दिया। ये उद्धव
इनकी दरखास्त को हमने नोट कर लिया है। देखिए, तीनों जो देश के महापुरुष है, चाहे चौधरी चरण सिंह जी हो, चाहे नरसिम्हा राव जी हो, चाहे स्वामीनाथन जी हो, तीनों ने अपने अपने समय में देश के विकास के लिए बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन किया है। चौधरी साहब वो व्यक्ति है, आज देश के किसानों की भूमि किसान के नाम पर है। इसका संपूर्ण यश अगर किसी को जाता है तो चौधरी चरण सिंह को जाता है, क्योंकि जब जवाहरलाल नेहरू प्रधानमंत्री थे तब वो सामूहिक खेती की बात लेकर आए थे कम्युनिस्ट पैटर्न पर। चौधरी चरण सिंह जी एकमात्र कांग्रेस के नेता थे। इस मुद्दे पर कांग्रेस छोड़े, जवाहरलाल नेहरू के सामने खड़े होकर इसका विरोध किया कि किसान की भूमि किसान के नाम पर रहेगी, यहां कम्युनिस्ट थ्योरी नहीं चलेगी, किसान भूमि पर किसान का अधिकार है। ये चौधरी साहब का काम था। दूसरा, नरसिम्हा राव जी सालों तक कांग्रेस को इंस्टीट्यूशन बनाए रखने के लिए उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा काम किया। कई भाषाओं को जानने वाले विद्वान थे। दक्षिण के इतने दिग्गज नेता होने के बावजूद भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट से लेकर पश्चिम और पूरब तक की सभी भारत के हिस्सों को सांस्कृतिक, भाषाकीय और हिस्टोरिकल जानकारी रखने वाला एक विद्वान व्यक्ति था, जिसने इस देश में बड़ा काम किया। और स्वामीनाथन जी ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन के लिए इनके कंट्रीब्यूशन को भारत कभी भूला नहीं सकता। आज हम अन्न के क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर है, इसमें स्वामीनाथन जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। कांग्रेस के समय में जितने भी भारत रत्न दे दिए हैं, ये या तो उनके लिए मजबूरी थी या तो अपने परिवार के थे, बाकी कोई नहीं था। मैं एक एक का एनालिसिस कर सकता हूं, मगर मैं किसी का नेगेटिव बात करने यहां नहीं आया हूं। ये तीनों में कोई हमारे लिए मजबूरी नहीं है, इनके कंट्रीब्यूशन को देखकर कहा है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं को मेरा इतना ही कहना है कि तीनों को भारत रत्न देने के लिए अगर इनका नकारात्मक अभिप्राय है तो जरूर उन्होंने रखना चाहिए।
तो यानी कि आप चैलेंज कर रहे हैं ऑपोजिशन के लोगों?
मैं चैलेंज नहीं करता, सोचना कैसे चाहिए बताता हूं।
तो सोचना कैसे चाहिए, इसीलिए आज एक मोशन मूव किया गया है पार्लियामेंट में भी राम मंदिर को लेके, क्योंकि ये भी आप विपक्ष को एक्सपोज करना चाहते हैं?
नहीं, एक्सपोज करने का सवाल नहीं है। नाविका जी, विगत लगभग 550 साढ़े 500 साल से दुनिया भर के कई लोग और पूरा देश मानता था कि राम का मंदिर वहीं बनना चाहिए जहां राम का जन्म हुआ था। ढेर सारा आंदोलन हुआ, ढेर सारी कानूनी लड़ाई लड़ी गई और कई सालों तक ये मसले को दबाया गया। कभी अपीसमेंट के कारण दबाया गया, कभी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के भय से दबाया गया। और मैं आज देश की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं कि ढेर सारे लोग जब ये जजमेंट आने वाला था आशंका करते थे कि देश में दंगे हो जाएंगे, हजारों लोग मारे जाएंगे, देश का सामाजिक सद्भाव बिखर जाएगा। जजमेंट आया, न किसी ने विजय जुलूस निकाला, न किसी ने फटाके चलाए, हार जीत का सवाल आया ही नहीं और गौरव के साथ आज राम मंदिर बन गया। मोदी जी ने कठोर तपस्या 11 दिन तक कर पूरे भारत में जहां जहां राम थे वो सब जगह पे जाकर एक भक्ति का एक प्रकार का नया प्रकार से आंदोलन खड़ा किया और आध्यात्मिक चेतना, देश की सामूहिक आध्यात्मिक चेतना को जागरूक करने का नरेंद्र भाई ने प्रयास किया। मैंने मेरे जीवन में मेरा 60वां साल चल रहा है, मेरे जीवन में भक्ति आंदोलन बहुत हुए इस देश में, अनेक लोगों ने चलाए, सफल चलाए, सालों तक असर छोड़ने वाले भक्ति आंदोलन चले, देश के हर हिस्से में चले। परंतु मेरे जीवन में किसी राजनेता के 11 दिन के कठोर यम नियम और तपस्या के कारण इतना बड़ा आध्यात्मिक चेतना का जागृति मैंने मेरे जीवन में नहीं देखा है। और आज पूरा देश एक गहरी संतुष्टि के साथ, कोई विजय का भाव नहीं है, सबके मन में भक्ति है, सब में मन में आध्यात्मिक चेतना है और एक गौरव के साथ राम मंदिर को देख रहा है, इसकी अनुभूति की कर रही है। और जो देश की संसद है, आप लोगों की राजनीति का खड़ा हो सकती है, हम लोगों के लिए जो जनता के प्रतिनिधि है, जनता की भावनाओं को वाचा देते हैं, जनता की भावनाओं को वाचा देने का, उसको वहां पर मुखर कर बोलने का स्थान देश की संसद है। जब पूरा देश इस पर गौरव महसूस कर रहा है, संसद क्यों न करे। और मैं तो चाहूंगा कांग्रेस ने भी गौरव करना चाहिए, अगर उनमें हिम्मत है तो। ये पूरे देश के लिए गौरव का पल है। संसद वो गौरव के पल में सहभागी हो, बहुत स्वाभाविक बात है, डेमोक्रेसी ही है।
आपने गौरव की बात कही, राम मंदिर के संदर्भ में तो लोग ये भी पूछेंगे कि फिर कृष्ण जन्मभूमि, मथुरा, काशी, ज्ञानवापी, इन पर आपका क्या स्टैंड है? और प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट पर आप कोई पोजीशन?
पहले एक बात ये समझ लीजिए, देश संविधान से चलने वाला देश है। ये दोनों मसले देश की अदालतों ने सीज किए हुए हैं, देश की अदालत उस पर विचार कर रही है। उस वक्त मैं नहीं मानता कि किसी भी सरकार के हिस्से ने ऐसा कुछ बोलना चाहिए। अदालतें तय करेगी, जो करेगी समझ।
लेकिन प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991
वो अपनी जगह पे अभी है ही। अदालत को निर्णय सुनाना है, दोनों स्थानों के डिस्प्यूट, दोनों पक्ष जो गए इस पर, और उस वक्त मेरा कुछ भी टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं होगा।
अमित शाह जी, आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि आपने बहुत से काम किए हैं गृह मंत्रालय में पिछले 5 साल के अपने एक टर्म में।
Homeland did a good job of recommending a senior designer. He was very patient with us. He said, it's your home, so you design the way you like, and if you don't like it, we'll change it. And the quality of Homeland is very good. You know what's coming, it's all planned to the last nut and bolt. So that's what's very important for me. A good quality, I would say. Homeland, interiors made easy.
में अशांति करता है तो उसके साथ कठोर से कठोर कार्यवाही करना, ये हमारा बहुत स्पष्ट और जरा भी कंफ्यूजन बगैर का पॉलिसी है। हमारे ही समय में 19 से 24 के बीच में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में 20 से ज्यादा शांति समझौते हुए, 9000 से ज्यादा उग्रवादियों ने हथियार डाले, सरेंडर किया है, वो लोग मेन स्ट्रीम में आए हैं। कितने सीमा के विवाद हमने सुलझा दिए। 3 बड़े हॉटस्पॉट हुआ करते थे देश में 10 साल के पहले, कश्मीर, वामपंथी उग्रवाद वाला क्षेत्र और नॉर्थ ईस्ट। तीनों क्षेत्र में कुल मिलाकर मैं बात करता हूं 70% हिंसा कम हो चुकी है। और जहां तक नक्सलिज्म का सवाल है, सिमट कर एक 4 जिलों में नक्सलिज्म बचा है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि 3 साल की आउटर लिमिट में हम देश को नक्सलिज्म से मुक्त कर देंगे। कश्मीर आज विकास के रास्ते पर, धारा 370 हटने के बाद जो लोग कहते थे खून की नदियां बह जाएगी, एक गोली नहीं चलानी पड़ी। और टेररिज्म 80% आंकड़े इसके नीचे आए हैं, वहां इन्वेस्टमेंट आ रहा है और 2 करोड़ लोग कश्मीर की विजिट कर रहे हैं एज अ टूरिस्ट। 2 करोड़ लोग। 30 साल के बाद वहां पर सिनेमा हॉल खुले हैं, 30 साल के बाद मुहर्रम का जुलूस निकला है। और एक जमाने में मुरली मनोहर जोशी और नरेंद्र मोदी को तिरंगा फहराने से लाल चौक पे रोका गया था, सेना की सुरक्षा में जाना पड़ता था। आज वहां जन्माष्टमी का भी उत्सव हो रहा है, 26 जनवरी भी मन रही है, 15 अगस्त भी मन रही है, और सब प्रकार के उत्सव वहां। तो ये माहौल बदला है। कश्मीर के अंदर भी माहौल बदला है, वामपंथी उग्रवादी क्षेत्र में भी बदला है और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी बदला है। पूरा नॉर्थ ईस्ट विकास के रास्ते पर चल पड़े, तो सारे विवाद धीरे 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 कर समाप्त हो रहे हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज को कानूनी बल भी दिया है। हमने यूएपीए एक्ट को मजबूत किया, एनआईए को मजबूत किया और अब तीनों कानूनों को मजबूत कर कानूनी एजेंसियों का, हमारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज का संबल बढ़ाया है। किसी भी तरह के कंफ्यूजन के बगैर की स्ट्रिक्ट पॉलिसी लेकर हमने टेररिज्म, संगठित अपराध और नक्सलिज्म को समाप्त करने के लिए कठोर कार्यवाही की है। साथ में डेवलपमेंट का भी काम किया है और सबके साथ संवाद भी किया है। इसका बहुत अच्छा नतीजा मिला है, ऐसा मैं निश्चित रूप से मानता हूं।
अमित शाह जी, बहुत बड़े बड़े फैसले लिए हैं जो आपके मैनिफेस्टो में हुआ करते थे, चाहे वो जीएसटी हो, चाहे वो आर्टिकल 370 का एब्रोगेशन हो, राम मंदिर की बात हो, लेकिन यूसीसी अभी सिर्फ उत्तराखंड में पारित हुआ है। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन शायद आपके एजेंडे पे अभी बाकी है। सीएए के रूल्स की नोटिफिकेशन बाकी है। इन मुद्दों पर आप आगे का क्या रास्ता देखते हैं?
ये देखिए, यूसीसी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का तो एजेंडा जनसंघ से रहा, इसमें कोई दो राह नहीं, मगर यूसीसी ये संविधान का एजेंडा है। आर्टिकल 44 में संविधान निर्माताओं ने देश के विधानमंडल और संसद को कहा है कि जब भी अनुकूल समय आए इस देश में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड होना चाहिए। इस पर जवाहरलाल नेहरू के स्वयं के दस्तखत है, कांग्रेस भूल गई है। उस वक्त तो हम थे ही नहीं, बने, जन्म ही नहीं हुआ था हमारा पॉलिटिकल जन्म। उस पर मौलाना आजाद, सरदार पटेल, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी, ये सबके दस्तखत है। मगर यूसीसी को आपने एपीसमेंट के कारण भुला दिया। यूसीसी को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने रिलीजियसली पकड़ कर रखा और उत्तराखंड में इसलिए आया है कि यूसीसी बहुत बड़ा सामाजिक बदलाव का मुद्दा है। यूसीसी का उत्तराखंड का जो कानून आया है, इस पर सोशल बहस भी होनी चाहिए, रिलीजियस ग्रुप की भी बहस होनी चाहिए और लीगल स्क्रूटिनी भी होगी ही होगी। ये सब मिलकर चर्चा के बाद जो मंथन आएगा वो सभी राज्यों की विधानसभाएं एडॉप्ट करेगी, मुझे विश्वास है। और पंथ निरपेक्ष देश, वो पंथ निरपेक्ष देश में धर्म के आधार पर कानून हो ही नहीं सकता। ये बात को पूरी दुनिया ने स्वीकारा है और हमारा भी ये मूल विचार है।
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन,
वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन में मोदी जी ने श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनाई है। वो इस देश के सारे भूतपूर्व इलेक्शन कमिश्नर, देश के कई सारे रिटायर्ड जस्टिस से भी बात कर रही है, इलेक्शन कमीशन से भी बात कर रही है, लॉ कमीशन से बात कर रही है, सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टियों से बात कर रही है। मुझे लगता है कि बड़ा मार्च के शुरुआत में वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन कमेटी का रिपोर्ट आ जाना चाहिए। ये रिपोर्ट आने के बाद तुरंत ही चुनाव शुरू होगा, तो देश की जनता को बाद में तय करना है कि वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए। मोदी जी ने तो स्पष्ट किया है कि इस देश के विकास को सुचारू रूप से चलाने के लिए और जनता की भावना की निर्भीक अभिव्यक्ति के लिए देश में सभी चुनाव एक साथ होने चाहिए, एक ही समय होने चाहिए और निर्णय देश में एक साथ।
सीए नोटिफिकेशन,
सीए देश का कानून
आपसे पहले के बाद
पहले ही होगा, चुनाव के पहले ही सीए को अमल में आना है। इसमें किसी को कंफ्यूजन रखना नहीं है। यह भी कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं का वादा है। जब देश का विभाजन किया और वहां पर ढेर सारे वहां की देश में अल्पसंख्यक जो थे, हिंदू, बौद्ध, जैन, क्रिश्चियन थे, उन पर प्रताड़ना होती थी, सारे लोग यहां भाग कर आना चाहते थे। उस वक्त कांग्रेस पार्टी का वादा था कि आप धीरे धीरे आइए, आप जब भी आओगे भारत में आपका स्वागत है, आपको नागरिकता दी जाएगी। फिर मुकर गए। और मैं आज स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं, सीए किसी की भी नागरिकता लेने का कानून नहीं है, छीनने का कानून नहीं है। इस देश की माइनॉरिटी को और विशेषकर मुस्लिम भाइयों को भड़काया जा रहा है। देश में किसी की भी नागरिकता सीए छीन ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि कानून में प्रोविजन ही नहीं है। सीए जो शरणार्थी आए हैं पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश से धार्मिक प्रताड़ना के कारण, उनको नागरिकता देने का कानून है और मैं मानता हूं इसमें किसी का विरोध नहीं होना चाहिए।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल, बड़े बड़े एड्स निकले हैं बहुत से अखबारों में और वो विपक्ष का कहना है कि आप सेंटर में रहकर उनके साथ ज्यादती कर रहे हैं, उनको जो फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट मिलना चाहिए था वो नहीं मिल रहा। माई टैक्स माई राइट के कई इश्तेहार छपे हैं। अब विपक्ष को अगर राज्य के दर्जे पर पैसा नहीं मिलेगा सेंटर से, तो क्या ये फेडरलिज्म के खिलाफ है?
ऐसा है कि ये व्हाइट पेपर में ही निर्मला जी ने बताया है, कांग्रेस सरकार से हमने कितना ज्यादा पैसा हर राज्य को दिया है, विपक्ष नहीं, भाजपा विपक्ष सबको दिया है। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ही थे जिन्होंने स्टेट के पैसे को बढ़ाने का काम किया था। 15वें वित्त आयोग में बढ़ाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। देश की जनता सब जानती है, मगर आप चुनावी वादे ऐसे करेंगे जिसमें पूरा खजाना लुटा देंगे और फिर तनख्वाह करने का पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, तो वो पैसा भारत सरकार नहीं दे सकती है। सबने अपने बजट को डेवलपमेंट, सोशल वेलफेयर की एक बैलेंस थ्योरी से चलाना चाहिए, जो भारत सरकार कर रही है।
बस जाने से पहले यही पूछूंगी कि अब की बार 400 पार का जो नारा है, और इतना अगर कॉन्फिडेंस है, तो चुनाव जरूरी है? पैसे बचाकर देश में डेवलपमेंट कर सकते हैं?
ये चुनाव बहुत जरूरी है। हर व्यक्ति को लगता है कि हम अच्छा कर रहे हैं, मगर लोकतंत्र में लोग ही तय करने चाहिए कि आप अच्छा कर रहे हो या नहीं कर रहे हो, और बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ लोगों के सामने। हाँ, हमारी बात हम पूरे आत्मविश्वास से रखेंगे। आत्मविश्वास और अहंकार में कांग्रेस को भेद मालूम नहीं है। ये कहते हैं अहंकार है, अहंकार, ये अहंकार नहीं है। आत्मविश्वास है कि 10 साल में हमने देश को आगे बढ़ाया है, और आने वाले 10 साल के अंदर हम देश को दुनिया के सबसे ऊपर की जगह पर बिठाने का काम करेंगे, और वो मोदी जी का नेतृत्व ही कर सकता है। और हर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता का जो आत्मविश्वास है, इसका प्रतिघोष मोदी जी ने संसद में किया है कि 370 हटाई है, 370 सीटें जनता से मांगी है, और एनडीए की 400 सीटें। मुझे विश्वास है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता, इसका समर्थक और देश की जनता हमें बड़ा मैंडेट देगी, और आने वाले 5 साल महान भारत की नींव डालने के 5 साल होंगे, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। देश को बहुत सारे संकट से मोदी जी के विजनरी नेतृत्व ने बाहर निकाला है, देश को सुरक्षित किया है, देश को समृद्धि के रास्ते पर ले गए हैं। हमारी शिक्षा नीति को भारतीय मूल्यों के आधार पर बनाया है, हमारे न्याय को हमने भारतीय मूल्यों के आधार पर परिवर्तन करने की शुरुआत की है। 80 करोड़ गरीबों के जीवन में उजाला और आशा दोनों भरने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस देश की ऐतिहासिक, सांस्कृतिक और धार्मिक चेतना को जागरूक करने का काम किया है, और पूरा देश आज एक मुश्त होकर दुनिया में आगे बढ़ने के लिए संकल्पित है। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के वर्ष में मोदी जी ने जो विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य देश के सामने रखा है, मुझे विश्वास है आने वाली पीढ़ी भी इस रास्ते पे जाएगी, देश भी इस रास्ते पे जाएगा, और मोदी जी का ये संकल्प निश्चित रूप से समय से पहले पूरा होगा, इसका मुझे विश्वास है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Amit Shah ji, Union Home Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, frank and completely uninhibited. आपका बहुत तहे दिल से हम धन्यवाद करते हैं। आप आए और हमारे इस पूरे ऑडियंस के साथ आपने हर बात का जवाब दिया और अपने विचार रखे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. That is the Honorable Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah, talking about a future where India's potential knows no bounds.
A deep insight into the future, the India of tomorrow. We are getting more and more insight into what tomorrow holds, and that's one of our hashtags as well. We hope you're following it and putting it out on socials. Mr. Amit Shah, thank you very much for joining us at the Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, request you to please take your seats, because that's not the end. That's only the beginning. We've got so many other riveting sessions that I promise you, you don't want to miss. So just to give you a flavor of that, our next session then, and our speaker brings a wealth of experience in technology governance to his role. He helms 2 very important ministries in the government: railways and communication, as well as electronics and information technology.
And yes, Arman, while he is boosting India's progress on rails with a slew of shiny new Vande Bharat trains that some of us have experienced. He's also having to deal with a rapidly digitizing nation. And in his efforts, he's making sure that the nation makes the most of these opportunities to overcome the many challenges that there are in being able to accomplish the kind of goals that are being set out.
Absolutely. So, if we're ready for it, then, ladies and gentlemen, if you can please request you all to come right back and take your seats. And I want to remind you all as well, yet again, that if you require a translation for any of the sessions, there are headsets that are left right at the door. All right.
Nikunj getting the minister in, and we're about to begin this session. Let me absolutely begin welcoming Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, the Minister of Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology for the Government of India. Please do join us on stage, sir. And to welcome him, I would like to invite Shri Vineet Jain once again, Managing Director, Times Group.
Yes, you have a presentation, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. I just want to remind you that the clicker is right here at the podium. So there will be a presentation, and we're going to, why don't we start off then?
With the presentation,
yes. With the presentation. Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, ladies and gentlemen, addressing the audience. Sir, I'd just like to remind you that your clicker is right here. You can come here if you like. Would that? Okay. If we could just request you to please get the chairs and tables removed from the desk.
It's okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Can we just remove the chairs? And a little bit of lighting if you can. Reduce it. Or you can increase the brightness of this. Yeah. Whatever works. Okay, so very good morning to all of you. It's a slightly different format. I'm sure you are going to enjoy the next 20-25 minutes. It's going to be a nice, smooth journey with lots and lots of fun. And my objective of today's presentation will be the way our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has created a vision of developed India, Vikasit Bharat, by 2047. This is the time when we are laying the foundation for that developed India, for the Vikasit Bharat. Some of the elements of this foundation will be presented to you in the next about 35 minutes. That will be. I'll quickly start with what are the 4 pillars of economic reform that our Prime Minister has pursued, which is giving us this very steady and consistent growth. These 4 pillars are very consistent investment in physical and digital infrastructure. Second, a very, very big focus on inclusive development, a focus on the growth and development of the people at the bottom of the pyramid. Third is big focus on manufacturing. Fourth is a lot of simplification. About 1,500 archaic laws have been removed from the statute book. About 40,000 compliances have been simplified or totally removed. I'll talk primarily about the first pillar, which is what my responsibility in the ministry is. Friends, the investment in infrastructure, both physical and digital, has gone up from about $50 billion to about $134 billion. That is one of the big foundations of the economic policy. Very important because that is what improves the productivity of the economy. That has a huge multiplier impact. Lots and lots of sectors are positively boosted by this government investment, and it improves, it lays the foundation for a very consistent economic growth. If you see, the economy's structure has changed because of this. The economy had about less than about 30%, about 28%, and at its bottom had about 27%. Out of the 100 of the GDP, 27% was investment. This includes both the government as well as private investment. This has now steadily climbed up and reached 30%. And what we as a growing economy should be targeting something about 33 to 35% as the percentage of investment in the total GDP. I'll talk about railways. If you look at how much investment was being put in railways in the period 2004 to 14, that was a paltry about 15,000 crore, which is about 2 billion USD. Now that number has gone up to $30 billion USD in the coming budget. And the pace of absorption has simultaneously grown significantly, which means both the railway ministry, the ecosystem of the suppliers, of the production units, of the field formations, everywhere the absorption has gone up. In the current fiscal, which closes on 31st March, our capex is 2,40,000 crore and we have already achieved 85% of it. So that is the pace at which work is happening. So if you look at new track construction, 10 years back, the rate of track construction was about 4 kilometers a day. Today it is 15 kilometers a day. Last year, we added 5,200 kilometers, which is like adding one Switzerland to Indian railway network. This year, we are adding 5,500 kilometers of tracks, which is like adding one Austria to Indian railway network. So, we are like adding a full, complete national railway network to our network every year. That's the pace at which work is going on. Electrification, I'm sure you must have heard Honorable Prime Minister talk about it. 20,000 kilometers was there in the almost like 60 years, 70 years. Last 10 years, this is 41,000 kilometers, which is like electrifying the entire network of Germany. That is the pace at which railway electrification has gone ahead. Look at the progress in bullet train project. I mean, nowhere in the world will you find a project progressing at this pace. Close to 280 kilometers of this network starting from Mumbai to Ahmedabad is today almost like reaching the deck level. The construction of bridges everywhere practically. So this is now 280 kilometers PS completed. Almost 2 kilometers per week. That is the pace at which work is happening. Everywhere you go around along the alignment of this project, you'll find work happening at a torrid pace, at a very, very rapid pace. Very large girders, lots of use of new technology. These are girders which weigh about 1,100 tons, which is like 50 trucks can carry that amount of load is there in one single girder. So huge amount of technology is being used, and these are launched in a very, very nice method. Even if there is a traffic flowing below, you'll see that that traffic is not disturbed and the girder is launched by a very nice mechanical system. We are constructing undersea tunnel from BKC to Thane. That section, there is a undersea tunnel of 21 kilometers, which will be inside the Arabian Sea, and that construction has also started. This is a picture of the underwater metro tunnel, the first underwater metro tunnel in the country. It's in Kolkata, under the Hooghly River. It is almost 13 meters, which is about close to about 40 feet below the surface. This first tunnel is about to be commissioned, and Honorable Prime Minister will be inaugurating it very soon. Lots and lots of work. India's biggest transportation tunnel that is now complete. This is now going to be commissioned very soon. This gives huge satisfaction, the Chenab Bridge. Look at this beauty. This is an engineering marvel. And what gives more satisfaction is, this is almost 35 meters higher than the Eiffel Tower. And designed in India, our engineers have picked up the challenge, proved their worth, and this is a very complex place, I tell you, because geologically, this is a very unstable region. Second, because of the valley effect, the wind speed is very high. So that's why the challenges were very big, but still the project is now complete. I'll talk about station development. About 1.5 years back in one of the ET summits, I showed the stations how they would look. Our Prime Minister has huge vision for station redevelopment. When we went with the original designs, he told us, he didn't approve the designs, he told us that no, design your stations for 50 years ahead. So we went back to the drawing board, redesigned the entire thing, and then started the construction. So today we are doing the world's largest station redevelopment program. 1,309 stations are getting redeveloped. So in today's presentation, I simply want to show the work. Last time when this presentation happened, it was showing you how the stations would look. Now want to show you, because there is a lot of feedback that what's there on the ground. So I want to show you on the what's there on the ground. So I'll quickly flip through this. Cuttack, everywhere you see the world-class stations. This section, keep your eyes on this section for how the station would look when it is completed, and keep your eyes on this section for what the work is currently looking like today. One by one, Puri. Again, I also want to point out, everywhere we have kept the heritage of the city in mind. So this is Jagannath, Lord Jagannath's city. So this station design is done with the heritage in mind. And this is the construction work which is currently going on. Look at this, first floor, second floor, third floor getting constructed. Come very rapid pace of work and lots of use of technology. Most of these stations have digital twins, and you can actually walk through each part of the station. You know where each and every plumbing line is. You know where each and every electric cable is. Each and every part of the station is practically having a digital twin, and that digital twin basically makes sure that the station's maintenance will be taken care of in the coming years. Chandigarh, a very modern station, and here we are trying a very interesting modular approach. And once we master this approach, I tell you, we can deliver a station in 14 months flat. So that is the kind of work which is currently going on. Tirupati Balaji, again a hugely important place in our cultural milieu. Station work is going on at a very rapid pace. Nellore, again, lots and lots of progress happening here. I want you to focus on the work which is actually there on the ground. Gomti Nagar, again, about to be commissioned, actually, about to be inaugurated, almost complete. Jaipur, again, huge progress is there. Sikandrabad, lots and lots of progress of the work. Bhubaneswar, already reached first, second, third, fourth, fifth floor. Already 5 floors are constructed. This is going to be a 10-floor building. Imphal, I want to show that it's there across the country. It's not located in a few larger cities. Safdarjung, it will be a very big office complex because Delhi needs modern offices. So it will be an office complex over the station. Bijwasan, this will become a big hub for the western part of the country. Jammu Tawi, again, huge progress, and the passion of the people who are working there. I must tell you, Jammu Tawi, the deputy chief engineer who's working on this project, he's from Jammu. So he says, I want to construct, this is that boy's language. He says, मैं ऐसा स्टेशन बनाना चाहता हूं कि जब मैं रिटायर होऊं और अपने शहर में वॉक करता हुआ स्टेशन के साथ जाऊं तब भी लगे कि ये बिल्डिंग में मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन था. See how Modi ji has charged the people of this country. मोदी जी कल जब अपने स्पीच में बोल रहे थे that he transformed the bureaucracy. Correct? This is one good example of how he transformed the bureaucracy. Very clear example of how a prime minister inspired the bureaucracy and made them take large goals, deliver them on the ground. Very good example of this. Prayagraj, again a very complex, because 2 crore people come on the same day during the Kumbh period. And I think yesterday Prime Minister used the word that Davos is like Kumbh of business world, right? So this is Prayagraj is Kumbh, this is Ludhiana. So lots and lots of work happening everywhere. Faridabad, again, huge Rameshwaram, Chennai, Elambur, Surat, again a multimodal complex. Nagpur, preserving the heritage and still building a new building. Ranchi, Muzaffarpur, Sabarmati, Bangalore, Yashwantpur, again a very modern building. Lots of office space will be created. Jaisalmer, lot of tourist place will be created. Ayodhya, it's already inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. How many of you saw a video of this? Very good. Many of you have seen. Those who haven't seen, please go on to YouTube and see the video. Amazing station. Amazing. People say it's like being in a developed country already, right? So that's the kind of feedback which is coming. Ghaziabad. So this is what I wanted to actually show you is how our Prime Minister has truly transformed the way the government organizations think, the way the government organizations take challenges, the way bureaucracy executes. All that is totally transformed, and this is a clear example of how that transformation is seen in the field. I'll talk about the Vande Bharat train. How many of you had a chance to travel by Vande Bharat train? What was the response, sir? How was your experience? Amazing. Your response? Better than Europe? Say, give him a big hand, boss. Amazing. Excellent. Aapka feedback? Very clean and nice. Thank you. Very good feedback, but still we'll make lots and lots of improvements. Every version of Vande Bharat, it's like Windows version 1, version 2 or Mac version 1, version 2. Each time we are making more improvements and coming up with a model which has better features, better safety, better comfort. So again, the challenge was to develop it in our country by our own engineers. And the challenge has been taken very well. I can say with good level of confidence that in coming years, we would start exporting this train. So that's the potential of this train. Vande Sleeper, lots of people ask me, where's Vande Sleeper? That also is progressing very well. The design, the manufacturing is going on. This time the presentation is full of the work which is actually there on the ground, right? Not what is going to look like. So this is the way Vande Sleeper will come. Look at the climbing stairs. Lots and lots of care has gone in how passengers would feel, how they would experience the train, how the travel experience will be. Lots and lots of care has gone in that. I'll talk about the digital infrastructure very rapidly, then the time is coming to an end. So 5G launch, 5G rollout, it's a record fastest 5G rollout in the entire world. Today, if you combine the 5G towers in two large geographies, both continents, I won't take any names here. Today, India has more 5G radiating towers than the sum of those two large continents. That's the pace at which, and this has happened in flat 16 months. And close to 80% of the equipment used is all made in Bharat. That's the matter of pride that all of us are working with. That's the challenge we took. And the most satisfying thing is our own telecom technology stack, end to end. So that is ready, already rolled out, 3,000 towers already functioning. Project is stable, and coming May or maybe April mid, we would start scaling it up in a very big way. And in coming years, this system would be competing with the top systems in the entire world. We would be competing against Huawei, ZTE, Samsung, Nokia and Ericsson. So another big technology getting exported from India. This is our digital public infrastructure. I'm sure you would have known about it. I wouldn't go in detail. I just want to have your attention on the structure, the architecture. The architecture is very unique because this is an architecture of public-private partnership, where the government put the investment in creating one platform, and in this platform, we added close to 500 plus banks, close to 50 million merchants, many startups, and about 335 million users. That number has gone to 400 million. We'll update it. So this is the pace at which volume transactions are happening. And this structure allows any new person to be a part of this digital success. Unlike a structure where the entire control is in the hand of big tech, unless a structure where a few people will be controlling the entire system. This is our Prime Minister's vision of democratizing technology. Fully democratized technology, a structure in which anybody can join, try their luck, try their technology, work out their ideas, and lots of startups are based on that. The big thing about this is the cost of transaction has come down from about $10 to few cents, which means anybody can start a financial services company or a technology or a startup using this structure. That's the beauty of this. And that really means a lot, because when we talk about the second pillar of inclusive growth means the people at the bottom of the pyramid must have access to technology, must have access to services, must have the same level of service which people sitting in this room can afford. So that's the vision of our Prime Minister, where every citizen should get the benefits of technology, should get the benefits of high productivity and better opportunities. I'll very quickly go through this, how each and every sector, whether it is vaccines, whether it is building houses, whether it is providing toilets to our rural houses, every part of the economy, every part of the society has benefited by the inclusive growth pillar. And huge focus on manufacturing. You must have seen mobile manufacturing is a classic case from a minuscule value 10 years back. Today, mobile manufacturing is close to 43 billion USD, and exports have already crossed $12 billion. Maybe this year will be higher than that. Electronics products was again a minuscule number. Today it is close to $105 billion. And this is a sector which has grown like this, and the inflection point has come. It's going to grow like this now. It's like that classic hockey stick growth. Lots and lots of simplification happening in this sector. And very satisfying thing is the story of semiconductor, something which the country has dreamt for last 40 years. Our Prime Minister, his clear focus and his vision, the way Modi ji worked on this project, this is a classic case of how things can happen. In June 2023, the project of Micron gets announced during Prime Minister's US visit, and within less than 90 days, the actual groundbreaking happens. The construction is happening at a very rapid pace, and this December we will see the first chip rolling out of this plant. I already talked about the telecom stack, lots of simplification. One example is a classic example of telecom towers. It used to take 230 days to get a permit to set up a telecom tower. That time has now shrunk to 7 days. There was this movie, no? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It's like that. So it's a huge simplification process by which less than 7 days is the time, and 85% of the permissions come instantaneously. You press the enter button and you get your permission. Close to 1,500 archaic laws repealed, 20,000 compliances reduced, simply repealed. Lots and lots of work has happened in simplifying. So stay tuned for the Modi 3.0. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honored. Honored.
What
Thank you very
an
much.
absolutely amazing presentation that was, and I'm sure, Mr. Vaishnav, this one is going to go viral because I could see everyone taking photos of the amazing progress.
Thank you so much. Thank you, friends.
Well, if anything embodies our theme of this event,
I think
disruption,
truly scripting a
development and diversification, scripting a tomorrow, it's all happening in this presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. Vaishnav. Let me invite Nikunj for this fireside chat with the Minister now to get further insights into what he's planning. Rapid growth of India's infrastructure, especially the railway network, it's all happening here. Over to you, Nikunj. Nikunj's mic is off.
AI is not at play right now, I can see. The mic should have automatically picked it up. आपके होते भी AI चालू नहीं हुआ यहाँ पे. Mr. Vaishnav, thank you for that galvanizing presentation. You've made impossible actually look easy. हम बचपन में वो परियों की कहानी सुनते थे कि रेल आती थी, ऊपर जाती थी. That is the magical thing that is happening to the entire Indian railway sector. You referred to India has added a Switzerland in the rail network. You referred to India has added a Austria in the rail network. When do you think India will add a China to the rail network?
Just recently in the budget, if you look at it, Honorable Prime Minister has approved 3 new corridors which will add 40,000 kilometers of railway network in the coming years. And our Prime Minister is a very, very tough taskmaster. We achieve this much, he'll give us a target this. If we achieve this much, he'll give us a target this. So it's like a continuously increasing the scale, increasing the bar, and that gives a lot of satisfaction, because if we remain satisfied with small things, then we'll achieve only small things. Our Prime Minister says that for India to be a developed country at 2047, and he has made very detailed plan for every sector, including the railway sector. This 40,000 is the first installment, 40,000 kilometers is the first installment of that plan. Many more new corridors, new structures, new kind of systems will come in the coming years.
So it's a matter of time that the next European Railway Minister, when he's making a presentation, he will refer to your slides to say, India mein jo hum bhi karna chahte hain.
We will be exporting many things.
Everybody always thinks as railway as logistics mover, passenger commute. But the multiplier effect the railways is having on the economy per se, it is actually magical. Let's talk about it, sir. What kind of impact that is happening on the economy?
That's a very important question. I'll give a bit technical answer to this. If you invest 100 rupees in a classic infrastructure sector, generally the multiplier is 2.4, 2.9, 3.4, 3.6. If you invest 100 rupees in railways, the multiplier is actually of the order of 4 plus. Depending upon how you compute it, the multiplier is actually of 4 plus, which means you invest 100 rupees in railway sector and you get a return in the economy which is 4x that, which is 400 plus. So huge impact, because if you look at railway, how do you look at railways, right? Railway track is like highway plus steel sector sitting on it. Railway trains are like the entire Toyota, Maruti, Hyundai in it, right? Railway electrification, the overhead wires, that is like the power grid combined in the system. The entire signaling and telecom system is like having a Jio or an Airtel sitting inside railways. It's a very, very complex. The stations are like having your urban development, the entire city and mall, real estate sector sitting in it, right? Your entire marketing effort is like a Hindustan Unilever or a Nestle doing the marketing of their products in it. It's a kind of combining so many sectors into one sector. That is what is behind the high multiplier and a big impact on practically every sector. We have computed, we actually did an enumeration once. Each and every rupee that we invest in railways has an impact of about, has an impact on about 250 industries. I'm not talking companies. 250 industries, for example, the steel industry, the paint industry, the cable industry, that level, that is the kind of impact which railway has.
So, will it be fair to say that railways will be doing a lot of heavy lifting for the economy in terms of capex, the infrastructure built up, and more importantly, the multiplier effect it will have?
Yes, that's a very fair statement.
The Prime Minister on the floor of the Parliament spoke about PSUs, the wealth creation in PSUs. Railway stocks is where the real wealth has happened. Everyone is excited about the good things happening in the railways, path to profitability, excitement and buoyancy. What do you have to say to millions of investors? Because we've never had a chance to ask you, Minister Vaishnav, what's your view on railway stock?
So generally I refrain from talking about the stock market, and I'll maintain that rule, follow that principle. What I can talk about the sector is that the sector is growing very well. The sector is today kind of for a very long period, railway was losing the market share. Railway used to have something around 80% market share 60 years back, 70 years back. Now that came down to 27% at its lowest. Now it has started inching up. From 27 it has come to about 28.5%. Next year it will be about 29%. And by 2030 the share of railway in the entire transportation will be about 35%. And the reason for that, why it is good for the country, is transportation by railway is about 60% less expensive and 90% less polluting. That's even more important because CO2 emissions are 90% less in the railway sector compared to the road sector. So it's very important for the country, our future, our green goals, that we need to make sure that the railway sector grows.
But sir, I have a simple question. Why is so much of productivity getting suddenly unleashed in the railway sector? This sector to pehle bhi tha, but why so much of productivity and so much of galvanization is suddenly getting unleashed?
See, one of the very, very highly satisfying things, the way our Prime Minister goes into details. I can just share it in public today. If there is a 35-page deck which has pure technical details, you'll find a Prime Minister who's deeply engrossed in discussions on those technical details. He goes into minute details. He helps us think through the problems, and then he gives us the comfort that go ahead, take this reform forward and see the results. If you don't succeed, don't worry. We'll find a new way. But he gives that very significant strength of doing bigger things, taking bigger goals, achieving, failing also in between, but still trying new things. I think that's what has really helped unleash the power of technology and the power of scaling up.
But Mr. Vaishnav, you would still admit and acknowledge that the logistic cost in India are significantly higher, and they are still in double digit. And if I look at the global numbers are far more appealing. What is the plan in place to really bring that cost down structurally?
Structurally, if you have two things, something first, let's say there are two items, right? First item has a cost which is very high. Second item which has a cost very low. If you have majority of your consumption of the first item, then your household budget will have very high cost. If you have majority of the second item in your consumption, then the household budget will have very low cost, correct? Every household will have a weighted average, a combination of the cost of the two products, which will go into the total cost of the budget. Same thing holds for logistics cost also. The net logistics cost is a weighted average of all the segments in it. That's why most developed economies, they have kept a target of about 50% rail and 50% road and water combined. That is the way most developed countries move forward. We started moving forward in this direction in 2014, and the results are visible today. And going forward, we'll see that once the share of rail increases to about 35% by 2030, then the overall cost of logistics will come down, because the cheaper mode having higher volume will mean that the overall cost is coming down.
Yesterday, Minister Gadkari spoke about roads, how the advancement is happening there. Few days ago, the Aviation Ministry spoke about the fact that airports are getting constructed and they want to gain more aviation sector market share. You are making new, railway and stations now. So eventually, which ministry will get it right? The Road Ministry, the Aviation Ministry, or the Railway Ministry? सबको market share चाहिए, सब अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं.
India will win. भारत जीतेगा. देखो, we are a country of 1.4 billion people. 140 करोड़ भारतीयों का देश है. इतना massive transport requirement है. आज even today, railway is carrying about 750 crore people every year. Highways carrying about 250 crore people every year. Airports are carrying about 30 crore people every year. There is enough for everybody in this economy. It's an economy which is growing at a rapid pace. There is enough for everybody. So it's a question of how do we collaborate and how do we make sure that the entire transport network becomes more optimal. Transport economics says anything below 250 kilometers, road is the best sector. Anything between 250 to 700 or 1000 kilometers, rail is a good sector, best sector. Above 1000 kilometers, air is the best sector for passengers. For cargo, there are different numbers. Below 500, road is better. 500 to 1500 or 1000 or 2000, rail is better. Above 2000, water is better. So we have to go by the laws of economics and laws of transportation, transport economics. That's the way the economy will move. So there's enough for everybody.
Okay, wonderful, sir. So I'm going to switch gears. Just time for 2 more questions. Electronic exports. Less than $1 billion has now almost become 20 billion. IT services वाले बोलते हैं हम तो 250 billion electronics exports को catch up करने में time लगेगा. When do you think India's electronic exports will be higher than Indian IT services?
We are targeting $300 billion production in the coming few years and about $100 billion exports in the coming few years. I think that those targets are realistic targets, achievable targets, and the ecosystem which is developing is giving us a lot of confidence, because now the component manufacturers have started shifting to our country, and a lot of design work has started happening in our country. So part of this value chain, right from design to components to the final manufacturing and the services beyond that, everything is getting in place now. So it looks highly achievable that $100 billion exports and $300 billion total production in the coming few years is a visible thing.
Telecom sector, sir. The reason why government invested in Vodafone was because government always wanted to have 3 players in the telecom sector. Do you think the investment in Vodafone is something which you're happy about? Do you think it needs to be revisited? Do you think India needs 2 players or India still needs 3 telecom players?
Listen, once again, I'll follow my rule of not commenting on any listed company. Better to talk about the sector rather than commenting about any listed company, because markets take cues from...
It's Saturday today, sir. Chutti aaj market ki.
I'm a responsible person. I have a big responsibility. I wouldn't like to comment on that. What I would like to tell you is that BSNL, which was in a very, very bad shape a decade back, almost on the verge of closure, has revived. BSNL is this year making 1,500 crore operating profit at EBITDA level. So that's a big revival.
So last question, Mr. Vaishnav. Last time on the ET Forum, you shared with us on the projects which were launched and started. Today you've shared the update with us in terms of where the progress is. Next year at ET Now GBS, I'm booking an appointment in advance. If you have to make a presentation in the railway sector, what would be the headline of that presentation? What do you think it's likely to contain?
Modi 3.0 is going to have very, very big initiatives. Our Prime Minister doesn't think small, he thinks very big. And his vision is of a different order. So next GBS, you'll find lots of work which is completed and lots of new initiatives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vaishnav, let's stand and give him a standing ovation. The Indian railway sector, the electronic sector, everything has changed. He's made the impossible look very, very easy. Thank you, Minister Vaishnav.
Mr. Vaishnav, thank you indeed. And Nikunj, thank you very much. Shrivaneet Jain, if we can have you on stage to...
Request you to please stay on stage for a moment. Shrivaneet Jain would like to present you with a token of our appreciation, a shawl on our behalf. Thank you so very much for sharing with us those insights.
Honoring the Minister after his excellent presentation, giving us a glimpse into the future, the growth of India's infrastructure. Thank you indeed for sharing all those ideas.
The underwater metro tunnel, I for one cannot wait for that, among of course the other amazing things that
like the Chenab
are coming
Bridge.
up. Absolutely.
Higher than the Eiffel Tower.
Yes.
Excellent. All right.
All right, request you all to please take your seats. Don't go anywhere. It only gets better and better as each session progresses on. Now, in today's rapidly changing world, organizations and individuals are faced with significant challenges that require creative solutions and adaptive strategies. From economic upheavals to technological disruptions, navigating through these crises require resilience, foresight, and a willingness to embrace change.
Well, change is something that we are making a habit of. Disruption is something that we are focusing on. And within this context, we have a fireside chat playing out now, Crisis to Creation, Navigating a Disruptive World. For this, I'd like to invite the moderator first, Ajay Sharma, Senior Editor, ET Now. Please do join us, Ajay.
Right here, here's where he is. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, because joining him is none other than Jenny Johnson, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Franklin Templeton. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this engaging panel discussion. And Ajay, I'll hand it over to you. Do what you do best.
Ajay's mic.
In conversation with Jenny on the sideline. She's such an amazing person to speak with, hundreds of stories. But today I'm going to take the discussion forward with Jenny Johnson. She's the CEO of Franklin Templeton Global. $1.5 trillion is the kind of asset under management globally. And she's been around 35 years doing it. Franklin, by the way, is also one of the organization's oldest global organizations to come to India with the mandate of asset management. Right, Jenny?
That's right.
So great to have you. Thanks so
you.
much for being part of ET Now GBS this year. From your vantage point, you've been listening to our ministers, our leaders around here. And as I was researching about you, I observed that you do seem to be traveling a lot at many global platforms. What did you find different at ET Now GBS this time around? Something which you took notice of.
Yeah, no, so I one of the comments we were talking about earlier is I was just trying to imagine doing an event like this in the U.S. and having the president, the vice president, and so many what we call secretaries, but equivalent of your ministers, accessible like this. And I can't imagine, I don't think there is an event. So I think I've just been impressed with one, the pretty candid conversations, and I loved the Minister of Railroads, and listening to him talk, he sounds like a business person. This many miles you want to travel on road, this many miles you want to travel on rail, and that's the right way to think about it, to be able to advance it. So taking that kind of practical approach. So it's just been really interesting to observe the accessibility and what appears to be the transparentness of the various folks. So it's been a worthwhile time.
Great, and that's what ET Now's job is, to bring the policymakers, all the stakeholders close to each other and have all the relevant conversations. As a practitioner of money management, somebody who's been running this organization at such a senior level, how does India appear now? Because you have a very vast history of how Indian economic scene has been. Franklin has been observing it from the very late 2-3 decades now.
Yes,
How is it different now?
we set up an asset management. We were the first, as you mentioned, foreign manager back in 1995 to come to India and have been here for 27 years. Today, 20% of our workforce is based in India. I actually lived for a period of time, in short period of time, but with my family, and my kids went to school in Hyderabad. So I've really seen sort of India grow over the last 27 years. And, you know, there was always a saying, I know you all know this, which is India grows at night while the government sleeps, right? And I would laugh because I would always say to people, you know, come on, this is an economy with, a huge percentage, 56% of the population under age of 25, a British-oriented legal system, you know, some of the top education. There's so much opportunity. And I tell you, the expat Indians were always the most skeptical. They say, oh, they never can get it done. It's always the promising future. And for the first time, and it's really happened over kind of the last 2 years that I noticed the change, it's that Indians are the most positive on India, who were skeptical, and that what you have is what historically was potentially a headwind to opportunity, which was the government slowing it down, hence growing at night, to now much more of a tailwind. And, it's one of those, as I mentioned yesterday, it's like, being a chef and walking into this phenomenal kitchen. Now it's about putting it together, and it feels like the combination of the programs and policies, being organized, are really making great strides, and I think pulling together what to me is a tremendous opportunity. And for Franklin Templeton, we set up in 1995 because we believed there'd be an opportunity, and the industry's grown, but in the end, it's pretty nascent. It's still only 5%, I think, of the population actually has mutual funds and saves, and so we're now incredibly excited about what the future is going to be.
Well, that's correct. I mean, there's a data point which shows that the stock market participants and mutual fund participants are, very tiny compared to, say, the Netflix subscribers in India, right? So that this category is growing, but there's a furious bull market going on in India. India is the best performing globally. Do you still see good tailwinds for Indian asset management and in Indian market prospects? I'm not talking about a quarter or a year. I'm talking about, the vast majority of people, Indian investors are smartening up. They are taking longer term bets. What would your message to them would be?
Look, the greatest opportunity for us in the asset management business is a growing middle class. And you look at it today, and growth begets growth. We talked about it yesterday. The domestic economy grows, people's wealth grows, people end up wanting to save for the future. You have a lot of people talking about the middle class in India is going to grow from 20-something% to 40-something%. All of those become great investors and clients and opportunities for us. And then you just look at the sheer size of a country of 1.4 billion people with growing per capita income. It's a tremendous opportunity.
I want to understand the foreign investors' view as well. In the last 1 year, I would say last few years, there's a third front which has emerged in India, which is the retail investor, almost nudging 19,000 crores coming to Indian markets every month in the form of SIP. So the faith of the Indian investor is rock solid. But in the last 1.5 years, the foreign investor into India has been, the flows have been on the negative. Do you see that reverse in the next few years? Is that a temporary phenomenon?
Yeah, I mean, capital goes where capital is treated well. So as policies improve in India and make it more welcoming for currencies to come in and investments to come in, you're going to absolutely see more flows coming in. People recognize the India story, but there was often a view that, if you did private equity in India, your joint venture partner always made money and you didn't make your money, you couldn't get it out. So those things have to be addressed. But as they're addressed, and obviously with a growing economy, which we can clearly see India is, then the opportunity for foreign direct investment. And I think things like Gift City, is a great way. It's clearly an initiative designed to bring money into India. And those kind of incentives are incredibly effective.
So, give us some flavor of Franklin's India plans. You spoke about Gift City. I'm assuming you're already planning an office there.
We are. Yes,
but
we
this
are.
place is getting very competitive. New mutual funds are getting launched.
Yep.
Fund managers are breaking away, starting their own outfits and scaling up. Number of affluent investors in India, the highest growth across anywhere in the world is India, affluent investors. What are our plans to capture this growth, to make a business larger? Some color on Franklin's India plans going ahead.
Well, so it's one thing to offer mutual funds. I think the key that we've always focused on is also adding things like financial education, right? The ecosystem around that. And it's a really interesting time, I think, in the industry because you have a combination. So our Franklin Templeton Academy actually came out of India because we found that we needed to educate people to make them better investors. And now we thought that would be a developing market opportunity, but the honest answer is everywhere across the world, there's a need for financial education. And so our academy is something that we've launched, as I said, we launched it here, but we leverage it globally. I think technology is bringing really interesting tools to reach more people and customize more specific portfolios. So I think you're going to see kind of an evolution from more sort of, let me get exposure to, say, large cap stocks in the market to here are my goals, build a portfolio that's more specifically designed to those goals. And then I think finally blockchain will drive down the cost of delivering some of these types of products. It's still very nascent, but it will happen. And that is going to be incredibly effective in India because I think it becomes much greater for financial inclusion.
All right. One last point I want to discuss with you. Please permit me to be a little personal. I see you such a flourishing career. I'm in an enviable position. You are at CEO at Global Franklin. But this is the financial markets, not only in India, but globally. How do you see role of women? And what did it take to come at the leadership position? What would your message be? Women participation in financial market in India is also growing. And many, whatever message you'll send out will actually make a deep impact. What would your message or some learning be?
I guess one of the things from learning, I asked, so I have 5 children and 3 daughters, and I asked my kids, my daughters, are any of you going to follow me in this business? Mm-hmm. And one of my daughters said, oh no, Mom, I want to do something that helps people. And I was like,
oh, how cool is that?
This business helps people, but it made me realize that we don't talk about it in such a way as effectively solving people's problems, helping them with medical expenses if they need to, or saving money to send their children to, better education and things like that. And so one is, as an industry, we've got to talk about it better. And 2, and we're close on time, so I won't go into it, but a diverse group of investment people will uncover more ideas. And so it's really important that you have diversity in your investment teams, because they will find opportunity that others may miss if they don't have that same perspective. So getting more women in is really important.
Outstanding. Thank you so much for joining us
Thank
today.
you.
Jenny, it was wonderful to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Having this
Thank you
conversation.
so much.
Yeah.
And what an inspiration you must be to so many women out there, including 2 daughters.
2
Wonderful.
daughters.
Okay. Let's get a move on then. Lots of valuable insights lined up ahead. And we've got a very critical topic, an engaging one at that we'll be taking on next. It's our session called Skybound. Sustainability, security and innovation at work. This session offers an in-depth exploration, Vikram, as to how security and sustainability intersect with innovation, especially when it comes to the defense and security sectors.
Both very, very critical, and which is why this session is quite important. It's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker. Dr. Vivek Lal is here, Chief Executive of General Atomics Global Corporation. Dr. Lal, renowned for his expertise and his leadership in these fields. Mr. Lal, are you with us?
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Vivek Lal.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, so as was introduced, this is an important topic especially in the Indian landscape as things progress in security and aerospace. And indeed an honor to address all of you as such a distinguished audience today, and I sincerely hope that this summit will be a great success in showcasing the incredible potential that the global aerospace industry has in India and India in the global aerospace industry. Under the stellar leadership of the Prime Minister, Resurgent India has set new standards in aerospace, ranging from fighter aircraft, helicopters, transport, and aerial payload delivery vehicles. In consonance with supporting industries for overall national development, Atmanirbharta is now a buzzword for Make in India, and this echoes in all sentiments that portray India's plans for future growth. It is heartening to notice that self-reliance is being applied across all sectors of industrial activity, and the need to expand India's scientific and technological capabilities are being translated into action through a national thought process. India's foremost research and development institutions have significantly invested in indigenous capabilities to bolster cutting-edge, high technology and advanced sciences. Futuristic technologies underpinning defense production today need to involve innovative instrumentation techniques to develop secure manufacturing, adaptive artificial intelligence and machine learning, advanced cybersecurity to protect proprietary information, and captive research and development for development of niche sectors. These are all areas with enormous spin-off potentials and should be emphasized in any attempt to broaden the country's talent pool. Each field is ripe for collaboration and government-sponsored tasks, and there are clearly areas like artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing, quantum sensing, and so forth. Investment in R&D is only one aspect of an effective portfolio of policies to foster innovative initiatives and indeed innovation in India, spanning regulatory, taxation, as well as fiscal allocations. It underscores the need for continued and enhanced active involvement by the government in nurturing science and technology-based innovation in the public and private sectors, thereby increasing employment in relatively well-paid high-tech industries in the country. Strengthening these assets is wise public policy, and that will stimulate economic growth and contribute broadly to national prosperity in the coming years. So I do believe with India's demographics and industrial might, complementing U.S. technological entrepreneurism, the two nations form a natural partnership. Given their shared values, this relationship enjoys bipartisan support in both countries, and there is great merit to expanding the partnership framework towards a knowledge-based economy through formal collaboration in high-tech areas of common interest. Moving forward, I would like to suggest three areas in which international collaboration has long proven successful. One is national defense, second is the energy sector, and the third is space. Three fields in which the countries are already working together. Because progress in such high technology areas is strongly correlated to overall economic prosperity, properly established cooperation should help the two countries, United States and India, at the forefront of the future international political, economic, and social order. Moreover, successful collaboration in these areas is likely to spawn a number of joint India-US efforts in other matters of mutual interest. For example, health, education, information technology, and climate change. As we all know, in terms of national defense, The U.S.-India relationship and strategic partnership, whether in joint exercises, personnel exchanges, defense trade, maritime security, and counter-piracy, have all increased over the years. U.S. has recognized India as a major defense partner to facilitate technology sharing to a level commensurate with that of top allies and partners. Commensurate with this designation in 2018, as you recall, India was elevated to Strategic Trade Authorization Tier 1 status, which allows India to receive license-free access to a wide range of military and dual-use technologies regulated by the U.S. Department of Commerce. The relationship continues very strongly in peacekeeping collaboration in the Indo-Pacific, and as you know, both countries have signed various key foundational agreements like the Limoa, COMCASA, BECA, so forth. So all this provides the building blocks to a very strong and robust relationship going forward. As many people have spoken about artificial intelligence and so forth at this summit, even in defense, there are some very key questions that all nations ask, especially data-driven defense technology. Where will the money be spent and what technologies are the future? What are the technologies that will change defense platforms? How can OEMs and local partners push continuous innovation and capability enhancement? What are the data and intelligence solutions that will enhance long-term capabilities? What are the challenges to implementation of existing platforms? So as we look at all these questions, I think three things come to mind that are common themes. One is open architecture. The other is electronic warfare. And the third, I would submit, is big data and cloud computing. So those are three elements, I think, which will be important going forward. I would like to stress at this point, while talking about defense, deterrence against aggression in the Indo-Pacific and the Indian Ocean maritime regions requires persistent ISR collected from space, airborne, and surface assets. Persistent airborne surveillance of the maritime domain is the most cost-effective near-term option for like-minded countries to strengthen this deterrence. Given the massive surface area in question, long-endurance uncrewed airborne systems are optimized for providing the necessary persistence. Given sufficient collection assets, I would like to suggest, for example, the Quad can establish a mechanism for real-time sensor data sharing in order to create a common operating picture for each of its members. Turning briefly to space, as we know, the US and India both are pioneers in advancing and implementing space technology. Building on the successes of satellites and moon exploration programs, India is now a world leader in this area. Moreover, there is a strong history of collaboration between NASA and the Indian Space Research Organization, which forms a firm foundation for pursuing future collaboration with greater high-tech content. India has, of course, ambitious plans for manned spaceflight and will soon join the exclusive club of nations who have accomplished this objective. The U.S. plans for deep space exploration are still taking shape under the Artemis mission to establish the first long-term presence on the moon in preparation for the next giant leap, sending the first astronauts to Mars. At the center of this mission is addressing the energy challenge. In the case of a Mars voyage, the flight time needs, of course, to be short enough that the astronaut health will not be threatened by the increased radiation dose. In the case of sustainable colonies, the need is for surface energy source that can last for years but is light enough to launch from Earth. In both cases, the favored answer is nuclear technology. Compared to chemical rockets, nuclear propulsion allows for broader launch windows and the ability to abort missions. Travel time is reduced materially because once in orbit, Either one, nuclear thermal propulsion allows twice the amount of thrust force to flow rate of propellant, or the second, nuclear electric propulsion, enables an even higher specific impulse, an order of magnitude faster trip times, a must for vigorous interstellar exploration. Sustaining a colony on another world without a need for solar capture or the mining of fuel is best accomplished by fission energy in a relatively small package. Today, the development of these requisite nuclear technologies for space missions is at an early stage, and I think it's ripe for active collaboration between like-minded nations. Investment in research and development, as I have outlined, is only one aspect of an effective portfolio of policies to foster innovation, spanning regulatory, taxation, as well as fiscal allocations. It underscores the need for continued and enhanced active involvement, as I mentioned, by governments. No one country has a lock on the best ideas. If the next generation of scholars and experts are to save the globe, and not one country, collaboration is essential. India and the US are perfectly positioned to lead the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation, and thank you indeed for joining us here at the Global Business Summit. Now, in this discussion on digital identity, privacy, and our shrinking world, welcome back, Ava. We're going to explore now the intricate dynamics that surround digital identity and privacy in what is clearly, we keep talking about it, we are such an interconnected world, and that is becoming increasingly so. So this discussion is going to help us understand the evolving landscape of digital identity management, the importance of privacy protection as well, because it's become a key topic, and the implications of these factors on our global society, as it were.
Absolutely. Isn't our mobile phone now our 11th finger? So I think all of these factors really play a critical role. So today we're very privileged to have in our midst Nami Zaringlam, who is the co-founder and chief strategy officer of Truecaller. So joining in for this conversation, he will provide very valuable insights into the challenges as well as the opportunities that are associated with managing digital identities in a world where privacy concerns, as we said, are becoming increasingly prevalent. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Mr. Nami Zaringlam, great to have you with us. This is the presentation that Mr. Zaringlam is going to make. Over to you, sir.
All right. Namaste. Digital identity and privacy. Two topics that are very interesting and, of course, increasingly important. I'd like to start by asking the audience if you have parents that you're worried about, concerned about their safety and security. The security of our seniors is important, and I take this to heart with my mother. She wanted to come with me to India for this trip, for many trips, in fact, and for a very long time. This time, she finally made it. It's her first time here, and she's in awe, not just of the advancements in technology, but she sees also how India has surpassed Sweden, where we live, in many of these technologic spaces. She's also in awe and inspired by the amazing people, the food, the culture, and the history that India has to offer. While we're here, she can make her phone calls and pay her bills and do anything she could have done at home. Technology can be amazing. Thanks to the digital access to her bank account, my mother can now enjoy less friction in her life. However, thieves, fraudsters, and charlatans want to be where there is access to money. The problem is, her money is here and on her phone. So how do they get to her without even being physically present? And how do they do this at scale? I think you all recognize the theme. They call her, they send her text messages, they knock on her digital door, pretending to be who they are not. And once they get in, they rob her of her money. They also rob her of her trust in herself, her own capability. They rob her of her trust in society and the sense of pride that she has had. What they would leave her with is a gut-wrenching sense of guilt and shame. How many of you here today have children who are on social media platforms? I also have 2 sons. They are 6 and 3. I miss them while I'm here, and just like any other parent, I would do anything for them. Soon they will reach the age where they take part of or create digital content. But once they start, it's enough with 2 seconds of a "I miss you, Daddy" video clip published on their favorite social channel for their voice to be stolen, synthesized, and made to say something that they never said, with the aim to trick me or my wife to think that they are in harm's way. For us to surrender everything in the panic of the moment to save them, just to later find out that we had been scammed by an AI. These are the challenges of our time, and make no mistake, if you haven't been hit by it yet, you will at some point. Because where there is access to money, there are also thieves, fraudsters, and charlatans. However, technology is just a tool. The one who swings the hammer can use it to destroy, but also to build. I'm Nami Zaringalam, and I'm the co-founder of Truecaller. It's my honor to address you all today at this prestigious Global Business Summit, where we can discuss the transformative power of digital identities, privacy, and the ever-shrinking world in which we live. We have been in the business of identifying calls for a decade and a half, but we are now on the verge of something that is in equal parts groundbreaking and terrifying. AI is here to stay, and we had best be prepared for all that it brings, good and bad. Scammers have been around long before the telephone was invented. Historically, they have always been the first adopters of the latest technologies, and that also includes AI. The reason for this is simple. It allows for scalable business operations with little effort, low downsides, and huge potential upsides. And second, as a society, we are often ashamed of admitting how easily we accept fear of loss to overtake our sense of logic and reason. Many know of Truecaller as the app that saves them from spam. What few people may realize is that our services are AI-powered. Since almost 4 years back, we've been investing heavily in AI research and development. which is powering our capabilities from industry-leading instant detection of spam and scam to AI assistants answering calls on your behalf. All of this research and development has been made possible thanks to our community of users. 368 million users contribute by writing comments, editing names, and marking as spam every month. But how can you trust what people are saying in this day and time? Well, trust can only be earned, and that too is how our systems work. The challenge of these systems is to balance security and privacy. We do that by providing you with security against fraud, while ensuring you are in control of your data. The sense of privacy that you have in your home stems from the control you have of it. Nothing is shared to the outside world unless you have explicitly asked for it. That too is how Truecaller works. We enable full control of your own information. Edit your data, download your data, restrict your data, unlist yourself, or even delete everything permanently. You are in control. That is the way we have operated since inception. The sense of security you have at home similarly stems from the control you have. Nothing and no one can enter or leave without your permission, and you control that by peeping the door before inviting anyone in. But there is no such thing as privacy if you do not have security, and there is no such thing as security if there is no trust. That is what Truecaller is, your security layer in communication, making sure that you can trust the people you're letting in, because the neighbors would have already told you about the person. Not one neighbor, 368 million of them. Our users also educate themselves and each other on our platform or through various government-supported initiatives and trainings that we perform in rural communities. As we increase trade in this world, we also increase the need for communicating and transacting. We have thousands of business partners across the world for our Verified Business program. This is a service we provide to large businesses where we verify their phone numbers on our platform for the safety and trust of those businesses and their customers. However, every single one of our partners also knows that we have never whitelisted them or shared our users' data, and we never will. It's about setting a clear expectation with our business partners and protecting the level of trust that our users have with us. But we should also recognize and be cognizant of the fact that all of this interconnectivity, even across borders, makes the world smaller. As businesses are no longer confined by national borders, neither are privacy, security, or trust concerns. They are increasingly becoming main topics of discussions and regulations, which, unless done internationally and in collaboration, inevitably leads to a fragmentation of the globally optimistic and unifying nature of the Internet. Digital identities are only important if we trust the platform providing it. However, once there is trust, the most common output is financial and job opportunities, predictability and accountability in the social fabric of every society. These are the benefits that community-driven services bring when they have privacy, security, and trust by design. I will be really pleased to answer any questions you may have, and I look forward to having more conversations around this topic with our audience members here, industry colleagues, and friends from the media. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts with you today, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for those valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next session, I would like to divert everyone's attention to a film that we're going to showcase. Now, this shows you a glimpse of the past and gives you an insight as to what exactly this theme of Global Business Summit stands for. That's disruption, development, and diversification as the theme of the Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. Take a look.
Let us tell you the power of you. Who are you? You are not just a speck in the universe. You have the power to bring a change in this matrix.
For the communities that we live and work in, it is to give back to those communities in very meaningful way. But having a perspective that is beyond profit is going to be critically important to lead in this new environment.
You are the catalyst of development, disruption, and diversification. You are the scripters of tomorrow.
The future of this country depends on our ability to enhance the power of human mind.
You develop opportunities, hopes, and avenues.
Well, global organizations are going to have to learn to operate in two worlds. You have a chance to come up with some new things here that serve the world without having to rip apart the old. So that uncertainty is an opportunity, particularly for India.
You disrupt so that the world transforms.
So a time has come, if we really want to be sustainable, if we have the guts and the gumption, that we have to look at growth in a multi-directional way.
You diversify so that the existing structures break and new is celebrated.
Only do the business which is close to your heart, not close to your head. It should be something that you feel for.
The place assigned to you, it's not just a seat. It's a responsibility to bring a global transformation. Because only when you know your power and begin to write the script for tomorrow, you will make the future smile with growth, prosperity, and developments like never before.
This is a good platform for bringing together economists and industry leaders. Over the next 2 days, you will debate growth and inflation, missed chances and unlimited possibilities.
The Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit 2024. India welcomes you all to gaze into the promising future together for 2 days at 4 stages and with several eminent personalities speaking, collaborating, and structuring this enormous story of tomorrow that begins here with you.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. There's so much work and so much that goes on behind the scenes to create an event of this scale. And I can't wait, Vikram, to see the promo next year with all of the eminent speakers that we've had this time.
We've had so many of them, and scripting of tomorrow is truly happening over here. Of course, we have lots of conversations taking place, and for paucity of time, we request all our speakers to stick to the time limit because we have so much to pack into these 2 days, our eminent personalities. We'd love to know more, and the conversations, of course, can carry on, like Mr. Zaranglam was pointing out as well. Please do so. Now, our next session is on Plan to Fix a Fractured World. It addresses the pressing issues of our increasingly divided global landscape. And for this, Nobel laureate Michael Spence is with us. It's an honor to have you with us, Professor and Dean Emeritus at Stanford University. And Abhig Barua, the Chief Economist of HDFC Bank, will discuss with him actionable solutions to tackle the kind of challenges that we face with the ultimate goal of promoting unity and prosperity on a global scale. Gentlemen, can we have you on stage for this discussion?
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Should we start? Yes.
Thanks, Mike, for sparing time to talk to us. And I'm just going to sort of start on this theme of a fractured world and begin by asking you what led to this fracture. Which are the warning signals we missed? And what could we have done better to prevent the kind of fracture that everyone is talking about?
Well, I think, I should mention some of what I'm going to say comes from a book that Gordon Brown and Mohammed Al-Arian and I just wrote, which has the title Permacrisis. So I think what's going on is, a very confusing world. The reason we wrote the book was we were trying to help people orient themselves in this world. So we have increasingly frequent crises and shocks being delivered to the global economy from multiple sources. Climate change, geopolitical tensions, pandemics, 2 wars underway, maybe more, and, an occasional financial crisis thrown in. So that's kind of one level. And then we have major structural changes going on underneath that have changed the way the global economy functions. The supply side is much different than the 30 or 40 years we've just gone through, in which basically we had unlimited additions of productive capacity delivered to the global economy with deflationary consequences.
Right. I'm going to pick up on the phrase structural change and what you seem to suggest, Mike, that we are not going back to an old normal. There is a new normal that we have to deal with. And it should kind of keep us awake at night because the human condition at this stage doesn't look particularly good. So what do you say to people who say that, look, we just had a run of bad luck, COVID happened, and maybe the Middle East has always been a difficult region. But what do you say to them?
So what we say to that is that misses the underlying structural shifts. So perhaps the easiest way to describe it to you is the central banks confronted inflation for the first time in literally 30 years. And so they bet that the cause of that was an excess demand condition because of supply disruptions associated with the pandemic. And they waited, and eventually those things, they subsided, but they did not solve the problem. And we had inflationary pressures, and they moved to raise interest rates very rapidly and to levels we hadn't seen in ages to try to rein in inflation. What I say to many people in the audience or in financial markets, there is a very powerful tendency to think we're going back to where we were, and it's very unlikely. I think the chances of us going back to a world, remember, after the great financial crisis, there was a decade in which we had zero nominal interest rates, negative real interest rates, and very large infusions of liquidity into the system, and inflation below targets. And so ask yourself the question, are we going to go back to that world after the inflation fight is over? And I think the answer is clearly no. We are going to have higher real interest rates, higher costs of capital, higher sovereign debt levels, big investment programs associated with sustainability. It's just a completely different world and I think part of the reason we wrote the book was, mindsets tend to be determined by the world you came from rather than the world you're entering. And we're trying to say this looks very different from what we're used to.
Right. So let's get to the fixes for this. How do we start to fix this problem now that we recognize that there is a kind of a structural shift? We are not going back to the old normal. Where do we begin? What are the most sort of positive trends that you see that might kind of address these fractures meaningfully over a period of time?
So we can't fix them all. That is, we lived in a world, with enormous growth in the emerging economies, and a world whose global economy was constructed essentially on efficiency and comparative advantage criteria, and nothing more. We're not going back there. the overlay of national security into the economic policy all over the place, but prominently in the United States, China tensions, they're not going to go away. But what we can do is learn to operate in a more complicated environment and prevent the complete fracturing of the global economy, what you might call excess collateral damage. And that's the direction that we tried to go in talking about the book. One other thing I will say, we do have serious supply side constraints. They're probably not as evident or important here in India, which is growing at a high rate, has the highest potential growth of any major economy in the world. There's an extraordinarily well-built sort of digital economy still in development and so on. But we need a productivity surge in the developed world and in much of the world that's aging, or we're going to have serious problems that range from fiscal to, debt overhangs, dependency ratios out of control, and so on. We have technological and scientific tools that will enable us to solve that problem. So the kind of the third piece, the third leg of the stool, because is we need to use those tools effectively to produce very powerful changes in the kind of growth dynamics that we're experiencing.
Right. One of the tools you're presumably referring to is this entire revolution in generative AI, and it sort of kind of took us by surprise, I think, in its rapidity in which it suddenly sort of made its presence felt. There's also a sort of a downside to this for economies like India, who depend on low to mid-end services, things like call centers, things like coding. What do you say to people? I mean, where does the balance lie? You're looking at potential job losses in some economies, but you're also looking at major productivity surges. Will there be a fundamental asymmetry in the beginning where the West will kind of gain more from the AI revolution and we will be kind of left behind and have to catch up?
I don't think so. I think if you study the way the entrepreneurial ecosystems have worked in India, they've solved local problems. I don't think the Gen AI, episode or era that we're entering now, and we are entering it, is a period of experimentation and exploration, will be targeted at exactly solving problems. And they won't be the same when you cross boundaries. So we have a productivity problem, of a certain kind, like labor shortages. That's probably not what's going on here. The reason Gen AI is so powerful is pretty easy to describe. One, it's the first AI that switches domains in a human-like way. That's just unbelievably important because it means basically it can land anywhere in the economy. And the other one is that it's accessible. I mean, ChatGPT, when it was introduced a little more than 12 months ago, had 100 million users in the first 2 months. That's because anybody can talk to this thing and move on. So when I look at it, I think that the important thing to kind of close with on this subject, Abhi, is there's a very powerful automation bias in the way people think about Gen AI. It's coming for our jobs. And it comes from the history of artificial intelligence. Alan Turing said we should assess our progress in AI by asking, can we produce a machine that when a human speaks with a machine, that human thinks they're talking to another human? And that's called the Turing test. And we do benchmark AIs against human performance. But it's this next step that's so dangerous, which is, well, once the AI exceeds average human performance, regardless of what it is, image recognition, speech recognition, conversation, then let's replace the human. That's the step that's wrong, okay? When you look closely at where AI should be deployed, it's as a powerful digital assistant or collaborator to people and systems, importantly systems, healthcare systems, supply chain systems, and so on. And so once you get that mindset right, then there are just an enormous set of potential things. I think Gen AI is the first hugely powerful general purpose technology that we've had since the internet and the mobile internet. So I'm very optimistic about it, but it does need to be used properly, right? And there is a policy component to this. You know, you have small and medium-sized businesses all over this economy, and we have them in America as well. It's not going to be automatic that they all, you know, engage with the opportunity set. We know JP Morgan and your bank and others are going to experiment with using AI, but we need to have programs that make sure it lands and is accessible across the entire economy.
I'm going to move to an unrelated topic. Mike, you're a global public intellectual. You have access to governments, to prime ministers. I read an excerpt here where you had spoken to Prime Minister Yudhoyono. You are asking for a lot of very fundamental changes in the way policy is conducted, approaches to technology, etc. What is your take on how receptive politicians are when it comes to things like climate change or the more efficient, optimal use of AI in public goods delivery and so forth? Is there a pushback? Certainly in your country, there is a large section of politicians who are pushing back. What is your sense of what you hear from the entire world where you travel in and you speak to people?
I would say what you hear, let's take climate change to be specific. I think AI is too new to have a sense of, you know, where people are coming from. What you hear is steady progress in engagement with the thing, but, you know, political leaders have to make trade-offs, difficult trade-offs, and so there's, you know, for those who want it to happen fast, you know, it feels a little bit slower. But when I compare this to, you know, 15 years ago when I was chairing a commission on growth and development and working with people all over the world, including here in India, the awareness about the nature of the challenge and what we all had to do to solve it was very low. And that's not true anymore. I mean, you basically can't find any place in the world that isn't thoroughly engaged. That doesn't solve the problem completely, but it's certainly a critical first step. So, but bottom line, straight answer to the question is, I think by and large, with an overlay of practicality, people are engaged in trying to solve the most important problems that we have.
I'm going to end the session with just a little bit on how companies are doing on this front, since you talked about climate change. And there's this big thing about ESG and so forth. And there is a strong view that ESG really hasn't worked out the way it was meant to be. It's just something trendy, a fad that has, you know, spawned an entire industry of consulting around it. How do you convince corporates to adopt more sustainable practices?
Well, my sense is that in every corner of the world there are companies who are aggressively pursuing business strategies and plans and missions that are well aligned with really important economic and social goals, including the climate change, and I admire them for it. And their engagement and innovation and creativity is crucial to solving the problem. Unfortunately, it's not everybody. There's another set of companies that view ESG as a marketing challenge, and that's a challenge that we face. In a sense, it's a measurement challenge, because the person on the street, the general public, needs to be able to distinguish between the companies that are advancing the cause and those that are basically trying to look good, but not doing much of anything. But on the whole, we do have pushback in America. You know, it's some of it is just, you know, climate denial and other things, maybe for political reasons, but this other problem is real, and we need to deal. These measurement problems associated with climate change are really important. We need the offset markets to work, okay? If offset markets are going to work, you have to know, you know, if somebody invests in something and does something, that there's a net reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and we don't have that measurement system yet. That was an important part of the COP28 discussion.
Right, Mike. Unfortunately, much that I'd like to carry on speaking to you, we've come to the end of our time slot. And before the alarm goes off, let me thank you so much for speaking to me.
Thank you for having me.
An honor and a privilege to be here with you, and take care and all the
for me
best.
too. Thank you.
Truly an honor to have Nobel laureate Michael Spence with us, and Abhik Barua. Thank you so much. We have another session that Abhik Barua is going to conduct. And this, of course, with the former UK Minister for Investment, that's happening before lunch. So a little longer wait, right, Avan?
Yes, we have Lord Jerry Grimstone who will be joining in. But before that, we have an interesting and engaging session. And this one is titled Age of Disruption. Power shifts in a multipolar world. This now deeply examines all the dynamics of power in a global landscape marked by the multiple centers of influence. Guided by none other than Walter Russell Mead, who is the Reverend B. Curry, a 3 Distinguished Fellow in Strategy and Statesmanship at the Hudson Institute. This is going to be a session that will explore the implications of these shifts in international relations, geopolitics, as well as in global governance.
Walter Russell Mead, may we have you on stage.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, as you can imagine, given the news that we see almost every day in the headlines, I have bad news for you. But I think I've also got some good news, and I'll give you the bad news first, and then the good news, which is, I think, of great importance to the group of people here at this conference and in this country. The bad news is that the world is undergoing a series of massive changes in the distribution of economic power, the balance of military power, the operation of economic systems, and simultaneously as a set of social and economic upheavals within countries that are as profound and as far-reaching as anything that the world saw during the Industrial Revolution. And just to give you an example, in the United States, manufacturing and clerical jobs once made almost half the workforce, almost 50%. Today combined, they are only about 13%. That's a rate of transformation of the economy equal to anything we saw in the Industrial Revolution. These kinds of changes are happening all over the world. And given this mix of international power shift and domestic power shift, multilateral cooperation is becoming more difficult even as multilateral cooperation becomes more urgent. Politicians in each country have less ability to be flexible, to engage with other countries' leaders in creative problem solving, because all politicians are feeling enormous pressure and work within very sharp political limits. If we put all of these together, combined with the rise of an arms race ranging from nuclear to cyber to potentially biological warfare, I think the conclusion is clear that humanity will be very fortunate indeed if in the 21st century we are able to escape the kind of extraordinarily destructive warfare that humanity witnessed in the last century. And that, I fear, is a conclusion that every day becomes clearer, and we see as various powers test the foundations of the international system, we are coming closer and closer to an era of serious geopolitical confrontation that would end in war. But when I look for reasons to hope, why this dark forecast may not appear, the rise of India, I believe, takes its rightful place, as India takes its rightful place among the leading powers of the world. India's new presence and stronger voice will offer a way forward that can lessen the degree of danger that we're in. The clearest trend that we see in this disruptive world is a shift in economic and political power from the Euro-Atlantic theater of the world, where the dominant forces of the 20th century existed, to the Indo-Pacific theater, where we will see that theater dominating the politics of the 21st century. For my own country, the United States, this is actually not so much of a challenge or problem. We are both an Indo-Pacific power as well as a Euro-Atlantic power, and we will simply adjust. But the Indo-Pacific, an Indo-Pacific that is full of wealthy people, consumers, entrepreneurial business, and the source of technological marvels, from the American point of view, is actually a plus, and it's something that we look forward to. But the question is, what kind of Indo-Pacific region will exist? Will one country, which has a dominant role in the economy, which has enormous military resources, and is tempted to pursue a hegemonic role in the region, will that country dominate? Alternatively, will the effort to prevent the domination by one country force the rest of the Indo-Pacific, including the United States, into a coalition that might ultimately have to fight or threaten massive great power war in order to prevent the domination? And these are the two scenarios that we see most often discussed, where the Chinese attempt to become a dominant power in Asia either succeeds, much to the detriment of other countries, or can only be checked by a series of crises and perhaps very destructive conflicts. This, to me, neither of those scenarios is particularly attractive. And here is where I see the rise of India playing such a role. In 1980, the Indian economy was 65% of China's economy. Today, India's GDP is about 17% of China's economy. So the opening of this wide gulf between India and China actually helped create the imbalance of power, in which it might seem to people in Beijing that this could be the Chinese century. China could become the dominant force in Asia, therefore in the Indo-Pacific, and therefore in the world. What has been happening more recently in India, I believe, is a serious national effort to begin to close this divide that opened. And certainly in the last year, we've seen the Indian economy has been growing faster than China's economy. But that India is moving now to try to develop its own productive forces, its own economy, so that the balance will gradually begin to come back into balance. When India and China, the difference between them economically and potentially militarily is like this, it requires a large group of other countries, including the United States, working very hard, putting a lot of diplomatic, military, and political resources into the struggle. But as India rises, more and more people, I think, even in Beijing, will realize that it's unrealistic for China to try to become a hegemonic power in Asia. Asia is too large, too diverse, hopefully in the near future too wealthy for any one country to dominate. As that happens, the sense of war crisis that we now see flaring up from time to time in the Taiwan Straits, on the Indian-Chinese frontiers, these elements of crisis, I think, we will see diminish. And what we can see in the future is, again, a natural balance of power in Asia. So that the shift of power globally from the Euro-Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific, and within the Indo-Pacific to various countries,
will not be a destabilizing force pushing the world further down the path to war, but will provide the opportunity for the creation of a free and flourishing Asia, a free and flourishing Indo-Pacific, in which each country, India, China, Vietnam, Indonesia, many others, will be able to work out their destinies. In the meantime, India's leadership in making organizations like the Quad and the I2U2 stronger, deeper, and more effective is helping us all get through what is a very difficult and dangerous period of adjustment. Indian leadership in international politics, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar has called India a reformist rather than a revisionist power. This seems to me to strike exactly the right note. The international system needs to change. It needs to be reformed. But what it doesn't need is to be engaged in some kind of no-holes-barred power contest for power among different countries. So as many of the people in this meeting are working in business rather than politics or government, you may sometimes wonder whether the work that you do in business is it really as important as what we see diplomats and generals and others doing? I would just say yes. The work that you are doing in building up the Indian economy, building up Indian business, Indian capabilities, you are laying the foundation for a century of peace. And I would like to conclude my remarks, which I'm trying to keep as short as possible because I know we are all eager for lunch. I would just like to conclude my remarks by saying that when I look for good news in the world, I find myself more and more often looking to this city and this country, and I thank you all for everything that you are doing to bring that about. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I think as well in our previous sessions, as Jenny was saying, the fact that we in India are now becoming a lot more optimistic is really showing the overall dynamic shift.
That's true. And as we go along, as far as India is concerned and what we bring to the world, if multipolarity is what we need to look forward to and India's role within it, it's looking very promising indeed. Meanwhile, we are looking at our next session.
Absolutely. And in the Unlocking Growth Through Foreign Investment session, we have the privilege today of hearing insights from two very distinguished speakers. Lord Jerry Grimstone, who's the chairman of GemCorp Capital Management and the former UK Minister for Investment, along with Abik Barua, chief economist at HDFC Bank, joining us yet again on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Our speakers, of course, are going to explore key strategies for leveraging foreign investments, and that's going to be key. Do join us. The impact of global economic trends on investment flows and the role of policymakers in facilitating investment-led growth. So please join us in welcoming Lord Jerry Grimstone and Abik Barua. Ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Mr. Barua.
Yeah. I was just chatting with Lord Grimstone or Lord Jerry before the session, and we were talking about FDI and development, and I realized that foreign direct investment in this age of disruption, ticks all the 3 Ds of this conference, disruption, development, and diversification. And let me start by asking him about how, because disruption has a lot of benefits, and in terms of new technologies.
Thank you so much, and great to be with you all today. The last few years have provided investment opportunities the like I have never seen in my lifetime. Let me just kind of rattle some of them off to remind you. And each of these opportunities have carried with it disruption. First, perhaps, life sciences, the huge advantages that we saw in life sciences and the opportunities that came from that. Fintech, I mean, the advances in digitalization of financial services, absolutely profound. Next, and perhaps the most important, climate change and the world's reaction to that. The Green Revolution is greater in investment terms than the British Industrial Revolution was back in Victorian ages. And then, last but not least, and we've heard a lot about this conference from some excellent speakers, it's artificial intelligence, AI, and what that can do. And each of these new waves of technology are creating huge waves of investment, which in turn is producing disruption and diversification, and presents huge opportunities for foreign investors.
You were telling me, Lord Jerry, that the UK receives a lot of foreign investment, and you shared with me a rather startling statistic that foreign investment companies fare so much better than the purely domestic ones. And you also talked about this notion of leveling up, of getting more regional balance in growth. So could you just sort of talk us through these issues?
No, certainly. We did some, when I was investment minister in the UK, we researched this very carefully, and we found that foreign invested businesses in the UK were 70% more productive than their domestic counterparts. So they were a huge source of productivity for the British economy. Then, of course, you have the financial flows, but we also found they exported more because of their links back to their home countries. They tended to pay higher wages, and they generated much more IP, intellectual property, than their British counterparts. And this led us to see how we could use foreign investment to help level up the United Kingdom. I know you all know the United Kingdom just as well as I do. And of course, a perennial problem there, and this is a political problem as well as an economic problem, is the huge concentration of economic activity in London and the southeast. So a prime objective for us was to carry through what we called levelling up. And of course, we have a very similar situation here in India. 5 states in India at the moment attract 90% of foreign direct investment. So it's a very interesting question with huge economic and political ramifications as to how do we level up states that have fallen behind or weren't so lucky to benefit from this. And what do we have to do to bring up everybody with a rising tide? And we found that foreign investment was vitally important. And we over-incentivized foreign investors to set up investments, particularly manufacturing investments, in those parts of the United Kingdom which needed levelling up. For example, offshore wind. We have the largest offshore wind farm in the world off the coast of East England. When we gave the first round of licenses, we were rather naive. We didn't realize the impact that round could have on supply chains and investment. So the later rounds, we have set a clear marker that we expected 60% of the supply chain for our offshore wind to be located in the United Kingdom. We couldn't make it mandatory because of WTO rules, but we gave a very strong indication how important that was. And that has caused factories, manufacturing plants to be opened up in the northeast of England, for example, which had lost their industrialization, frankly, largely through the Margaret Thatcher privatization program of the 1980s, which, as it happened, I was responsible for at that time as the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. So it's been a remarkable thing in my personal career.
It's very interesting you say this, and I think you emphasize manufacturing as a key component of leveling up. And there is sort of a debate going on in India as to whether we should pivot more towards manufacturing or whether we should seek services-led growth. And what you seem to suggest that with more balance, if you want more balanced growth, it's the manufacturing game that you need to play, and that seems to be the experience of the UK.
I think so, because manufacturing can operate across a wide range of socio-economic, kind of backgrounds and factors. It helps sometimes re-establish the social hierarchies in towns and cities. It provides jobs for the men, provides jobs for the women, and increasingly through apprenticeships, and that's something else we put a lot of effort into, was providing jobs for the sons and the daughters of the workers in the factories. So we found this had a profound social impact as well as an economic impact.
One of the things that you might not know about Lord Grimston is that he was one of the first FDI investors and one of the largest FDI investor in India 20 years ago with Standard Life. And they teamed up with us, and 20 years have passed. So you faced a certain investment environment then, and now as a more passive observer, but certainly a very keen observer, you see how the investment environment has changed. What has changed for the better, and where have you fallen behind, Lord Grimston?
I mean, you're completely right. I mean, extraordinarily, foreign investment has increased 20 times in India in the last 20 years. And this hasn't come about by accident, and particularly since 2014, a date which the significance of which many of you will recognise in this room. Since 2014, the change of government policies in terms of the impact they have had on the ease of doing business, reforms to the tax code to make it transparent, many economic changes, and perhaps most of all, a real sea change in the welcoming attitude that India pays to foreign investors. My company, together with my great friend Deepak Parekh at HDFC Life, we established both what is now HDFC Life and HDFC Asset Management. And the trouble one had back in those days to bring foreign investment into India would have thwarted other than the most committed investor. Whereas you now see a very investor-friendly environment, I really do believe that India has now become one of the most attractive destinations in the world for foreign investment. And that has enormous implications going forward.
But what is the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle? Are we there, or do we need to do something more? And what is that little more that we need to do to become a more attractive, top of the chart investment destination?
Let me pull out 2 points. First of all, many people, many businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises, do not know the changes that have occurred in India. And I think there is still much that can be done in terms of investment promotion and bringing home to people outside India what is happening here. Secondly, of course, and you all know this better than I do, India is very complicated. And anybody who wants to establish a business in India needs help. Now, things like the single national window have been brilliant. But investors need a concierge service to help them navigate India. All this is coming in, all this is happening. And
Lord Grimston, I'm going to interrupt you because the time Nazis are here. But before you leave, I want you to talk a little bit about the dark side of FDI, issues related to security, and let's not beat about the bush, let's talk about China. And the Nazis will give us two additional minutes.
Yes, certainly. Very quickly, I was responsible for investment security in the United Kingdom as a minister. And of course, it's well known that one issue, not just we had, but many countries had, was investment from China. And I made it very clear to my friends in China that it's not that we wanted to deter Chinese investment, but we were not so stupid as to want to bring harmful investment into the United Kingdom. So we drew up a list of sectors where we didn't want to see investment, that we've monitored that very closely. Now, interestingly, as one might have predicted, that's had a chilling impact now over pretty much the whole of Chinese investment in the UK. So we've stopped, or largely stopped, the investment security problem, but one of the side effects of that, and it may be this is unavoidable, I have to say was a chilling impact on Chinese investment in the UK.
Lord Grimston, I wish we could have gone on for much longer, but the ones in the jackboots are here, and I shall have to bid you farewell. Thank you so much for speaking to me and to us, and it's been such an honor and a privilege.
Thank you so much.
It truly has. Thank you so very much for taking the time out and joining us today. And I assure you that we're the time Nazis, not out of our own free will.
But investments into India looking good, and that's music to our ears. We look forward to more foreign investment, and the climate is getting that much more conducive.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a quick time out to thank all of our partners without whom this event would not have been possible. We have our strategic partner, Darwin, the state partner, the government of Haryana, real estate partner, Danube Properties, logistics partner, Ecom Express, digital transformation partner, Kyndryl, experience makers, Adobe, EV partner, Joy e-bike, collaboration partner, Diageo, general insurance partner, Bajaj Alliance General Insurance, industry partner, Nielsen IQ and GFK, NBFC partner, L&T Finance, ambient media partner, Kushi, and gifting partner is Izhar. I'm sure you all know it by heart now. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to break. We have a lunch break, 45 minutes, and we've got exciting sessions lined up.
Yes, so many of them lined up. We hope you won't be too long. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you right after. Thanks indeed.
Imagine a fine day and a happy family in their space. You may feel as if nothing could go wrong in this lovely weather. Sadly, times are about to get bad. This could happen to us, and we may never be able to forgive ourselves. But look at what we are doing to our planet. And as a result, our planet is heating up at an alarming rate. Human needs drive carbon emissions to extreme levels, hence measures need to be taken. The event industry has a lot of potential to cut down its carbon footprint by billions of tons of CO2. Reducing carbon footprint is challenging. But the Gen C offers a solution, reforming events with awareness. The Gen C has come up with a planet-friendly solution that considers 40+ data points to analyze and accurately measure the carbon footprint at your events. Upon correctly filling the data points, the Gen C helps you measure the carbon footprint of your event. The Gen C also helps you take offset measures that enable you to reduce the footprint or achieve net zero emissions at your event. Be the frontrunner of a better tomorrow with the Gen C where we no longer hurt our planet due to lack of awareness. Let us help you save the planet and the innocent lives that are most affected by carbon emissions. Embrace sustainability with the Gen C and transform your events into planet-friendly experiences. The Gen C, an initiative for generational change.
Khushi Advertising is a specialist in cinema advertising, mall branding and airport advertising. We are effective because we offer higher recall value, numerous touchpoint options, targeted spends that eliminate wastage. Welcome to Khushi, India's fastest growing ambient media agency. Get in touch with us. Khushi.
Imagine a fine day and a happy family in their space. You may feel as if nothing could go wrong in this lovely weather. Sadly, times are about to get bad. This could happen to us, and we may never be able to forgive ourselves. But look at what we are doing to our planet. And as a result, our planet is heating up at an alarming rate. Human needs drive carbon emissions to extreme levels, hence measures need to be taken. The event industry has a lot of potential to cut down its carbon footprint by billions of tons of CO2. Reducing carbon footprint is challenging. But the Gen C offers a solution, reforming events with awareness. The Gen C has come up with a planet-friendly solution that considers 40+ data points to analyze and accurately measure the carbon footprint at your events. Upon correctly filling the data points, the Gen C helps you measure the carbon footprint of your event. The Gen C also helps you take offset measures that enable you to reduce the footprint or achieve net zero emissions at your event. Be the frontrunner of a better tomorrow with the Gen C, where we no longer hurt our planet due to lack of awareness. Let us help you save the planet and the innocent lives that are most affected by carbon emissions. Embrace sustainability with the Gen C and transform your events into planet-friendly experiences. The Gen C, an initiative for generational change.
Khushi Advertising is a specialist in cinema advertising, mall branding and airport advertising. We are effective because we offer higher recall value, numerous touchpoint options, targeted spends that eliminate wastage. Welcome to Khushi, India's fastest growing ambient media agency. Get in touch with us. Khushi.
Imagine a fine day and a happy family in their space. You may feel as if nothing could go wrong in this lovely weather. Sadly, Times are about to get bad. This could happen to us, and we may never be able to forgive ourselves. But look at what we are doing to our planet. And as a result, our planet is heating up at an alarming rate. Human needs drive carbon emissions to extreme levels, hence measures need to be taken. The event industry has a lot of potential to cut down its carbon footprint by billions of tons of CO2. Reducing carbon footprint is challenging. But the Gen C offers a solution, reforming events with awareness. The Gen C has come up with a planet-friendly solution that considers 40+ data points to analyze and accurately measure the carbon footprint at your events. Upon correctly filling the data points, the Gen C helps you measure the carbon footprint of your event. The Gen C also helps you take offset measures that enable you to reduce the footprint or achieve net zero emissions at your event. Be the frontrunner of a better tomorrow with the Gen C, where we no longer hurt our planet due to lack of awareness. Let us help you save the planet and the innocent lives that are most affected by carbon emissions. Embrace sustainability with the Gen C and transform your events into planet-friendly experiences. The Gen C, an initiative for generational change.
Khushi Advertising is a specialist in cinema advertising, mall branding, and airport advertising. We are effective because we offer higher recall value, numerous touchpoint options, targeted spends that eliminate wastage. Welcome to Khushi, India's fastest growing ambient media agency. Get in touch with us. Khushi.
Imagine a fine day and a happy family in their space.
Let us tell you the power of you. Who are you? You are not just a speck in the universe. You have the power to bring a change in this matrix.
For the communities that we live and work in, it is to give back to those communities in very meaningful ways. But having a perspective that is beyond profit is going to be critically important to lead in this new environment.
You are the catalyst of development, disruption, and diversification. You are the scripters of tomorrow.
The future of this country depends on our ability to enhance the power of human mind.
You develop opportunities, hopes, and avenues.
Well, global organizations are going to have to learn to operate in two worlds. You have a chance to come up with some new things here that serve the world without having to rip apart the old. So that uncertainty is an opportunity, particularly for India.
You disrupt so that the world transforms.
So time has come, if we really want to be sustainable, if we have the guts and the gumption, that we have to look at growth in a multi-directional way.
You diversify so that the existing structures break and new is celebrated.
Only do the business which is close to your heart, not close to your head. It should be something that you feel for.
The place assigned to you, it's not just a seat. It's a responsibility to bring a global transformation. Because only when you know your power and begin to write the script for tomorrow, you will make the future smile with growth, prosperity, and developments like never before.
This is a good platform for bringing together economists, and industry leaders. Over the next 2 days, you will debate growth and inflation, missed chances and unlimited possibilities.
The Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit 2024. India welcomes you all to gaze into the promising future together for 2 days at 4 stages and with several eminent personalities speaking, collaborating and structuring this enormous story of tomorrow that begins here with you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody feeling? How many people asleep? How many people awake after that lovely lunch? Can we get a shout out? Hi guys, good afternoon. Okay, you guys are awake. You've noticed two different anchors right now. My name is Sumit Lakhotia and my colleague is Meghna Deka. We're going to take you through the rest of the session till the end of the evening. That's right, Meghna. What are we looking for this evening?
Well, there's lots lined up for you. So if anyone has the lunch blues, we've got the perfect session to wake up everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of Times Group Presents ET Now Global Business Summit. Hope you've had that lovely lunch, the spread that we have outside. But before we move on, we are going to be thanking our partners, without whom, of course, this event would not have been possible.
That's right. Strategic partner, Darwin. State partner, Government of Haryana. Real estate partner, Danube Properties. Logistics partner, Ecom Express. Digital transformation partner, Kyndryl. The experience makers, Adobe. EV partner, Joy e-Bike. Celebration partner, Diageo India. General insurance partner, Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. Industry partner, Nielsen IQ and GFK. NBFC FinTech partner, L&T Finance, Ambient Media partner, Khushi, and gifting partner, Izhar.
And just a quick reminder, all of you who are joining us also on social media, where we are going to be very active, hopefully so are you. If you are putting out videos, photographs, whatever it is related to the GBS, the Global Business Summit, remember to use these hashtags. Scripting tomorrow. That, of course, is right there on your screens as well. You can use this hashtag. You can also use the hashtag GBS 2024 or else GBS and, of course, ET Now GBS. All these hashtags are up there for you.
All right, Meghna, one important announcement. Before we kick off our first session post-lunch, one important announcement. Shri Anurag Thakur, the Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, unfortunately will not be joining us this afternoon. He's been called in for some work by the PM's office. He does send us his regrets, and he's also, he's not happy that he couldn't be here because he had a great session lined up. We're trying to get a recorded message from him at least. We'll keep you posted on that. But let's move on now for our first session after lunch. It's called Myths, Mobility and the Metropolis. And we'll have Jobin Bivert. He's the founder and CEO of Joby Aviation. And he'll be exploring the intersection of urban myths and mobility trends, focusing on innovative solutions for urban transportation.
His insights, of course, will be offering valuable perspectives on navigating the evolving challenges of mobility within modern metropolises. So please join me in welcoming JoBen Bewert for his session. Come on up, Mr. Bewert. Let's have a bit more enthusiastic applause for him. Well, best of luck.
Good afternoon. My name is JoBen, and I'm the founder of a company called Joby Aviation. And it is just so spectacular to be here with you this afternoon to talk about a topic that I care deeply about, which is electric flight. And being here in India is just so spectacular. There's so much energy and vitality. India is the land of making things happen. Here, that anything you can dream of can be made possible with ambition, creativity, and determination. And so I'd like to get all of you to join me in a round of applause for the incredible Chandrayaan-3 team for the first successful landing on the south pole of the moon. So that was just absolutely incredible, and it just shows what this incredible nation is capable of. So, I'm sorry I didn't advance the slide there for this incredible achievement there. And so, for all of my life, I've been dreaming about better ways to move people around, and I dream of cities that are greener and where we use land more efficiently. I think of the Joni Mitchell song of more paradise and fewer parking lots, and a future where we spend more time with our families under clear skies, a future where our planet is protected for the next generation. And I'd like to take you outside for a moment to, you're standing on a bustling, noisy street, and you now look up and you picture this. And this is a vision of the future, but it's happening right now. This is our electric air taxi. We've spent the last 10 years developing this aircraft and building a next-generation aviation company. And today, we're a team of almost 2,000 people gathered from around the world with a shared dream of transforming how we move around. Our aircraft takes off and lands vertically, eliminating the need for runway, much like a helicopter. However, unlike a helicopter, it is quiet, allowing it to take off and land without disrupting surrounding communities. Additionally, it's designed with multiple redundancies to ensure the utmost safety. And most importantly, it's all electric. It's already flying with pilots on board, most recently flying in New York. The service will feel almost magical. With a single click of a button on your phone, you'll have booked a seamless journey, much like you book an Uber today. So let's step back into the street and envision flying in an air taxi. A journey from Electronic City to Bangalore Airport could be completed in just 13 minutes, as opposed to over 2 hours during rush hour, effectively bypassing traffic congestion and potentially even helping to reduce it. That's a savings of almost 100 minutes in just one trip. Each year, we waste the equivalent of days of our lives stuck in traffic. That's a tax on our time and productivity, and according to BCG, it's costing India's top 4 cities more than $22 billion each year. But India's bursting onto the aviation stage. With more than 11% annual growth, the aviation market in India is expanding more than 4 times faster than the global average. That means India has the opportunity to lead the way in bringing air taxis to the market. And with air taxis, we can help make that growth sustainable, dramatically reducing the life cycle emissions of flight. So here you see our Joby aircraft with dramatically lower grams per CO2 per passenger kilometer. It's really a game changer. And further, without the geographic constraints of ground infrastructure, Joby's air taxis can help us reimagine how we live, where we work, and what we spend our time on. We can increase connectivity to neighboring districts and villages around cities. Additionally, by linking locations that are challenging to connect through traditional transportation options due to geographical constraints, infrastructure costs, and other factors, we pave the way for more connected and greener India. The potential is immense, and our progress thus far has been made possible with the support of great partners. But the question I want to ask today is, what role can each of you play as we look to bringing this service to life in India? If you share our vision of a cleaner and better future for India, what potential can each of you unlock? India is an incredibly special place. It has emerged as a dynamic force leading the world in embracing new technology, showcased by the world's fastest 5G rollouts. And I believe electric flight provides a remarkable opportunity for India to leapfrog other nations and deliver low-cost, high-speed, clean transportation in a way that hasn't been possible before. I'm going to leave you with this. Imagine you're back on the street. This event is over and you're waiting to travel home. What would happen if you could pull out your phone and book an air taxi? What difference would it make? How would it make you feel? And what would it mean to your family, your colleagues, your friends if they could do it too? At Joby, we hope to open these possibilities by giving time back to you, to help you never miss a moment you care about. We plan to launch commercial service in 2025 and look forward to working with you to bring that transformational impact of air taxis to India. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Bibot. That was really interesting, especially I love the parts where he spoke about Delhi and Bangalore, that hit home, literally.
And let's not forget that I spend 2 hours every day coming back and forth from office. I definitely need that.
We need those Joby aircrafts.
Well, moving on in this upcoming session, Humanity in Crisis, Navigating the Challenges of a Fractured World. We have none other than Safi Rauf. He's an Afghan-American humanitarian and a Navy reservist.
And he will share his insights on addressing pressing humanitarian challenges amidst global fractures. His experiences offer valuable perspectives on navigating crisis with compassion and resilience in our complex and fractured world. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Safi. Safi, if we can have you on stage, please.
I would like to begin by thanking the Times Group of India and the ET Now Global Business Summit for giving me the tremendous opportunity to speak here today. I'm honored to be part of this landmark event, and I'm exceptionally grateful to all the organizers for the hard work. As a child growing up, an Afghan refugee, India was always a country that I looked up to. Maybe it was because of Shah Rukh Khan's movie or the sweet melodies of the Indian music I listened to, but as I got older, I came to understand India's place in the world in a broader context, to appreciate it as a global superpower and to recognize how it stands at the forefront of innovation and progress. And that is why it makes me particularly happy and humbled to be sharing my experiences today and to continue building a better world with all of you. Today's theme of disruption, development, and diversification are all exceptionally relevant to my work as a humanitarian in particular. So I want to start by discussing a fairly recent part of my journey. The day I was released from Taliban captivity after 105 days as a hostage in Kabul, Afghanistan. This is me. I'm in Doha, Qatar, being escorted off a Qatari C-17 by U.S. State Department official J.P. Feldmayer. And this photo captured by my first few steps as a free man after a harrowing journey that included horrific conditions, torture, starvation, and beyond. While I was relieved to be free and returning to my family, I left that experience feeling more than anything invigorated by the lessons I'd learned in captivity and eager to put them to use out in the world. After all, if nothing else, captivity teaches you to cherish every day you walk the earth as a free man, and I wasn't about to waste a second of it. So today I'm delighted to share that thought process with you, and I'm going to tell you about the lessons I've learned through the adversity I've faced as a Taliban hostage, as a humanitarian leading an NGO, through seemingly impossible straits, and in my time in the US military. Ultimately, these lessons boil down to 5 key topics: resilience in the face of adversity, resilience in the face of adversity, negotiation mastery, ethical consideration in practice, global perspective for success, and business agility and innovation in crisis. This is me on my first day of training as a corpsman in the US Navy. On your first day of military training in the US Navy, your superior keeps you awake for 48 hours. This is the first test, and these tests get progressively hard, The tests are not designed to assess how strong you are, but rather how resilient. And this is distinction in what I want to discuss here. Strong people can break after failures, but resilient people persist in the face of adversity. And it was my military training in resilience that prepared me for the challenges I would face thereafter, most specifically while in captivity when I was first taken hostage by the Taliban. I had a bag thrown over my head. I was separated from my brother Anis, whom I had been in Kabul with, and I was thrown onto a dirt floor basement cell in the dead of winter with no heat, no blanket, no windows, and no communication with the outside world. Back home, I knew my family was waiting for my return from Kabul. What would they think had happened to me? I had no way to tell them I was alive. This moment in my life, put simply, rock bottom. And for the first 4 days of my captivity, I laid motionless on the prison cell floor, facing the thought that I had reached the ultimate failure of my humanitarian efforts. In my mind, there was nowhere to go from there, and in a matter of days or weeks, I would be dead. But then on the 4th day, something shifted and my resilience training kicked in. I started utilizing disruption by befriending guards, negotiating with my captors from within the prison, coordinating resistance with other prisoners, and going on hunger strikes to expedite my release. It would take 101 more days and the efforts of countless individuals outside of the prison, as well as that will ultimately secure my release. But it was that decision to shift from a mode of failure to a mode of resilience and disruption that I believe saved my life. I have failed so many times in my life, but I don't view that as a bad thing. What I have learned is that we must fail often and fail forward, because success is so rarely found on a linear pathway. Second, let's turn to negotiation mastery. This is my father, Abdul. He was born in Logar, Afghanistan 79 years ago, and it's his mastery of negotiation that I believe was the most crucial element leading to my release from Taliban captivity. On day 50 of my captivity, negotiations between the US government and my captors, the Taliban, had stalled to a point of impasse. It seemed as though there was nowhere to go. But then my brother Zabi and my father Abdul, who after immigrating to the United States 18 years ago live in Omaha, Nebraska, had an idea that my colleagues in the US government told them they were crazy for having. They had the idea to come to Afghanistan to negotiate my release in person themselves. And so against the advice of everyone else involved, they got on a plane and entered Afghanistan. My father then requested a meeting with Abdul Haq Wasiq, the General Directorate of Intelligence, and the meeting was granted. In the meeting, my father asserted his dominance as a Pashtun tribal elder and reminded Wasiq that he had known his father and that he believed his father would show mercy in this situation. He also invoked the teachings of Islam, knowing that Wasiq is a very religious man. Ultimately, this did the trick. Wasiq had previously refused to agree on terms for release with the US government, agreed to terms for release with my 70-year-old father. My father works at Tyson Food Plant in Omaha, Nebraska. And that's because my father understood something crucial about negotiation. First, he understood that dialogue is the most important aspect of every negotiation when you can bring your opponent to the table and look them straight in the eye versus communicating digitally or not speaking at all. Half the work is already done. Additionally, the efforts and meaning of my father flying halfway around the world, sit down and break bread with his son's captors meant something to Wasiq, and that was important. Second, my father understood that he had to hone in on what mattered the most to his opponent and to make the core of his negotiation. The US government was negotiating with the Taliban based on a certain set of assumptions about what they wanted, but my father understood that the man with the decision-making power, Wasiq, cared most about two things: Pashtun fidelity and religious principles. If my father could play to the two specific zones of interest, he was far more likely to get what he wanted than if played to unfounded assumptions about the interest of his opponent. Ultimately, after my family had negotiated the deal for my release with the Taliban, the US government learned from the success and emulated my father's methodology. The US government official I mentioned earlier, J.P. Feldmayer, took those lessons and applied them to get our release across the finish line. In negotiating the specifics of my release, J.P. told me that his goal was to keep the line of communication open. If the Taliban demanded something that the US government was unwilling to provide, J.P. did not say no. He said, let's talk about it, and then tried to get to the bottom of what was motivating and driving his opponent in their requests so that he could find a middle ground. A middle ground that the US government could grant. If you can continue to talk, the door remains open, and that's what I believe is most important in the art of negotiation. Third, let's turn to ethical consideration in practice. This is a photo of my operations center in Washington, D.C. in August of 2021. Predating my captivity, this center is where my NGO Human First Coalition was born in the wake of the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan. We sought to evacuate as many individuals in need as possible, but because there were no government-dictated rules for this evacuation decision-making, was challenging but ultimately ethically confounding. And this is where I'll get to what's most difficult part of my work. How to keep ethical consideration at the core of your practice while continuing to try to serve as many people as possible. When my team and I set out to evacuate vulnerable individuals from Afghanistan, in this tragic moment, we came to understand that the most vulnerable individuals were often Afghan nationals who were being targeted by the Taliban. But as Americans and veterans, we were faced with ethical dilemma. The US government requested us, and our military training suggested that the American citizens remaining in Afghanistan at this time should be our priority in an evacuation mission. Their status as American nationals not only gave them official priority in getting out of the country, but it gave them somewhere to go. In other words, their evacuation was easier. But what was heartbreaking was that those individuals, the American nationals, were often in less danger than their counterparts who were Afghan nationals. We received nonstop calls from the Afghan national describing horrific danger and begging for us to help. And we knew that oftentimes the American nationals could find other ways out of the country without any team's help. So at times, it seemed that the seats on the planes that we held for American nationals would be better put in use to the Afghan nationals. So I was left with the ethical conundrum of whether to follow my mandate or deviate and help those whom I felt were most in need. And through much brainstorming with my amazing team, a solution emerged that seemed to achieve the best of both worlds. Specifically, I negotiated with the US government officials who were in charge of approving flight manifests telling them that I would evacuate American citizens, but that for every American that I put on a plane, there must be 3 at high-risk Afghans on the plane as well, who were granted some sort of status in the United States. And the government agreed, thereby allowing us to utilize the American nationals to buy the passage of the Afghan nationals. Ultimately, my team and I evacuated about 1,400 US nationals, But moreover, we also evacuated about 5,000 Afghan nationals, and that was only possible because we got into the weeds on where our ethical quandaries lay, and ultimately a solution emerged. Time and again, as a humanitarian, I've encountered similar dilemmas. There will always be more people to help than help that can be given. For every person that you help, there will be thousands asking you why there weren't help, and this is something I've experienced time and again. And if I'm honest, it makes the work feel endless and often exhausting and overwhelming at the point of defeat. But in those moments, I try to always go back to resilience, to remember that drops in a bucket are how a bucket gets filled, and to reaffirm the ethical principle behind why I do the work in the first place. It's that reminder that keeps me going. Fourth, let's turn to global perspective for business success. This is a photo of my colleagues and I campaigning and introducing the Afghan Adjustment Act, a critical piece of legislation for Afghan refugees in the United States Congress. As you can see, I'm the only person of color. Throughout my short life as an Afghan American, I've found myself in rooms where I'm often the only non-white person. This brings its unique set of challenges, but what I've come to learn is that this is not a disadvantage, it's my superpower. In that, we cannot underestimate the power of cultural understanding, and specifically in negotiations and relations, be they business, political, or otherwise. When my captivity was nearing what would be its ultimate, a key disagreement arose between my family and the US government. Specifically, my father had made this aforementioned deal with the Taliban via Abdul Haq Wasiq to secure my release on a handshake between Pashtun elders. The US government felt the deal would only be real when the Taliban put it in writing and signed a document acknowledging the terms of the agreement. But my family knew better. They understood that cultural realities in Afghanistan and amongst Talibs dictate that piece of paper means nothing and a handshake means everything. Painstakingly, my family sought to convince the US government of this reality, and ultimately they succeeded. Sure enough, the Taliban lived up to their end of the bargain, secured over a simple handshake between two elders, because that is what cultural realities dictate holds the most weight. In looking to achieve success across international borders, understanding how cultural impacts pathways to success is one of the most, if not the most critical keys to success. It comes back to the key theme of diversification, that the more perspective we have access to, the more we will understand the challenges we face. Fifth and finally, let's turn to business agility and innovation in crisis. This is a photo of my guard in Taliban prison. Let's call him Ahmed. On the 17th day of my captivity, my desperate need to reach my family and inform them that I was alive reached to a boiling point, and I racked my brain for how to somehow get contact with the outside world from within a basement cell with no phone, no sunlight, and no way of communicating with anyone. It was then that I overheard my guard Ahmed having a conversation with another guard. In this conversation, he started speaking about how he had been betrothed to a young woman he was excited to marry, but that he didn't have enough money for the wedding. He was worried that his father would break off the betrothal and marry her to someone else who could afford the wedding. Suddenly, something clicked in my brain. Here was something that my captor wanted, and I needed to figure out how I could play a role in getting it for him so that I could get what I wanted. So at a moment of disruption, I spoke up and I made a proposal to Ahmed that surprised him. I explained that if he went to visit my cousin Jamal, who was living just a few blocks away, Jamal would give him money for his wedding in exchange for my use of his cell phone. If Ahmed told Jamal I had made this arrangement from within the prison, Jamal would be more than happy to oblige. And it worked. Ahmed visited Jamal, Jamal gave him money for his wedding, and subsequently Ahmed let me use his cell phone to call my loved ones from prison and let them know that I was alive, ultimately allowing to start strategizing on my release. Being nimble in crisis leads to innovation in problem solving, and moreover, humans are driven to action because they want or need something. And if we can find out what that something is, we can make enormous strides in getting what is that we want and need. While I would not relive my terrible experiences in Taliban captivity for anything, this experience and other adversities I have faced in my life have taught me these critical lessons that I will carry with me in all that I do from here. I hope that sharing them with you today has been valuable, and I look forward to the speakers to come in this tremendous and enriching moment. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rao, for sharing these experiences. Heart-wrenching as it is, but let's not forget the power of resilience and negotiation that you've taught us. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, just another reminder, we have the Social Champ contest going on right here. All you need to do is go to the Jahangir Hall. There is a booth there. There's a QR code that's displayed on the screen. You need to scan it and then share your thoughts on the link from the code. So please do that.
Absolutely. In fact, in our next session, it is going to be on the mind, machine and mankind, AI and us. And it is our pleasure to welcome Jason Kwon, the Chief Strategy Officer at OpenAI.
But Meghna, sorry to interrupt, but before Jason comes on, we will be reading a bit about him, and then we're going to ask Jason whether was that written by someone or was that written by ChatGPT. So Jason, you have to talk to us about this in a bit, all right? Now, with a wealth of experience and expertise in the field, Jason brings a unique perspective on how AI influences human cognition, the evolving collaboration between humans and machines, and the broader societal implications.
In fact, this discussion aims to provide valuable insights into the very complex relationship and consequences of AI on our collective future. So over to Jason Kwon.
All right. Jason, you need to tell us now whether that was ChatGPT or by a human.
Great to be here. Hi. Oh, you ready?
No.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jason Kwon, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at OpenAI. OpenAI has a mission to ensure that the tools we build benefit all of humanity. And my team charts the strategy of the company to achieve this mission. Most importantly, we work with partners to unlock the benefits of this new technology for communities throughout the world. And that's what I want to talk to you about today, how we can unlock an AI-powered India. But first, I want to thank the Economic Times of India for inviting me to join this discussion. I also want to thank the government of India for its investment in this event and its leadership on this issue. Thank you. In past visits to India, our Vice President of Global Affairs, Anna Makanju, had heard from many that the cost of our developer services were too high for some. Those conversations are a key reason we asked our engineering team to stay focused on reducing costs, which we've done throughout 2023 as well as last month. This enables more developers to build more tools and enables us to provide more free usage to ChatGPT users. We're grateful for this dialogue with you that has made us better. Since our company, OpenAI, was founded in 2015, we have been working to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. What will this mean for India? As a starting point, it's helpful to put the arc of AI in context. At OpenAI, we've been working on this technology for many years, but ChatGPT is slightly more than a year old. We thought our decision to set aside a compute budget for around 100,000 users of ChatGPT was optimistic, but it turned out that it was much more transformative. People experienced AI in a new way, not as a behind-the-scenes abstraction, but as a real and tangible tool. So what have we learned? We've already seen that AI can help solve real problems in previously unimaginable ways. When our CEO, Sam Altman, did a world tour last spring, one of the main things he saw very clearly was that the role that AI tools like ChatGPT can play in closing one of the main barriers that startups face, the demand for code. Startups understand market gaps and build innovative products to fill them. Tools like ChatGPT can help accelerate startups and unlock new ones in several ways. First, they reduce the cost of intelligence. By writing code for you, AI can make an engineer far more productive and free them up for higher level problems. And second, they simplify computing interfaces, making them much more accessible globally. When you break down these barriers, you can make it possible to access more services that are critical to human welfare in the digital age. And that's what we've seen. For instance, in agriculture, AI is making it possible to provide more support to farmers in rural communities. In India, agricultural agents help farmers navigate a changing climate, implement best practices, and bring their crops to market. But it's often difficult to ensure that there are enough agents. In India, for example, there are 650 farmers for each agent. Digital Green has been working with the Ministry of Agriculture to address this challenge. Digital Green developed a chatbot called Farmer.chat that is built on GPT-4. This tool helps to bring the guidance of agricultural agents to more people, and early estimates suggest that this chatbot reduces the cost of traditional extension services by 99%. The Ministry of Agriculture and Digital Green plan to bring this tool to 12 states in 2024. This tool transcends language barriers, delivering information in Hindi, Assamese, Kannada, Telugu, English, and many others. Reducing language barriers like this is one of the superpowers of large language models. Because of this, we believe LLMs can build on the government's machining initiative, which is already using technology to break down language barriers. LLMs also have the potential to transform other parts of society, like healthcare. For example, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has supported Praveen Darvasetti of the George Institute for Global Health in using ChatGPT to facilitate communications with frontline health workers, with the goal of improving care for pregnant and postpartum women. In education, companies like Canva are working with ministries of education throughout the world to reach 60 million students and teachers each month. Historically, organizations like these had to devote an enormous amount of time to translations, and even then, they've been limited in the number of languages they can work with. But Canva is translating educational tools instantly into local languages, and they're offering these resources for free. Other governments are using these new tools as well. One study estimated that new AI tools will create $1.75 trillion in value for governments across the world. And governments are already using chatbots to deliver better services to their citizens in places like Singapore and New York City. AI is also fueling economic activity in the private sector. More than 92% of Fortune 500 companies are building on OpenAI's products today. In a recent study by Harvard Business School, employees at one consulting firm completed tasks 25% faster and with 40% higher quality when they use ChatGPT. At OpenAI, we have seen this economic opportunity and are working to unlock even more of it. It's become clear to us that many of the most innovative, impactful, valuable uses of these tools have come not because of something we build, but because of bottom-up innovation from our users. That's why we introduced GPTs, a way for anyone, not just developers, to build products utilizing our AI models, but tailored for specific uses. You could build a chatbot, focus on workplace productivity, to help your company organize and access internal documents. Or you could build one focused on personal projects and interests, like food or sports. To make it possible for people to build businesses based on these product innovations, we launched the GPT Store in early January, where GPT builders can showcase their work. This will bring the tools to a broader community. We also recently released ChatGPT Team and ChatGPT Enterprise, which are versions of ChatGPT that businesses can use to help their employees do their best work and remain competitive in the global economy. Companies like AT&T, Klarna, Asana, and Notion use these tools, and we look forward to working with the many businesses and entrepreneurs of India. Of course, unlocking the potential of AI also means an intense focus on safety. At OpenAI, we've learned about how we can make our tools safer through technology, partnerships, and working with governments. First, we build safely and safety through technology. At OpenAI, safety and product development are not separate. They are intertwined. Before releasing any major new model, we run evaluations, which are automated tests that help us understand the model's capabilities, and red team processes, where we have internal and external domain experts probe these capabilities further. This work ultimately informs further training of the model towards safer behaviors. We then publish a system card, which describes the model's capabilities and operations and potential risks. This sparks even more feedback from society, which in turn enables us to make our systems even safer. It also enables us to get feedback from more communities throughout the world. That's critical, since we need to ensure that our safety features don't just work in one country or just in one language. AI safety must be globalized. We're also working on safeguards related to elections. We've been developing a tool that will give people more information when our AI systems are used to create fake or inaccurate images. We've seen some promising early results, and plan to make it more widely available when it's ready. Second, we have learned that we can advance safe AI by partnering with other companies. For example, we partnered with Microsoft, Anthropic, and Google to launch the Frontier Model Forum, an industry NGO focused on advancing AI safety research and best practices. Finally, we have learned how essential it is to work well with governments to ensure people are able to safely access the technology's many benefits. We work with the Biden administration and other leading AI labs to agree to a set of voluntary commitments on safety and security. And we have worked with international organizations like the United Nations and G20 to develop principles to govern this technology. But of course, AI is a global issue, and we need a global approach to governing it. In the past, countries have come together as a global community to address global problems. We eradicated diseases like smallpox and polio. We harnessed the power of nuclear energy. Together, we have built a number of global institutions in areas like trade, finance, health, natural resources, conflict resolution, and the environment. These institutions form the basis of an international order and rule of law, which everyone benefits from today. Using this history as our guide, we must harmonize our efforts no matter what country we call home. India has an important role to play in these conversations, and that's one of the reasons that I'm here today. The rules we establish here would be critical, and we want to work closely with you to figure out a path forward. Finally, I'd like to conclude my remarks by talking to you about the community that's actually building this technology here in India, developers. On this trip, I'm spending time meeting with entrepreneurs who are creating AI-powered products that will enable India to experience the value of this technology. It may be that the world of AI is a world filled with code and models, but behind the technology are people, and it is their talent and their humanity that will shape what AI becomes. India has the key ingredients of being one of the world's leaders in AI. It has the largest developer community in the world, with some of the most impressive talent in the field, a track record of developing extraordinary technology businesses, and a relentless focus on competing on the world stage. That's why we want to continue investing in the developer community here. Last month, our Vice President of Engineering, Srinivas Narayanan, led a developer summit in Bangalore. When he returned from the trip, he talked about how important it is that we continue the work, and we are already exploring a number of projects as a result of those meetings. That's why I'm delighted to announce today that we will hold several more developer summits in India in 2024. Our plan is to convene developers from around the country to work alongside OpenAI product leaders on some of the most difficult challenges in AI. Our hope is that this collaboration between Silicon Valley developers and Indian developers will put us on a path toward building the tools that define our future. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm looking forward to coming back and having a chance to discuss how we were able to further unlock the power of AI in India. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jason. Just FYI, that intro was not written by ChatGPT. We had our scriptwriter write that in. But it's great to know that, OpenAI is doing so much and going to be doing so many developer summits in India. It's an exciting, growing space.
Absolutely. In fact, let's take that forward, artificial intelligence. The next session that we are getting for you, AI and us, crafting tomorrow today. This is going to be an insightful exploration of the relationship between artificial intelligence and humanity, focusing on how we can shape our future in tandem with this in the rapidly advancing technology as well.
Right, this session delves into the opportunities, the challenges, and most importantly, the ethical considerations surrounding AI integration into various aspects of our lives. It'll be led by David Hanson, the CEO of Hanson Robotics. It's a pioneering company in the field of AI and robotics, and this session promises to offer valuable insights into the potential impact of AI on society and how we can proactively steer its development towards a brighter future for us all. Please join me in welcoming David Hanson.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. Proud to be back after some years, COVID intervening. But the world of artificial intelligence has not slowed down, but continued to accelerate. I'll give you a little introduction to myself before I begin. I have a background developing AI and robotics for 30 years. I have an interest, a strong predilection towards the arts and humanities, as well as the biosciences and artificial intelligence and robots, and how all of these threads may weave together into a tapestry of a new humanity, a new human experience. AI and robots ultimately are about how we make life better for humanity, manage a future of life. These are themes that you'll hear me talk about today. I perhaps am best known for developing this robot, Sophia. Sophia is a social robot designed for natural facial expressions, using machine perception to perceive people's motions and gestures, to make eye contact, to connect emotionally with people. This is an interface. This is merely a way of connecting our intelligent software with the world of humanity. Interfaces are one step forward, but what happens underneath is the ground truth that we're dealing with. And so I have some questions for you to start with. What is artificial intelligence? We throw this word around all the time. And, it's a little bit slippery. There are engineering definitions. There's the original definition from the Dartmouth Conference in 1956 when the term was coined by McCarthy when founding the field of artificial intelligence. So you have a lot of definitions out there. This one from Wikipedia is a pretty good one. Basically making machines that do things that are intelligent. Sounds like a tautology a little bit. Right? What is intelligence, right? So the field of computer science to make machines that solve problems, that understand the world, perhaps, to do things that seem intelligent. But I would propose that the way that organisms like human beings solve problems is based on information dynamics, the way that we process this. This is a mystery. I've studied neuroscience at King's College and at the University of Texas, where I got my PhD, University of Texas at Dallas. And so studying the biosciences of human mind and intelligence is very interesting. So there's a field that goes back actually about 50 years, but it was first named in 1986 by Christopher Langton, called artificial life, studying synthetic organisms, how we can create computer programs that simulate properties of life. But there are parallel disciplines called synthetic life, where you're engineering new forms of life, computational biology, digital organisms. So the prospect that we might be able to, at some point, scientifically understand, or at least plant the seeds for true living machines, is tantalizing and of profound impact on artificial intelligence. So I would propose to you that the future of artificial intelligence is inherently biological. It's biologically inspired from the beginning, and now we're starting to see more and more lifelike capabilities, spontaneous and emergent capabilities from our large foundation models. And we're starting to see tools, computing tools, authoring tools, that allow us to explore the domain of what it means to be alive and also see lifelike behaviors from artificial intelligence that were not possible for the last 50 years. And these have just begun to accelerate in the last few years. So the next question that I would have for you is, what defines a human? Okay, so are we defined by our DNA? Are we a separate thing from nature? Or are we part of the integrated web of life? Are we the matter that we walk around with? Or are we something more? Are we just the DNA, the cells, the meat that we occupy, if you will? Is that all we are? Well, in physics, it's interesting that matter is actually just another form of energy, E equals mc squared. We are beings of light that are formulated into stardust that then take the form of humans. And light carries information. information can't be created or destroyed, neither can energy. So, in other words, if all of this energy and all of this information began in the Big Bang, well, it's just manifesting as we're living our lives. So from a very first principles approach, you could say, perhaps, we are just this kind of special arrangement of information at this moment in history where the information interacts in human society. Our cells change. The individual molecules that make us up change. Ship of Theseus, we remain the same, even though every single part of us may change in some regard throughout the course of our lives. We are made of the information. And so, with a robot, I would ask you the question, is a robot merely a machine? And from an engineering definition, in a way it is. It's a thing made by a human that takes perceptual and sensory data in, processes it, and puts it out through a mechanical output. However, I think that that is something that life forms do, from a paramecium to a field mouse to a human being. We sense the world, we process this world, and we mechanically act on that world. So I think it's perhaps more fundamental and profound to consider that a robot is a kind of artificial life. But the life is in the information, not in the physical hardware. So the hardware gives you a mechanical interface to the world. So then, if we're made of information and our technology is also information, well, our technology such as language, which we're all using here today to speak to each other, to connect nonverbal and verbal, the culture that we're in and the technology we play with are extensions of our biology. So in a way, the cognitive systems of artificial intelligence expand human intelligence, human consciousness in some ways. They're a window into the collective unconscious in some ways, but in other ways they're giving rise to new ways of seeing the world, new ways of solving problems. They're making humanity smarter. And so perhaps we are our technology. There's a continuum. Just as there's a continuum with the web of life, there's a continuum between the material living beings and the information technologies that we're creating. So what does this mean for our future? Well, one thing we know is that AI is going to get smarter. It's arriving. It has not arrived fully. New kinds of robotic interfaces. So robots are an interface to our AI. They have come into our homes in recent years and into our factories, and the factories that are making cars are smarter and smarter, and the cars are smarter and smarter themselves. And the car companies like Tesla are now making these super advances. So you see advances from small groups, startups, little labs, individuals who might be equipped with a smartphone coming up with new algorithms, and big companies who are setting their course now for solving what we call artificial general intelligence. And this means generalizing AI and generalizing robots like the Optimus robot to help the world. And I'm going to tell you about how we're working on that at Hanson Robotics with the Sophia utility platform. But you should check out this Optimus robot if you haven't. It's beautiful. And there are many other robots. Figure is another robotics company. And, of course, Atlas from Boston Dynamics is absolutely beautiful. So there are many robot platforms out there. But it started many, many years ago. So the first robots arguably came out thousands of years ago, but they were named in the 20th century. Yubatech Walker now. These happened over the last few years. The Optimus is now coming out. Human-like robots have been around, like at the Hall of Presidents for Disney. But Amica is a very nice one. Hanson robots are a little bit different. The robots that I make are bringing together a lot of the humanities to try to humanize this interface, to create a more personal connection, to teach the AI what it means to be human, to try to understand us, and to explore what it means to be human as well. So we call this the Sophia Human Utility Platform. So humanoid, human-like robots are progressing very rapidly in the field. The question pops up often, why humanistic robots? We can make them look like anything. Well, we can make them look like anything, so we should diversify the robots, just as we are connecting with humans in a wide variety of applications and backgrounds. So that can help people better. It can help the AI to learn and grow among humans, to bond with people, to form a kind of relationship, to co-evolve with us, to grow up in the human family, if you will, if they become conscious, which is one of our big questions. How do we explore these mysteries of consciousness? In some ways, by trying, by building these things, by doing science on them, and also by tinkering, by exploring this bold frontier of techno-innovation and what it means to be alive. So this is through the figurative and narrative arts as well as through the biosciences. So humanistic AI, I believe, equals a better future, because this means that it enhances potentially what is best in humans. We have to ask questions. What do we want to do? Well, we want to respect life, all humanity around the world. We want to be able to open up our minds and then be able to move past fear, be able to successfully navigate the straits of fear that keep us apart, that keep us from the potential of our human experience, that keep people down because we think it's us versus them. We want to give a hand to people to help them come up, to reach their potential. AI should do this, and I believe that humanizing AI and putting out these tools can really help do this. So in essence, human-like interactions are good for people. There's a lot of cognitive psychology and neuroscience that validate this. And making technologies that deliver a human-like experience, from DVDs to interactive fiction to children's books to fine arts to the latest in artificial intelligence, this can be good for people and train smarter AI. We're attracted to the human-like form, and sure enough, when we put our robots, our human-like robots, in the room with other robots, people do pay more attention to the human-like robots. For example, Sophia, who's in the background there, everybody's paying attention. Other robots, unfortunately, can be ignored in that situation. So the Sophia utility platform is not just about that artistic or character experience, but it's also a bold platform for innovating artificial intelligence and generalizing robotics. So it has nice looking facial expressions, but very capable hands and arms, and navigation and locomotion as well. It's not the first robot that I've made. I've actually made over 100 unique robot designs, all through my PhD. In fact, most of these designs are from my PhD studies. They include the Diego Son robot, that's the big baby robot in the front, that walking Albert Hubo robot in 2005, the Jules robot that looks like Sophia, but that's from 2006 for the University of Bristol. Cambridge University has one of my robots, the Vincena robot, you can see there, Zeno, etc., the Bina 48 robot. So diversifying robotics is one of our quests, but this requires a diversity of team as well. So we have a team that is about 50% women, and we have people from engineering, AI science, PhDs, also manufacturing engineers, but also designers and artists, animators, people who are helping to craft who these people are, the characters, and people from all around the world. So here's a little bit of the process. I sculpted Einstein in 2005 to make this portrait. I developed a special skin material that's extremely lightweight and low power and generates natural looking facial expressions. Here is the result from that, from 2005. And this was lightweight, low power, so it could mount on the Hubo robot from KAIST, the Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. And so you put these things together, eye cameras and various sensors, the perceptual software to see faces, to be able to understand speech and have conversations, and then you're able to do these kinds of full interactions, and we put all these things into a toolkit. We call it Hanson AI SDK, and there you have kinetic intelligence, the ability to walk around, the ability to understand people also, and to generate creative activities. We've done these generative algorithms for 20 years now, working with these robots. And then you put all of these things together on one platform, and we're able to do and facilitate research in machine consciousness and applications like autism development and so forth. So the motivated driven action selection workflow is bio-inspired, trying to imitate what happens inside humans and organisms when they're motivated to interact. We have open source projects called the Open Hands, Open Arms, Sophia's Open Arms to the World, which we published, and they have really great capabilities, and new open source walking legs that, that really are super. Dan LaFaro is one of our scientists working on that. So these have also been deployed in multiple applications, including autism, therapy studies, a Grace Healthcare robot that we've created, and then a robot CEO called Mika that we put out last year with a company called Dictador. And then we have all of these kinds of artworks. A small version of Sophia that, that we're planning to bring to market maybe this year. There as a platform, so we created this open app called Sophia's AI Lab where you could program her through a virtual Sophia. And we put together a nonprofit institution called the Global Artificial Intelligence Alliance, which won the World Economic Forum Accenture Ahura AI Award for Social Enterprise. This is about stitching and bridging communities that may be separated, governments and the people and corporations, to try to create a global AI democracy. So it's a nonpartisan organization. So this epic in history is potentially the moment where we can see machines become sentient. And that is our quest. And I think that humanizing the machines is a necessary thing. We have to realize that they may be a new branch on the tree of life. We may see the dawn of new ways of humans to be smarter as we unlock bioscience of what makes our minds work. So humanoid robots can be a way to bridge AI to the human experience. And I hope you will take this into consideration as you hear about all of the other advances and generative advances, and just realize the most profound, transformative, disruptive development that would help to diversify AI could be artificial general intelligence. But we need to all pull together around the world, around the globe, in order to make this AI very good, make it care about us. So I hope you'll come to me with any questions that you have, and I thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hansen, for that. That was a very interesting session. But now we move on to our next session, which is Sustovation, Transformation, Transition, Transaction. Yes, we're all about alliterations at GBS. Now, this session aims to discuss the concept of sustainable innovation, focusing on transformation, transition, and transaction in today's dynamic business landscape.
In fact, this session promises to shed light on how organizations can sustainably innovate to navigate through these transitions and transformations while ensuring a positive impact on society as well as the environment. So please welcome the moderator for the session. We have Nikunj Dalmia, the editor-in-chief of ET Now and ET Now Swadesh. He will be in conversation with Mr. Sanjeev Puri, the chairperson and managing director of ITC.
Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Just another reminder, please do keep the social media interaction going. The hashtags are scripting tomorrow, hashtag GBS, hashtag GBS 2024, and hashtag ETNowGBS.
And of course, Nikunj is going to be joining us very shortly. A quick reminder, however, in an event like this, it's not possible without all our partners as well. So a quick shout out to them. We have strategic partner Darwin, as well as state partner, the government of Haryana. We have real estate partner, the Danube Properties, logistic partner, Ecom Express, digital transformation partner, Kyndryl, the experience makers, Adobe. We have EV partner, Joy e-Bike, celebration partner, Diageo India. We have general insurance partner, Bajaj Allianz General Insurance, industry partner, Nielsen IQ and GFK, NBFC fintech partner, L&T Finance. Then we have ambient media partner, Kushi, and of course, gifting partner, Izhar.
Over to you, Nikunj.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's a rarity to talk to the chairman of ITC, and especially to talk to the chairman of ITC in Taj. But he's kind enough to talk to us in Taj after having eaten a meal which is not an ITC. So we're looking forward for an engaging conversation. And I'm going to first start with the Prime Minister's speech last evening on India. India is firing full cylinders. Looking at in your CI capacity and as the chairman of ITC, since you have a deep understanding of businesses, do you think 6 to 7% GDP growth for next couple of years is something which is not impossible, and it is something which is entirely possible and conceivable?
So first of all, thank you, Nikunj, for having me here. Yes, I think this is eminently possible. I think that's the kind of number we should be aiming for at the minimum. You see, growing at 7%, which is what is the estimate for the year and beyond this year, at a time when the whole world is struggling, when the global growth is the least in a long period, global trade is significantly lower than what it used to be at that time itself. We're growing at 7%. I think it's quite a commendable achievement, and that certainly gives us the confidence. And the confidence is not emanating, I think, just from numbers. The business confidence is not coming just by these GDP numbers. It is reflected in even the various CII surveys that have been happening with the business leaders on capacity utilization and confidence and so on and so forth. And, this is so because of this very strong foundation that is getting built over several years. A lot of very purposeful policy interventions have happened. If you look at the macros, our inflation, for example, is very well managed. There was a time when we had higher inflation than the developed economies. Today it's the reverse. That talks a lot about the astute management of the macros in the economy, the public infrastructure, digital infrastructure, the investments and the incentives to make India into a manufacturing hub. I think all these augur well for the future. There's also focus on the agriculture sector, the FPO, bringing technology. This budget talked about specific sectoral focused. Now focus is being brought in onto innovation. I think India is anyway a powerhouse of services, and we do have a demographic advantage. G20 has elevated India's stature in the new geopolitical dynamic. India is the center of attraction. It's very important from a supply chain diversification, and it's only India that has the talent and the competitive operating ecosystem and the scale to be able to provide that kind of supply chain diversification. We know that we have a lot of tourism assets. That's the new vector that we see from a policy perspective that is going to be pursued. And we do see in the budget and whatever the Honorable Prime Minister also said yesterday, that the commitment to making the policy framework better, dealing with some bigger ticket issues, the commitment and the intent is very much there. So I think, considering all of this, I think it's a very good time for India. It's certainly India's decade and probably even beyond that. So I see no reason why we should not be growing at least that number.
Mr. Puri, ITC is Bharat itself, from agri to hotel, from cigarette to FMCG to paper. Now, post-COVID, all kind of normal cases are being used to describe India and the rural economy. Since you connected with the rural economy, if I could encourage you to connect the dots and share with us that what is happening to the rural economy. If India is growing, why is the rural economy not growing? And if 20% of Indians are accounting for 80% of the consumption, but 80% of Indians still account for 20% of the consumption, if that will not grow, the base would be shaky.
So it's a very good point you have brought out. I think the way to look at is that I think the Indian economy and even the rural has been very resilient. I think your question emanates from the fact that in the reported numbers of GDP, the consumption growth has not been as much as one expects it to be. But I think I'm quite at one level reassured that the economy is resilient, it is growing, and it is growing after a spate of very serious challenges. It went through COVID. It went through huge amount of inflation on the geopolitical crisis on account of that. It has faced the brunt of extreme weather events, and we know there are some, there is a larger indexing to agriculture in the rural side. Despite that, it is resilient, it is growing, maybe not growing as much as we would like it to be, and it is so because I think a lot of good actions have happened. You see the infrastructure that's been created, the connectivity that the rurals have got, the focus on housing, the focus on digitization. I think the direct benefit transfer, the stuff like free food grain distribution. I think these are some of the very important steps taken in terms of the investment in the rural economy, and that's why we are seeing that it's quite resilient. Now, I see no reason why the growth rates will not progressively improve over a period of time. 1 or 2 good crop cycles, and we will see the whole situation completely turn. Because there is definitely a lot more potential there, and I'm quite optimistic that it's going to turn around sooner than later. There are a lot of actions also being taken to help farmers mitigate the impact of climate change. It's not easy, but some steps are already being taken, and all that I think certainly augurs well, and it's certainly going to, I think, perform much better going forward than we have experienced in the recent past. But in the backdrop of where we are, I think I would be quite reassured that it's resilient. It's fairly resilient and still continuing to grow.
So, Mr. Puri, 6 to 7% GDP growth, I add the inflation multiplier, that makes it 11 to 12% growth. ITC is always growing higher than the nominal GDP growth. So can I assume that if India will grow at 6 to 7%, ITC will continue to grow at 14 to 15% at least?
So I was not here for a ITC specific question, but nonetheless, let me say that the aspiration is certainly that we should be growing much ahead of the rate of the growth of the economy, and anything that is connected with domestic consumption, very much doable, and that's what very much doable growth rates. But there are pieces that are also connected with the global context, so that's something to watch out for. That's in a way, at least for now, it's a dampener. But there is potential as far as the Indian economy is concerned, and that's how we are looking at it. That's how we are architecting our future. We are preparing our portfolio of growth not only for today, tomorrow, and day after. In our parlance, we say that we have a core portfolio which, given the growing consumption in India and the opportunity for penetration, opportunity for per capita consumption is huge. We're saying that we need to, on one hand, scale that up, to use that to address adjacencies, and 3 is also build categories of the future. Some of them start scaling them, some of them incubate them. And if I was to just give an example now that you've asked me this question. So if I look at our paperboard portfolio, we have the core portfolio is value-added paperboard, which we are continuing to scale up. The adjacency to that we have identified is what we call sustainable packaging, because the world is moving away from plastics. So these are proprietary coatings on our paperboard and other packaging solutions that we have. If I was to talk about categories of the future, these are again plastic substitute, sustainable packaging, but the second platform is around complex and highly engineered shapes molded shapes out of plant fiber. So if I was to give you an example, there is a paperboard, there is a paper cup in which all of us drink tea, coffee, etc. Traditionally, it had a BioSeal inside. We replace it with it had a poly coating inside. I've replaced it with a proprietary BioSeal. But the cap, which is a complex shape and must be leak proof, is still made out of plastic. So the second platform is going to develop a substitute to that, which is something that should start in March or April of this year. So that's the way we are looking at it. Similarly, if I look at my consumer business, there is our core portfolio of staples, biscuits, noodles, so on and so forth that we scale up. We use that to address adjacencies like Ashirwad is into frozen breads, into besan. And then we are incubating categories of the future like, chocolates, natural floor cleaner and so on and so forth. So that's how, given the opportunity that is there in the Indian market, we're very optimistic, and that's how we are building our portfolio. And our confidence also is reflected in the fact that we commissioned 5 manufacturing facilities last year. We've started construction of 3 more this year. So the journey is continuing to participate and contribute to the growth of India.
What gives you this kind of confidence? You're investing into the future, you're incubating new businesses, you are taking market categories, you're challenging the existing players. What gives you this kind of confidence to invest and spend right now?
I think on one hand, it's the promise of the opportunity in the Indian market. I think the manner in which the policy interventions are being taken is certainly unlocking the potential of the economy. It's empowering the economy. And given the stage of development that we are, I think the headroom to grow is huge. And we see that potential getting unlocked. So we're very optimistic on the future in India. So that's the piece about the national opportunity. But equally, when you take this bets, it's important for you to see, are you competitive? Are you prepared or geared up to participate in the opportunities that come in? And I think that's where we continue to invest. And that's where we continue to leverage institutional capabilities, because in a competitive world, you need to bring something unique and superior onto the table. I think one of our strengths is the synergy from diversity of our businesses. So that's what we use. We recently launched a food tech business, bringing the capabilities of our foods business and hotels business together. So that's something unique that we bring onto the table. And then we are making deep investments for competitiveness around digital sustainability, around innovation, and making our supply chains. Traditionally we always looked at supply chains from an efficiency perspective of market servicing, but we are also investing a lot on building resilience from weather events. We don't have too much of a concern about supply chain disruptions globally because we are largely a Make in India company. So that part is not an issue, but from weather events, we're working to make it resilient. So with these tools that we have put in place, I think we feel quite optimistic of the future.
So last but one question, Mr. Puri. This is 2024. Hypothetically, if we're in 2030, ET Now GBS, and we are having an interaction, what do you think we are likely to discuss? What could be the shape of India and what could be the shape of ITC 6 years from now? 6 years from now.
See, our aspiration is that we have to be growing at the top quartile. Aspiration is to be a leader in every segment. Some segment we are leaders. Where we are not, we would like to attain leadership. And when I say leadership, it's not merely about size or profitability. I think we would like to be acknowledged more importantly as a leader in terms of products that we provide to the market, the quality of service that we bring to the market, and a company that is not only creating economic value, but adding value to society by being a climate positive, inclusive enterprise, an innovative enterprise, and a future tech enterprise.
I'm just going to share with our viewers, just think about innovation when it comes to ITC. A tobacco company moves into paper, then comes into hotel, moves into FMCG. They've challenged, they've created market share, and they've used technology just to change the entire landscape per se. So Mr. Puri, 10,000 more SKUs, big in hotel brands, cigarette brands, paper business. How do you manage so much?
See, I think the solution to this lies in our strategy of organization. We have a distributed method. We have a system of distributed leadership with very clear governance, very clear degrees of freedom, very high level of empowerment to product market clusters, and we continuously review that and segment it even further so that despite complexity and growth, the enterprise remains market-facing. It remains nimble, agile, and customer-centric. And what we do at the center is, besides mentoring and allocation of resources, is also to make sure that all the teams have access to the tools and technologies that they need to succeed. You know, we've invested ahead of time in the ITC Life Sciences and Technology Center, which is the largest private sector innovation center in India. And that resource is available to all the teams to tap into to meet the requirements of their customers. Similarly, we have created infrastructure, a whole infrastructure as far as digital is concerned. So every team is empowered through the right tools and processes. And with a distributed leadership, I think that's how we are able to manage and stay relevant and contemporary.
Now, I want everyone to take their pen and paper down. Mr. Puri saab se kuch recipes lete hain. So I met a speaker yesterday. He said that I have two options. I can die without eating dal bukhara, or I can eat dal bukhara and die. Right? Every time I come to Taj, they say the following, that we will match ITC hospitality, but we can never match the dal makhni at Bukhara. So kya recipe bata dijiye?
Even I don't know.
Well, all we know is...
You'll have to ask the custodian of Dal Bukhara, the chef there, he can only tell you.
All I can say is that, over the years I've tracked ITC, it's just been such a pleasure. The stock is at an all-time high, profit is at an all-time high, and the India story, the appeal, I think, is so extraordinary that it's such a joy tracking ITC and the way things are evolving. Thank you very much, Mr. Puri, and thank you for joining us today. Digital Pin.
Thank you, Nikunj. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's put your hands together for Sanjeev Puri, Chairman of ITC. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Puri. Thank you, Nikunj, for that absolutely fantastic session. You know, Meghna, there's a podcast that I heard, and there's a very interesting fact, since Nikunj also spoke about Dal Bukhara, and actually Mr. Puri is on his way out, maybe we would have asked him that, but somebody on the podcast, Zorawar Kalra was on that podcast, and he said that the menu of Bukhara, the restaurant with ITC, the menu, if the menu has to change, it needs approval from the chairman's office. You can't just get up and change it. Now, I don't know, maybe I'll ask Nikunj to catch Mr. Puri
Well, Mr.
and
Puri
ask
would
him
be
on
the
that.
right person to say that. However, we are very happy and joy to be here at the Taj. Let's not forget, of course, our partners for this event.
Of course,
so thank you so much
always.
for the great hospitality here.
As
well.
always. Before we move on to the next session, we've got a lovely audience here. I just want to, get them up to speed on what other exciting sessions are lined up later in the day. We have this session called The Blueprint of Victory, which will have Paddy Upton. Paddy Upton, as we know, high performance coach, and he will be in conversation with Chetan Bhagat. So I'm sure that's going to be a very exciting session.
And of course, to wrap up day 2 and the final day, there's going to be a power pack. And if you can call it sharks floating around in our tank, isn't it, at the GVS? Because we are going to have at least 2 of the sharks. We are going to have Namita Thapar, the Executive Director of MCure Pharmaceuticals, along with Aman Gupta, the co-founder and CMO of both, who will be there. But also, it's a star-studded panel which is lined up for you. In addition to that, there'll be Adit Palicha, the co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of Zepto. Interesting one there. And also Mukesh Bansal, the founder of CureFit, and Mindra, who's going to be joining them, along with Kunal Behel, the co-founder of Snapdeal and Titan Capital, as well as Sudhakar Adapa, the founder and CEO of BIA Brands. It is going to be a power-packed panel, but that is just one of the many others who are going to be.
And they will be in conversation with Sanjeev Bikhchandani, as they say, the OG of India's startup world. Let's move on now, Meghna, to the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, now in today's corporate landscape, we witness a significant transformation where meritocracy is emerging as the cornerstone of success.
Absolutely. In fact, this shift represents a departure from the traditional power structures, emphasizing the importance of talent, of skills, as well as contributions in driving organizational growth, as well as profitability.
That's right. Now, our esteemed panelists for today, they will be bringing a wealth of experience and insights from diverse sectors, and each representing organizations that exemplify the principles of meritocracy in their operations. Allow me to first introduce our moderator. We have Vikram Oza, media consultant, presenter, news anchor with ET Now. You saw Vikram earlier in the day, and of course yesterday with Avan. And now let's invite up on stage the panel for Power Shifts to Profit, the Age of Meritocracy. And our first panelist is Hina Nagarajan. She's the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Diageo India USL. We have Lingaraju Saukar, the President, Kyndryl India. We have Mr. Tapan Singh Hale,
A
MD.
louder applause, please.
We have Mr. Tapan Singh Hale, MD and CEO of Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. He's also Chairman of General Insurance Council of India. We have Kami Viswanathan, President, Middle East, Indian Subcontinent and Africa at FedEx. We have Abhimanyu Munjal. He's Joint MD and CEO at Hero FinCorp Limited. That's our fantastic panel, and we will hand it over to Vikram to take it ahead.
Thank you so much.
Over
Welcome.
to you, Vikram.
Thanks very much. This is a great panel to have, and like you mentioned, it is representative of so many different industries, also different geographies, and that's why it makes it so much more special. We're looking at disruption in a varied kind of way. We're looking at innovation driving a lot of the disruption that we see in businesses today. When you see the shifts that are happening in organizational structures, in the kind of approach you have towards profitability, with what's happening globally in an increasingly globalized world, and when you try and connect it to what's happening in India and how differently we operate as opposed to other geographies, I want to ask the two ladies, because they do represent large organizations, Diageo and FedEx. Let me come to you, Hina, and tell us about how approaches to profitability are really shifting in today's context and how India is doing it differently, if at all.
Well, first of all, I think there is a huge accent on profitability, right? I mean, I see it all the time. We are a listed company in India, right? Investors and then shareholders for dividend. Media, right? You never leave us alone on profit. The question is leading all the time, right? And, basically, I don't think that, there is a difference. I think everyone needs to go on this topic. When I came in 2021, I think what we did to drive, the accent on profit was just embedded it in our mission. So we just went out to the world and said, okay, we want to be top performing CPG in India, delivering double-digit profitable top-line growth and long-term value to all our stakeholders. And that kind of set the tone for the organization, right? Now, we have been on a journey of premiumization to deliver better profitability, right? So we are reshaping our portfolio with a lot of discipline. We let go of our value portfolio. We are focusing on the premium end, which the Indian context actually is giving huge opportunity for, and that's the difference with the rest of the world. Right? Then, productivity. Everyone, I'm sure here, runs productivity. We have made productivity a huge engine in the organization, and we are delivering 1.5 to 2 times the productivity we used to deliver historically. And it's across the value chain. We run a productivity council, and it's a cross-functional team. It's not the ExCom. So it's, the young people in our organization who kind of drive the initiatives. Right? We are managing overheads, right? India is a very inflationary environment on wages, but despite that, we've held our overheads flat for the last 5 years, right? Despite increasing travel costs, wages, and we have huge discipline there. Our commercial teams focus, it's very interesting, they focus on selling in higher margin geographies. Alcohol is a state subject, so, alcohol runs and is regulated by state. And we are able to actually crank up growth more in the high margin states and actually optimize SKUs in the other ones. So we continuously try and embed this concept of value efficiency in the DNA of our organization. And we, the market gives us a lot of opportunity in terms of premiumization to do that.
Right. So in that context, when you look at profitability as a whole, and I'm coming to you, Kami, with this, when you see the emphasis is on pursuing profits, it seems like it is more for the moment. It is about the here and now. Media is asking, everyone is asking, what is your bottom line? But you need to have a futuristic outlook. When you head an organization, you need to think far ahead, and there are changing times. There are different factors that are going to come into play in the future. For that, you need to drive innovation, and you need to create a culture of meritocracy where people come forth within the organization, come up with these disruptive ideas. Does that take away from the goal of profitability that any organization would pursue?
Yeah. Thanks, Vikram.
Let me maybe address this question and the focus on profitability and meritocracy in the context of growth. Because if you look at some of the tremendous supply chain disruptions that we have had in the last 3 to 4 years, starting with the COVID pandemic, where demand and supply were unpredictable, and then that led to a bullwhip effect post-pandemic, the Ukraine war leading to increase in fuel prices, the Middle East conflict and the Red Sea shipping disruptions, and then all the geopolitical tensions. I think there's been a big spotlight on how do global businesses build supply chain resiliency and adaptability. And we're seeing a lot of focus around how can India be a beneficiary of that. And so a shift in global value chains towards building alternative supply sources at scale. And we see that across industries, high-tech, electronics, pharma, aviation, and so forth. Part of it is about the India market, but part of it is also about building that alternative supply source and the resiliency. So this is one big growth driver that we see based on global shifts. And the other big growth driver that we see is digital. So part of supply chain resiliency is about alternative supply sourcing, but part of it is also about supply chain visibility and using data and technology to create that end-to-end visibility for tracking shipments, to predict where things could go wrong, put in interventions, and so forth. So we're focused on how do we make our networks more intelligent and efficient by optimizing for a variety of variables, including external factors like weather and geopolitical disruptions and so forth. So that's another big driver of growth. And I mentioned these two because this opens a lot of new opportunity for how businesses build and succeed.
Right.
And innovation is at the core of that.
Right.
It's about connecting the dots, and it's about how do we leverage technology, talent, and data to innovate and disrupt. So we set up FedEx Innovation Lab last year, where we engage with startups to look at new technologies and business models and see how that informs our transformation vision. We're also engaging with the IITs, Mumbai and Chennai, in setting up centers of excellence for building smarter and more sustainable supply chains.
Right.
And our approach to innovation is customer-centric. So what I mean by that is we co-create new products together with customers. So we take a startup approach. We have an MVP, a minimum viable product, that we take to market when we see a business problem and we want to solve it. We test it out with the market, take the feedback, develop MVP number 2, and that's how the product gets built. It's the typical Silicon Valley startup approach that we take, though we're a large corporation. And I think this keeps the customer and solving current problems at the center of what we're building while we're looking to build for the longer term with the larger innovation vision.
Right.
So I think that's one way of reconciling this here versus future question that you asked. And I think so it really goes together as opposed to being a conflicting sort of view.
Not necessarily conflicting, but when you have these two growth drivers that you speak about, and Abhimanyu, you can come in on this, there are disruptions that are external in nature, like the supply side problems that Kami spoke about. But when you are driving disruption into the market, bringing products into the market, getting that part of the business going, where you're thinking ahead of the curve and saying, yes, this is available in the market, these products are there, now what next? To be able to drive that, does profitability have to be set aside, or does it keep going together, like the two growth engines that comes?
Yeah, so I think disruption comes with a fair bit of cost in the short run.
Yes.
And we don't look at disruption as a short run kind of project. I think to master the art of being profitable and be disruptive, what we do in our organization is, the first word that comes to my mind is empower, right? I have a barometer from my leadership and myself to see, am I doing the same thing that I was doing last year? If I'm doing that, then I guess I'll only be focused on the profit. But if me and my leadership, which is about 70 of us, are actually doing different things, then they've empowered their teams one down to focus on the daily routine profit generative businesses, whereas we can think strategy. So that's one route of really thinking of disruption. And second route is, we try and cultivate a lot of these innovations from ground. Today I'm operating, we are a NBFC, we operate in 20,000 pin codes with 3,000 locations with only 30 offices. So it's a very high-tech kind of business. We do 6 loans a minute. So very large consumer-facing business. And I think we would not be fair to say, sitting in head office, I know everything that's happening on field.
Right.
And what is the right disruption to be actually delivered on field. So we created this thing called the CEO tank, like a Shark Tank, where we sent invitations to the people on field to say, if you think there is a disruptive idea that you have, you come and pitch to a panel. And in the panel, I was the only person from the organization. We had professors, we had innovators who were actually selecting them, and you will get a new job. So I got 6 or 7 of them from the field, now moved to head office, started something completely new, and the product of that was something called Hero Instant Personal Loans, which now we give loans on an app. It was actually disrupted. We funded that by capital and sponsored that business, and today that's one of our success stories. So really, how do you cultivate innovation and how do you take it? Because those are the guys who knows what the customer wants, right? And that's how we look at disruptions. I call them change agents. So there are people who run in a certain DNA, let them run in that DNA. Let's not try and disrupt that Apple card because it's working well. And then you get the change agents from the field to really come and invest in disruptions. And the point on profitability, when we look at these disruptions and innovations, we have a budget for every year. X amount we'll put into this. And after the year gone by, we actually see what, like the Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, we see what we'll preserve, what we'll destroy, what we'll create. 80% of the disruptions we destroy, right? But the 20% that we preserve actually are extremely valuable and will give us profit in the next coming years.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I just add a point?
Yes, yes.
I think, to the contrary, I mean, your question says innovation versus profitability. Actually, we are using innovation as a driver of profitability.
Correct.
And that's the...
How do you do that?
Yeah, the thing is to, when you take a future back view of the consumer, and then you say, I am only going to launch innovations that are margin accretive,
right,
but address those consumer needs very sharply. And I'll give you an example. Royal Challenge American Pride is the only Indian whiskey with American bourbon proposition to the consumer, right? It was a growing trend with millennials post-COVID. My team launched it in record time. We used to take 18 months to launch innovation. It came in a few months, 4 or 5 months. And it has been one of our most successful margin accretive launches. So using innovation as a source of building better profitability, rather than thinking of it as a conflict with profitability, I think is a huge concept that is embedded in our organization.
Tapan Singhal, you see that move happen, where you're kind of not thinking of everything from a profit-making standpoint and thinking a little bit ahead of the curve?
It's actually a very interesting question, and I find it very interesting to be on a panel which talks about profit, because 7-8 years back, people used to challenge me that, why are you so focused on profitability? To give you a context, if I look at the last 5 years industry results, we make 80% industry's profit. And we have 14 crore customers, one of the largest insurers of India.
Yes.
Organically grown, no acquisition. Fundamentally, to me, profit is about at all levels. Customer, value. He or she should be seeing profit in terms of what they're purchasing. Employees, they should be seeing profit in what they're investing in the organization. And when you look at everybody, every stakeholder, that they see value in what they get or what they deliver or what they're part of, profits are incidental. You should never be so obsessed about profit that you let go of everything else. We broke even the first year operations. We are a 22-year-old company now when we started. I think it's a record of sorts in the world. We broke even in the first year, and every year henceforth, we have been one of the highest profit makers and the highest growth drivers in the industry. for 22 years consecutively. So fundamentally, it is not about this, that, or this. It's just about being very clear about business, that you have to have profits to be able to innovate, to be able to push growth, to be able to deliver to customers, to be able to be of value to
Yes.
people. It is part of your DNA in terms of how do you look at businesses. So that's why I found this panel to be very interesting. And now we have this topic coming back into the fundamentals of business, which is actually a fundamental of business, if you ask me.
That's true. Lingu, if you, from your experience, tell us if you've seen legacy organizations take that much longer. I wouldn't want to go and say course correct, but when you are going to innovate, sometimes the legacy kind of management mantras go out the window. Some of these organizations in India have that. But the startup ecosystem in India stands as a beacon of innovation. Is there a learning over there for legacy organizations?
Yeah, I think it's a very broad question. And if I were to take our own example, out from IBM as a services division, separate company all by itself now for the last 2 years. And the nature of what we do right now is IT services to customers. So we had to move from being IP selling organization to a customer-centric organization. So we had to change the management structure itself first. So in a typical IT organization, you have a command, control, inspect kind of an operating model. But when you move to a customer-centric model, then services model, then you've got to have employees are far more empowered at the edge because they've got to make decisions at the edge. Like the front desk person at the hotel has to make the decision in a service industry. Similar to that, in IT services, the client partner serving the account has to make the decision. So management structural changes is one thing. So what we did is we took out a certain, in an organization design, classic IT services models, IT company models are global, Asia Pacific, and the country operating model. So we took out the entire Asia Pacific layer. We brought down 60% of the management decision-making nodes away. So the moment you take decision-making nodes away, then things move faster. Second is to enable the engagement of speed at the edge, right? So you started saying that, look, I'm not going to make the decision. I'm going to let somebody else make the decision who sees the impact of it. And with that, we've seen many examples in our workplace where people actually know what's the right thing to do. It's just that management needs to stay out of the way, right? So getting management out of the way was more important to let the people do the right decisions, and we saw examples of that. But third thing is, even more is the whole communication and storytelling, right? I mean, one person does that and then he talks about it and then everybody sees that I can do this and I can do this. While we do all of that stuff, the biggest impact for our industry is the market sets the price point, the competition sets the price point, but once you get that across, then technology and automation became the biggest lever for us, and that's constantly changing on how you actually deliver to the outcome, right? Just a little while ago, every second day there's a new technology. Just a little while ago, you had OpenAI talk about their technologies and GenAI and everything else coming in, right?
Yes.
So how do you create a pool of talent, irrespective of what your profit positions are? You don't touch them. They're constantly applying stuff to existing customers, new customers, looking at new ways of working, and looking at how those technologies can make a big impact. So I would say multiple things. People, the technology and automation part of it, keeping the innovation pool aside without touching it, even if your profit is going to take an impact. But at the core of all of it is, I think that lesser management structures is very important for keeping the agility of profit going by.
Sometimes management has to get out of the way, right?
Absolutely.
That happens too. They do make that decision to not get in the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hina, you started talking about productivity as well, and the accent and the correlation between productivity and profitability. That stands, but it changes today in today's context as well. And a lot of that discussion has been happening. How has that discussion changed within organizational structures? The emphasis that is put on higher productivity, and to be able to do that, how are managements pushing their talent?
Look, I think it's the way you set the context, right? I mean, if we say that our brands are our biggest assets and to grow, and which business doesn't like to grow? I mean, people want to be part of a winning business all the time, right? So if you put the context of, look, we need to generate fuel for our investment in brands, and the best way to do it is productivity, it stops being a bad word, right? and you start embedding it in the organization. And I often joke about this, but it is true and it hits home quite often. You know, I talk to my team very often and say, you know, as parents, all of us push our children to come first in class. And all of us push our children to become so able that they, you know, are able to earn a lot of money, right? And, you know, we hesitate to do that for our own company, which is also our baby. So what's the problem if we tell ourselves that we want to generate more money and be, you know, first as a company, right? And I even tell them further, right, that when children make a lot of money, it's not necessary that all parents benefit from that, right? I mean, there's a debate whether they do or not, and I can see all the ladies nodding there. But the fact is that when a company does make a lot of money, all the parents that run that company benefit because we get better bonuses, we earn better money, etc. So it's, you know, even better to drive the productivity in an organization. And honestly, I think setting this context for the company and its people really hits home. I mean, you've got to touch their hearts and tell them that this is why we are doing it. I'm not taking money home just because the organization is being more productive, right? All of us are owners and we need to get it. So, you know, there will be phases where productivity needs will be higher, when inflation hits higher, like this environment that we are sitting in today, where inflation has been. And there will be periods where maybe there is not a need to crank up so much. But honestly, I feel that, you know, the merit is in not letting that discipline go. It takes a long time to bring it back, right? So we drive it as a constant engine in Diageo. We don't let it falter, and we don't let it become a bad word.
But the context of productivity is changing, how we look at productivity as well. On the one hand, you have Infosys founder, Mr. Murthy, talking about 70-hour work weeks. And then you have countries like Germany trying out 4-day work weeks. Where does the answer lie in getting more productive? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So if you look at it, no, and I've been thinking about this, it's about generations. No, and you may call it a generation gap. When you look at baby boomers and Gen X, the one mostly running organizations today, in that era, work is worship, is what it was. And if you're not obsessed with work, and if you're not really putting in 12 to 18 hours a day, you're not being really good at what you are. That is how we grew up. To me, the biggest challenge which is coming, and it's coming very near, is this generation moves out, and organizations have got created with this thinking. And a new generation comes in, where the work-life balance, looking at life differently, is very predominant. And when they work and they take over organizations which have been built by ones with a thought that work is worship and they work like 18 hours a day and that is the way it has to be.
Yes.
This conflict is coming and most organizations will fail in the friction of this conflict in times to come. And we're not addressing enough, and I'm very happy that GBS has put this as part of the panel discussion, asking this question. We're not addressing it enough, that how do organizations adopt to the new way of looking at work.
Right.
Because to think that we can change a full generation to start thinking differently from what has been over time and the values that, and it's a generation issue.
Yes.
If I look at a generation before me, it's even different to what the way I think and the next millennials and the way they think.
Yes.
And how do you do this transformation and transition? And how do you get that work-based transition? And how do you look at productivity very differently?
Yes.
In terms of, and how do you look at aspirations very differently? It's not about everybody moving to become the CEO as the only end game in life anymore.
Yes.
And how do you put that all together? Is and does require more serious thought and discussion, debate than what's happening currently. Because organizations fail tomorrow for this mismatch which is going to come at a very hyper speed which is coming now. And that's why you see this friction now in these two generation issues and discussions.
You're saying the friction is important.
Yeah.
You're saying that this right now is important. We have to go through this. But are you seeing that come through?
No, so, I just want to talk on both the points, productivity and work-life balance.
Yes.
In my view, there's no substitute to hard work, right? And in our organization, we don't really say 18 hours, 15 hours, 70 hours, right? The work has to get done. And the trick is, how do you actually get all of them aligned to the common purpose? What is the bigger purpose that we are trying to do here, right? In my organization, at Eurofin Corp, our purpose is to empower every Indian's dream of upward mobility. And it's not cliche. we have 7-8 million customers. Out of that, 70% are first-time credit borrowers. So we actually, making that impact. And that has to be drilled down. Even to the chai wala or coffee wala who's serving us coffee in our office, that how important a job he's doing.
How difficult is it to get everyone to buy into the bigger purpose of an organization today?
Yeah, so that is something that is a constant push to say, like for me, it's about the top leader being there. I was in Bombay yesterday, did a surprise visit to my branch. Last week I was in Jaipur. So you go to town, go to small branches and be there. Explain them the purpose. Why are you doing what you're doing? How important you are in building this nation. How important you are in doing what we are doing. And a lot of this is also linked with well-being. A lot of people, we face this all the time. Work-life balance, 5 days, unwell. How, as an organization, we are focusing on mental well-being. Sadhguru has been here last 2 days. First week of January, I took 80 of my top leaders to Sadhguru's ashram. Spent 3 days there.
Do you see the difference coming through?
Absolutely. People who never meditated, today are calling me and messaging.
No, but do you see the difference in productivity?
Absolutely.
Do you see it?
Clarity.
Coming?
Clarity of thought.
So if I can just add an angle here, especially when you talk in the context of innovation, which I think is key for all of our businesses.
Yes.
Productivity is not just about doing more or producing more outcome. It's also about thinking differently and producing different outcomes.
Yes.
And I think that's where the diversity, not just in race or gender or sexual orientation, but also in terms of the generational thought process is very important. And I think one of the things we all need to be thinking about as organizations is how do we really leverage this diversity for better outcomes and not be restricted by a more narrow definition of productivity, but really how do we bring in talent wherever it exists and in, whatever, whether it's virtual or whether it's hybrid or whether it's at the office, how do we provide access, and especially now the technology has enabled us to do that,
right,
to bring in talent wherever it resides into the organization so that we build on this diversity of thought. And I think that's maybe an angle to think about as well.
So technology is making it that much easier. How have you pursued it to kind of find that talent and to bring that talent in? Because I hear in many industries getting skilled talent is becoming increasingly difficult. And this could be a reason for many factors, many of them culturally embedded. How do you work around that? Though technology is an enabler, but things are changing on the ground, and culturally people don't have the same approach to buying into the vision of a company today when they are fighting inflation at one level, they are trying to up their standard of living, they have other goals to pursue. And this entire discussion that has happened about work from home as opposed to work from office, something that the pandemic brought on, it also raised questions about how we are going to achieve at the productivity targets that companies would have set. How do you approach it? How do you change with the times when organizations have ground realities to factor in and technology as an enabler?
I think
we're running out of time. I'll let you take it.
Okay, I think very clearly the industry that we are in, technology has been a greatest enabler and also greatest disruptor for how we look at things. So for example, in our own organization, we brought in through automation and technologies, we were able to release 7,500 people from the job that they were doing to acquire new skills to do other things and brought in automation. That's one part that's constantly going to continue. Picking on what Tapan said, right, about the age and dimension of workforce. Today in our industry, the tech industry, you have people in their early 20s to the late 50s all coexisting doing work. I think one thing that the new generation brings across the table is a very inquisitive, different way of looking at things. And picking on Abhimanyu's point, right, as long as they feel connected to the purpose, you're aligned. Otherwise, you can't get them aligned to anything else but the purpose. But also the willingness of the senior generation to do reverse mentoring and learn from this thing also spurs them across. So we've seen a combination of all of these things. How do you create the right environment to foster this two-way exchange of work gets done? This thing about work from home and work from office, depends from which city you come from. I come from Bangalore. And the only topic of discussion becomes traffic and how you do. So I think that's not a big issue. But of course, working together certain times of thing does foster collaboration, but wouldn't want to insist that at this point in time as a primary play.
I can't
Yes.
resist this, but I just saw
Certainly.
in the Instagram joke floating around that I traveled to work for 2 hours to do an online meeting.
Well, we are seeing a lot of the infrastructure that is coming our way. India is growing. We are seeing ease of doing business, ease in getting around, getting to workplaces. And we certainly hope things change for the better. Organizations will have to make the shifts that they need to. And, well, if that kind of push comes in towards employees, all the better. We will look forward to those changes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this discussion. Pleasure having you with us.
Thank you.
Longer, unfortunately, time constraints are there, but thank you so much.
Thank you to Vikram, and thank you to the panelists for a fantastic session this evening here at the Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. It's been an exciting 2 days, but there's a lot more still to come. Before we move into our next session, just a quick reminder, we have that exciting social champ contest that's still going on. If you haven't seen it yet, you should go head over to Jahangir, check out the kiosk, scan the QR code, and you can share your thoughts on social media. It is quite interesting there.
And let's not forget, in case you want to connect with us on social media, you can use the hashtags that are right there on the screens as well. Scripting tomorrow, you can use the other hashtags as well. That is GBS 2024 as well as just hashtag GBS. We'd love to hear from you, see your videos as well as the photographs.
Exactly. We've had some very interesting sessions. Yesterday, of course, we had the Prime Minister. This morning, we had the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, followed by Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav. Yesterday, we had Mr. Nitin Gadkari. So, you know, Meghna, it's been a very exciting with, you know, the heads of policy as well as heads of India Inc. and global thought leaders here. And now our next session is also something that is really interesting. It's called India's New Map, Achieving Global Leadership in an Era of Climate Change and Demographic Transition.
Absolutely. In fact, our speakers' insights will be illuminating the collaborative strategies which are needed to address pressing issues such as climate change, geopolitical tensions, as well as advancing technologies.
That's right. This session aims to examine the obstacles and possibilities that India encounters as it strives for global leadership amidst the intricate dynamics of climate change and demographic shifts. These challenges demand collective action, and they cannot be effectively tackled in isolation. So please join us in welcoming on stage our next speaker. This is Dr. Thomas P. M. Barnett. He's Principal Business Strategist at Throughline Inc. Let's hear a
Over
round
to
of
you,
applause.
Dr. Barnett. Definitely we can have a louder round of applause for him.
Presentation is based on a book I recently published called America's New Map. The story I'm going to tell you begins with U.S.-style globalization, an international liberal trade order born of American ambition after the Second World War. That dynamic sweeps the planet, transforms it, gives us three structural changes this century. First, demographic transitions, the price of admission to global value chains. Climate change, the mother of all externalities. And the prize, a majority global middle class for the first time in human history. Any one of those three would herald a new era in world affairs all by themselves. Together, they are going to trigger North-South integration on a scale almost unimaginable from historical perspective. So that new international economic order is coming, whether we want it or not. That process of integration dovetails with a regionalization imperative that we've seen really since the great financial collapse of 2008, but accelerating most recently. It reflects a logical consolidation of supply chains around the world in response to the fact that Asia is now largely risen. At the same time, It triggers a superpower brand war over that majority global middle class, increasingly located in the global south. We are entering an era, about 4 or 5 decades, when those three big structural changes will play out very dramatically. This zone of turbulence is going to be difficult to imagine and difficult to manage. Scientists tell us that species all over the world have to adapt, have to evolve at 10,000 times the normal rate. So the choice for all species, because of climate change, is basically adapt, move, or die. Most species on the planet are going to die in the next 4 or 5 decades. But people are going to be put on the move like crazy, and community goes in at this end is going to look the same coming out this end. And that's especially true for India. The U.S. system of globalization, the world order that we birthed and nurtured and defended these last 7 decades, it's built on rules. Globalization comes with rules, but not a ruler. The success of that situation, beyond doubt, for the first time in human history, something that I was told my entire life until very recently was absolutely impossible. And frankly, geopolitical analysis today totally ignores the fact that we've created a global majority middle class, which is huge. America wanted peaceful multipolarity. Frankly, we got it. Despite all the talk about going to war with China and Washington right now, it's amazing how peaceful our multipolar world is. Okay, that multipolarity, frankly, scares the hell out of the average American, especially older Americans, because it's not a world they grew up in. But we're getting used to it. To navigate a demographic transition, to exploit it successfully for urbanization, industrialization, integration into global value chains, very hard. Not only that, it's a one-way street. There are turning points in that journey, but there are no turning back points. The balancing of reduced fertility and the stockpiling of old people is very stressful. Japan is struggling with this dynamic right now, so is South Korea, so is much of Europe. China's century, so-called, curtailed overwhelmingly by this dynamic. The demographic dividend has, for the last several decades, enabled the sequential rise of power after power, each of them believing that they've come up with an economic model that's never been seen before and will allow them supremacy from here on out. And each of them are disabused of that vision. So enjoy your trajectory now, because you're going to get old like everybody else. I can track the history of globalization by a series of demographic dividends. It's now centered in Southeast Asia and shifting over time very rapidly towards India, which logically becomes the primary integrator of Africa, which is going to have the biggest demographic dividend of all time, about $1 billion. This map also fits my family. My wife and I had 3 kids, adopted 1 from China, adopted 2 from Ethiopia. So I've been working this process myself as best as possible. Climate is going to change everything. Lower latitudes are going to experience increasingly temperature and precipitation historically associated with the Saharan desert. This middle band, I call it Middle Earth, stretches 30 degrees north and south of the equator. Most of the global middle class that comes online in terms of consumption will do so in that band. That band encompasses a great deal of India, the majority. Species all over the world are moving towards the poles and up in elevation. Thousands and thousands of studies tracking this. Climate velocity shifts weather patterns around the world. History says humans follow. There will be the world's biggest real estate transfer over the next several decades. Roughly 1/10 of the world's land mass, 2 Australias, is going to disappear across that Middle Earth in terms of livability and arability. Magically, the same basic amount is going to appear in the new north, the northern quartile. No money's going to change hands in this transaction. And the irony is, of course, the people who caused climate change are going to get that extra land, and the people who didn't are going to lose that land. We have lived in a world for millennia, east-west in orientation. Jared Diamond, guns, germs, and steel. The wide parts of the world developed faster, conquered the tall parts of the world. Climate change reverses that logic. In a north-south world, it's better to be long. And quite frankly, it's better to be skinny. Less damage from climate change. Here's the problem set. We're going to look at unprecedented north-south integration, compelled by climate change. The South presents needs in this regard. The North tends to view this largely in terms of cost. The goal is obvious. We want to limit impact and boost resilience across lower latitudes, keep populations in place. Economic answer, traditional. Foreign aid, always too little. Foreign direct investment, often too late. Private money craves stability. And the future of that Middle Earth is anything but certain. Governments in this part of the world are going to see their farmland shrink and their cities boom. Some will not survive this process. They'll become failed states. Those that do become failed states will be viewed as military threats by many in the North, if only for sending their way climate migrants. If I live in this situation, the question is, should I stay or should I go? If I go to the city because I can no longer live off the land, I become subject often to informal economy, exploitation, and to criminal groups. I may give up, leave the country, go one country over. If I get tired enough, I head north, sometimes thousands of miles, oftentimes on foot. At that point, the North has a response, a political response. Resettle or repel. Recently, Saudi security forces killed about 1,000 Ethiopians, all of them, I would argue, climate migrants coming over the border from Yemen, escaping a mega drought. Italian Coast Guard let a ship with 1,000 climate migrants sink in front of them, all hands aboard, drowned in the Med. A U.S. governor proposes shooting even women and children coming across the Rio Grande River. This dark future already arrived. I argue for a whole of government soft power response. The North needs to offer the South eventual membership in larger unions, socialize the risk, increase certainty, attract the foreign direct investment, keep resilient populations in place, extend security networks, depress threats. Superpowers are going to work their vertical slice, north and south, because pain prioritizes. We are entering an era of superpower brand competition for the heart and soul, or the stomachs and wallets of that majority global middle class. These processes I describe are going to create a lot of geopolitical orphans, climate migrants, failed states. That triggers sort of a free agency mindset. If we had global free agency, if any country in the world could join any other union, any other franchise, I ask you to imagine which of the northern superpowers, to include China, would get bigger on that basis or smaller? Which global brand appeals the most? I will tell you the Europeans have a brilliant brand. It is so attractive, the Russians need to invade their neighboring countries to prevent their defection to the EU and NATO. The EU is growing, 10 in the pipeline. That's how you win in the 21st century. You don't invade them, they choose to belong with you. Putin uses 19th century tactics, hostage-taking former Soviet republics, trapping them in frozen conflicts, denying them to the EU and NATO. The Russians are busy. What do they win for this? Deglobalization from the West, and they get to become China's economic vassal because everybody loves a seller who's desperate to move product. The Chinese have their economic variant of integration. The Belt and Road Initiative is a good thing. Globalization needs the newly most integrated economy to thereupon integrate those coming up. That's how the process works. But the Chinese play a complex game. They want to achieve network centrality in your 5G network, in your Internet of Things, in your AI of things. And their ambition is ultimately to sell you safe city, smart city solutions that are really the makings of Orwellian omnivalence. So you get deeper and deeper into this process, and then you notice that the Chinese are operating secret police stations within your territory, which is a weird, subnational sort of intervention. I'm going to describe a quantum grand strategy where you go after individuals in other countries. You target them subnationally, you try to capture and fracture their identities, transmute their allegiances. When you go after that identity nucleus, you tap into all sorts of data pools, how they relate to others, how they transact, what media they consume, what worldview ensues. All that penetration, all that data collection allows your AI to get smarter and smarter and smarter. You begin to anticipate the needs. And the more you can do that, the more you can condition the target. So the goal here is to capture. Now, in the West, we have players who dominate each of those levels. In the West, they tend to compete. In authoritarian governments, they tend to collaborate. And that's when they can really get inside. Doesn't matter if you take the red pill or the blue pill, they got you. China's building that matrix, one country at a time, one smart city at a time, one citizen at a time. If you think a foreign government can't capture the allegiance of your individual citizens, I would say check out Vladimir Putin's hold on America's Trump right-wing base, which is absolutely amazing. Body snatching of the highest order. So we get to India. China, by all rights, should be integrating India in global markets and flooding this place with FDI. India's wary of taking Chinese foreign direct investment. I understand it. America would like to see India help it contain China. I think that's a terrible idea. The world doesn't need China to fail. India doesn't need China to fail. China needs India to succeed because India is going to be the integrator of note for Africa. We can't disrupt that chain. We need to extend that chain. So we talk about powers rising, being risen, being past their expiration date, so to speak, and we talk about countries starting out as market players and moving towards, aspiring to, being market makers. America cheated and stole its way to the top, like everybody has done throughout history. And as you get richer, you start to care about intellectual property and being interpreted as a respected stakeholder. We embraced a market-making role after the Second World War. That begat globalization. That identity crashed and burned around 2008. And we've seen America turn inward and very rapacious in its relations with the outside world. 2024 election, even with the rebound from Trump, it's not going to fix anything in America, whether Trump comes back or not. China aspires to be an ethical market maker. And it looked really good until Xi Jinping decided he was the only guy who can run that country from here on out. And everything's gone downhill since. So China's future is cloudy. India has a path forward. The question is, are they going to be more like Russia, ethno-nationalist, fascist, irredentist? Are they going to be more like the EU, transnational, supranational, universalistic appeal? India's got a complex road ahead. This is a map my country made. We have hard copies over there. You're willing to take them? I thank you for your time and attention.
Dr. Barnett, thank you so much, especially for explaining how climate change is going to be within the concept of changing and within the context of changing socio-economic policies also, which are perhaps required in that middle world. So it's wonderful that you've put all of that into perspective. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Global Business Summit. Big round of applause for him. And a very relevant subject at that.
Absolutely, very much required at this stage. Now let's shift our focus to our next session, which is Masterclass Venture Capitalist Perspective on AI and FinTech. Our speaker will provide us with invaluable insights into the intersection of artificial intelligence and financial technology from a venture capitalist perspective.
In fact, this masterclass promises to offer a very deep dive into the evolving landscape of AI as well as FinTech and explore the opportunities and challenges in this dynamic sector. And while capturing the productivity benefits, we must actively guard against the risk and mitigate any potential dangers as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Spiros Margeris. He's a prominent venture capitalist from Margeris Ventures. Over to you.
Thank you for being here. This will be my shortest presentation in my life, so I'm going to go very quick, but I tell you something. You can ask me after my presentations if any question you want. So I start with this. Why I show a rocket? Because I believe our life is a journey. You know, my businesses are journeys. And you know, the question is always, where will our journey take us? I will talk today about challenges, opportunities because of AI, about AI banking implications, and change has just begun. I will shortcut some things on AI because sitting here today, we heard great speakers go deep into things, and you say, my God, why did he tell that already? But on the other hand, I can cut it. So, look, if you imagine you're really good at something, you know, we know this magic cube. This is the world champion, at least at one point. 4.22 seconds. Human against AI, robotics. If you see this, it should be clear to all of us, we're not here to compete against the machines. You know, because we learn to compete, but we can't compete against this. we can only take it to get better, like the accountant got better with Excel sheet. You know, ChatGPT impact. Very quickly, the way I see it, things that interest me. If we look at, for Google, when ChatGPT came out, it was code red. Because Google, you know, every one of us thought, no one will ever challenge Google. But there were Googles before Googles. And Google was very scared of Microsoft. Although we have to understand that Bing was not the success that Microsoft anticipated. But Copilot, which came out of generative AI, is very successful and profitable. What happens is, this is a nice chart, the way I see things, is in the old days, electricity took 46 years until a quarter of its population had it. In the old days, it took a long time until a competitor came. Nowadays, we have a different scenario. If we look at DVDs, you know, for people who remember, 5 years. iPhones, 2.5 years. What that means is, there's no company, no business, regardless how superior its product is, that is not in danger of being taken over by a competitor that didn't see coming. And those ones we all know, BlackBerry, Kodak, etc. So things move much faster. You know, Steve Ballmer said, there's no chance that iPhone will have an impact. We don't have to answer this one. This is a good statement everyone should put on his wall. We didn't do anything wrong, but somehow we lost. That's very true what the CEO of Nokia said. You know, you can do everything right, but it's not good enough. You know, because sometimes we always look, what did we do wrong? It's just somebody did it better. And this, you know, obviously, again goes with the magic cube. AI becomes better than human skills in many things. In speech recognition, image recognition, you name it. And the chips get better. You know, if you read the title, NVIDIA chip is 1,000 times faster than 10 years ago, which enables all the magic that we see now. This guy, there was a controversy because he made this children's book, the drawings, the story, generative AI at the beginning. Science fiction publisher didn't take books in anymore because they didn't know the thousands of books that came in. Did humans write it? At the end, it doesn't really matter who wrote it, as long as it's good. Architects, the smart ones, you know, because customers come with such ideas. The smart ones say, oh, I see, you like this on the right. So let's work with that. You know, basically, instead of fighting AI, they take advantage because the customer wants it. So you say, okay, thank you for the idea, let's go with that. In healthcare, radiologists are better with AI. You know, a radiologist with AI will always beat a radiologist. And eventually will beat them anyway. And, you know, we find medicine that we didn't think we can discover as fast, which is magic. You know, brands, you know, those people are not real. That means a small company could appear very big because it has campaigns that look like, hey, wow, they can hire these people, they can hire these scenarios. There must be a strong brand. I don't know if you know that here in India, the zero sugar, the bottle was created with generative AI and the content. It was not successful yet, but it's a first step. And you know, in America, I hope here as well, kids play with AI programming. You know, for them, besides if they grow up with it, they learn from very early age the possibilities AI can give them. So for them, it's like a game. It doesn't feel like a threat. I mean, no, that's why we understand that 96% of, maybe 100% now, of board members talk about AI. I remember half a year ago, I spoke to the CEO of a big bank. He had no clue. Not because he didn't have clue, he was very smart, but AI was not as much on his agenda. The AI impact on white-collar jobs, we don't have to discuss. It will have an impact, and it will have more of an impact of high-paying jobs, as we heard here in the presentation, than on your plumber or carpenter. But I still believe that, as we saw some examples before, we can use AI in order to enhance our skills. But it's not going to be easy. Look at call centers. Call centers are one of the most stressful places. You have to satisfy very quickly customer claims, complaints, you name it. What they have generative AI support, but this support analyzes them as well. So basically, you don't take any of the advice, they will analyze you. Say, oh, maybe you're really bad. So a lot of jobs will maybe, bankers, etc., will face, shall I take the advice of generative AI or shall I go with my instinct? That's reality, and we haven't seen anything yet. AI, this is the most interesting here, policy regulation. Of course, why? We're all afraid of labor unrest, we're afraid of election manipulation, cybersecurity threat, ethics. And that's why all big countries try to find a way to regulate. But no one will really regulate. I'll tell you why. Although those concerns are here, why they want to regulate it. Biden took them all in. It was a private session. Only the picture was public. It was Bezos, Elon Musk, James Cook from Apple, you name it, Zuckerberg. Basically, the strategy behind the successful governments is just to tell them, hey, it's like a kid. Go play, but don't hurt yourself really badly. Because nobody will, in his right mind, regulate AI. Because if you regulate AI, you will fall back as a country, and there is a Cold War happening. And besides, there's some other numbers. Before regulation comes, railroads, from invention and patenting to major regulation came, railroads took 60 years. Telephone, 30 years, radio, 20, and then you see below, television, 5 years. But television, there was radio before. Nuclear energy, there was electricity before. So therefore, that's another reason why we won't see regulation happening very quickly. It's like a family. You say, please behave to your kids. So we don't get into trouble, but you will not regulate them. So, and that's on India will not regulate no one. But things are moving fast. This Lumiere, that's very new by Google. It's not public yet, but it is out there that they've done it, and it will be public. But look at this. By prompting, you will change the dress of her. You can make videos by just putting a phrase in instantly. And if you see things like this, before I told you some nice stories, but when you see this, you see how powerful AI is. AI in banking, now we go into my field, financial industry. This is a nice commercial by Apple. The guy bites into the sneaker. He has a problem. He has no money with him. He can't give back the sneaker. That's a great commercial for fintech. Because it has everything we think fintech should be, or banking. A great user experience. And this would not have been possible without data and AI. But this is a great user experience and a great commercial. McKinsey believes that we will see huge revenue boosts of 200 to 340 billion globally, just in banking, through generative AI. India, we see 60-65. So basically, all financial institutions have to put all their efforts into AI, generative AI. I know, look at JP Morgan, the biggest bank in the world, 900 data scientists, 600 machine learning engineers, 200 AI researchers they hired, and this is from last year. So we're going to be crazier. So you see where banks put their focus on. And the problem is, will you get those people? You know, where will you see the generative AI impact in banking? You will see in KYC. You know, we have a fintech in India which had an issue with KYC. In personalized chatbots, in loan applications, reviews, in assessment risk portfolios of private equity, etc. One more and more important thing in COBOL. COBOL is the programming language which most mainframes work on. Most banks use it. People who know COBOL language getting old. Young people don't want to learn it. So generative AI helps slowly, it's not a magic bullet, to get COBOL to a modern language. That's actually one of the biggest issues banks will have with legacy systems. The issues we might have, obviously, is will your customers like it? Will your employees like AI? How can you adapt to regulatory changing environment? There's a talent war in AI. You know, there are more. Just missed the beat. But anyway, there are hurdles, you know, ethical issues, the bias issues, you know, those are, and it costs money. Generative AI to deploy costs money. You know, not only people, but also running it. Those are the issues. But, do you remember this in India as well? When we had 2 cups and you made a phone? Oh, we're almost done. Offering with AI will be like this. Now, very quickly, be fearful when others are greedy, and be greedy when others are fearful. A country and the government and businesses, I need 1 minute, need to be greedy now, because the train is moving, and we have to move with it. 300 billion will be spent, actually more likely, on AI by corporates. If you don't spend it, your competitor will and will surpass you. This is the most popular new sport in America. The trick is you stay on 8 seconds to win. It's very hard. Our businesses, our lives, is about 8 seconds. It's not 8 seconds. It can be years, whatever. But the trick is to stay on. In order to win, you have to stay on. And this, for the conference, it's not the strongest of the species that survives, but the most adaptable. That's the thesis of this conference. And that's what we have to think about it. And this is the second last slide, and then I move on. This is 1900. That's why I said it's fastest speed. You don't see it well because it's all pictures. All horse carriages, all of them. And there's an idiot with a car, 1900. At that time, if I lived there, I would have said too, is an idiot, because we didn't know better. 13 years later, Fifth Avenue, the horse carriage is there, the old cars. Things can move fast, even if we don't believe it. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the time. Thanks.
Lovely to have you here. Thanks a lot. It may have been your shortest ever presentation, but I think we can all say we were very impressed.
Thanks a lot for this great audience and that you listen and give me the time.
We were very impressed by your thoughts and in-depth understanding on how to harness AI, but also your impressive understanding of Hindi. So, shukriya.
Fantastic. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Spiros Margaris. Let's move on to our next session. Now, this session is called the Skill Symphony, Talent, Knowledge, Profit. It will provide an understanding of the intricate integration of talent and knowledge to drive profitability in organizations.
In fact, this session explores the strategies for optimizing talent management practices to maximize organizational sections and success, and will be offering insights into leveraging human capital effectively to achieve business objectives. So help me welcome none other than Mark Efron, the founder and president of the Talent Strategy Group, here on stage.
Good afternoon, India. try that again. Normally when I say good afternoon, India, people say good afternoon, Mark. Good afternoon, India.
A louder one, please.
There we go. We have a very busy 15 minutes ahead of us because in the next 15 minutes you're going to learn exactly what you need to do to build better talent faster in your organization. I'm going to tell you the 2 key questions that you need to answer, and I'm going to give you the answers to those questions, and it's going to be simple and things that you can start implementing Monday morning. Do you think we can do that? Absolutely. Okay, so let's start here. I'm so confident we can do it, I'm going to waste 45 seconds right now. Let me just tell you a little bit about where my point of view comes from. I'm very fortunate I get to work with the best companies, governments, NGOs, not-for-profits, foundations around the globe, helping them to solve their most tricky talent issues. We also run a talent management institute at the University of North Carolina. I get to talk to leaders all the time about their challenges in managing talent, how to make that better. And then in my spare time, I write books for Harvard on talent and high performance in organizations. So that gives you a bit of insight around where my perspective comes from. When I talk to organizations and they say, we're very good at building talent, I say, answer 2 questions for me. Answer for me, can you sustain high performance? Can you sustain high performance? And I say, do you have a selectively deep bench? Can you sustain high performance? Do you have a selectively deep bench? How do we get there? Sustain high performance, everyone in the organization needs to have 3 big challenging goals. Now that sounds really simple, doesn't it? But I work with great companies around the world who are horrible at goal setting. You need to have great goal setting. What does that mean? It means that everybody in the company has 3 big promises that they have made to the organization. Now I say promise instead of goal because we all have goals. We try to achieve our goals. We hope we do our goals. But how many times do you make a promise to someone and not try exceptionally hard to fulfill that promise? I want 3 of them. I do not want a laundry list of the 15 things you're doing. I want to know what are the few most important things that you're going to deliver to the organization. Big. The psychology is very clear. We as human beings respond to challenge with effort. We respond to challenge with more effort. Every goal should be a stretch goal. We should set goals at the maximum reasonable stretch because you should know your team members well enough to know what they're capable of, and finally write them in a way we can understand. Simple, specific, what are you going to do? Important, why do I care? And measurable, just what it sounds like, how am I going to know if you're done? So first step is that, big challenging goals. Second step is, once we have those goals set, frequent, transparent coaching for performance. Most leaders are not as good at this as they should be. Most leaders are not as transparent as they should be. I'm going to radically simplify good coaching for you. We call this 2+2. Once a quarter, tell your team members to meet with each of their direct reports. It can be a conversation that is as short as 15 minutes. In that conversation, they're going to convey 2 things. First, they're going to discuss the 2 most important observations they have against that individual's goals. Not 2 observations on every goal, the 2 most important things that need to be said. That might be, Rajan, on that big marketing project, I'm getting really good feedback from around the globe. You're being very inclusive. It's going along well. Keep that going. Rajan, on that marketing strategy, that's a week late. I don't know where it is, but I need to see it by Friday. 2 observations against the most important goals. And then 2, what we would call feed-forward suggestions. Here are 2 things you can do to be even more effective going forward. That might be, Rajan, this is a relationship-based company. The more people you know, the more successful you will be. I want you to have a cup of coffee once a week with 1 new person. By the end of the year, you would have met 50 new associates here in our organization. 2 observations against goals. 2 observations, it's only 1, but 2 observations that are feed forward. Here's what you can do to be an even better leader going forward. And finally, there's accountability for performance driving behaviors. Most leadership models, most behavior models are a mix of good citizen behaviors and actual performance driving behaviors. I only care about performance driving behaviors. Good citizens are nice, but I already pay you to be a good citizen. That's called your paycheck. What I want to see is you demonstrating more performance-driving behaviors. There are probably 3 or 4 behaviors in your organization that you know, if more people engage in it, are going to help the organization succeed. So I want you to identify those 3 or 4 behaviors. I want you to make them at least 30% of how you evaluate somebody. Why at least 30%? Because people tend not to pay attention to amounts under that, and 30% should give you enough impact that people say, oh, they're actually serious about these behaviors. But then most importantly, differentiate that 30%. We lose so much power in our performance management processes because in most companies, if you give 20%, 30%, 40% to behaviors, it's a freebie. Unless you've killed somebody during the year, you get the whole amount. But we differentiate on performance. Why don't we differentiate on behaviors? If you have a good year, you get big bonus, average year, average bonus, low year, low bonus. Why don't we differentiate the same way on behaviors? I behaved great, I get the maximum. I behaved pretty well, I get a little bit less. Didn't behave so well, get even less. That's where the power comes from. So if you're going to sustain high performance, you are going to have everyone having a few big challenging goals. You're going to have managers regularly and transparently coaching for performance and behaviors. And you're going to identify the few behaviors that truly drive performance and hold people accountable for that in performance reviews. Okay, that answers the first question. How do you sustain high performance? Second question is, how do you build a deep bench? Starts by saying, is our best talent in our most critical roles? Is our best talent in our most critical roles? Well, that means you need to know what your critical roles are. How do you figure that out? Impact. Does that role have an immediate impact on revenue, on operations, on risk? So if the person left, would the market notice immediately? Would revenues drop? Would operational efficiency drop? So there is a criticality to the impact of that role. There is variability possible in that role, meaning for each unit of additional quality of the individual in the role, you get an additional unit of performance. So can the performance in that role vary with the person you put in that role? And scarcity. Now, scarcity does not mean, oh, that's a really tough job to recruit for. Scarcity means there are only 10 people around the globe who actually do that job. Therefore, we better have depth in that role, because if we lose our person, it's going to be nearly impossible to get someone else. You accurately define potential. Here's the challenge. In the field I work in, industrial organizational psychology, we try really, really hard to predict potential accurately. We still know maybe 50% of the answer to that question. What we do know is that it's a combination of cognitive, how smart you are, select personality factors, and your ambition. One of my friends in the field defines it as ability, likability, and drive. So if you're sitting in your next talent review and someone goes, what's potential? Ability, can they do the job? Likability, not are they the nicest person ever, but do they get along with folks well? And drive, do they really want to succeed? So let's start with that criteria. And potential needs to be defined as upward progress over time. We all have the potential to do many things. That's not what we're talking about. Can someone move up in your company with pace over time? And you have predictive talent reviews. You're having discussions about people on a frequent basis. You always know about the quality and depth of talent in your organization. And for your highest potential leaders, you have exquisite development plans. Exquisite development plans focused on getting them the big, juicy developmental experiences that are going to accelerate their growth. Final step, there is a disciplined approach to producing talent. I'm going to guess you're from a variety of industries, but in whatever industry you're in, you're probably taking a lot of care with the product or services that you produce. You probably want to make sure that you've defined the quality specifications, that you're producing from great raw material, that you're getting that product to the talent or getting that product to the customer that needs it. Why wouldn't we treat our people at least as well as we treat our products? We know how to develop people. Why don't we set up that same careful, disciplined production line to grow people that we do to produce our products? If we did that, we'd probably start by saying, what are we trying to grow? What are the specifications? Now, this seems like an easy question, but I go to a lot of clients around the world and I say, what are you trying to grow? And they'll say, leaders? And I'll say, well, okay, what type of leaders? And they'll say, great leaders? Because they haven't thought through what differentiates high performance in our organization. So the starting point is, do we know what we're trying to build? What type of leader are we trying to grow in this company? Next step is to say, we have a lot of good talent in this company, but not everybody can be produced into what we've just defined. So do we have regular conversations to sort through all the good talent we have and make predictions about who can go far and fast in the company? Who has the most potential? Then the most challenging piece, where most companies fall down, is the actual production process. Do you know how to produce what you specified? Do you have what we'll call the machinery, the experiences, the exposure, the education to actually produce talent? And if you know how to build the talent, you have the machinery, are you actually moving people through the process so they grow? A lot of my clients, they spend a lot of money on machinery, but they never actually run people through the machine. Finally, distribution. This is a bigger deal post-pandemic than it was pre-pandemic. Can you get that talent to where it's needed? If you've spent all your time and effort building great quality talent, but they don't want to go where you want them to go, or their manager's holding on to them for dear life so that they can't go to that next job, you've just built a bunch of inventory and talent. Inventory is expensive. So, when we talk about building great quality talent, you've probably heard a lot of complex solutions in your business life. I can promise you the starting point is what we talked about today. Can you sustain high performance? Does everybody have 3 big, challenging, and aligned goals? Are you having regular and transparent coaching conversations with your team members? Are you reinforcing those performance-driving behaviors? Are you building selectively deep bench? You don't need bench strength for every single job, but for the ones that matter most, for those critical roles. Do you know those critical roles are your best people in them? Do you accurately measure and define potential? Do you know who can move far and fast? And finally, do you have that disciplined production line, a structured approach to producing great quality talent? It's as simple as that. The companies who do this well win through execution. That's my time. Thank you very much. I hope you take this home with you, and I'm looking forward to talking with you in the future.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Efron, and I must say, perfectly on time. Thank you. Time management, that's a lesson on time management there as well, on how to manage the team. All right, Meghna, let's move on. Now, sorry. Our next session is titled Globalizing Higher Education. Now, in India, the drive towards globalizing higher education underscores the nation's aspirations to become a knowledge hub on the international stage.
Absolutely. In fact, through strategic collaborations as well with global institutions, Indian universities, of course, have been facilitating cross-cultural exchanges and also expanding the access to diverse educational opportunities also, which are now being provided to all the students within India.
Exactly. Now, embracing this paradigm shift not only enhances the quality of education, but also positions India as a key player in shaping the future of higher learning on a global scale. And Meghna, no one better than us to say, I mean, we have this iconic Bennett University, which is one of our group companies itself. So anyway, to shed more light on the topic, please welcome Raghu Sundaram. He's the Dean, NYU Stern School of Business. Let's have a round of applause for Raghu Sundaram.
Well, we heard him yesterday, and today we are definitely looking forward to your session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Folks, I know it's a little late in the evening, but when the organizers ask for applause, surely you can do better than that. Little better. That is okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really an honor to be here today with all of you. I'm going to keep my speech down to just 10 minutes, so I decided not to use any slides. It's particularly difficult for me because I'm a very restless speaker. But my thanks to the organizers. This has been a splendid event, really energizing event, and thanks particularly to Mr. Vineet Jain. I just met him. It's really a fabulous event. It's particularly wonderful to be here because this is an event today that in a world that is torn by strife, torn by war, divided by politics, It's bringing together, yet again, an astonishing group of thinkers, doers, movers around the world to ideate and create the world we think we would like to see our children inhabit. The theme of this year's conference is disruption, diversification, and development. And truthfully, when I saw the theme of the conference and I'd been asked to speak at it, I actually smiled to myself. I smiled because no sector of human activity is possibly related to the confluence of these topics than higher education is. The role of higher education in fostering development, in fostering disruption, this is well acknowledged. What is less well acknowledged is the enormous role higher education has played around the entire world in bringing people together and fostering peaceful development and peaceful disruption. I'm going to illustrate this point by talking about the two countries that I know best, India and the United States. Higher education is in many ways the cornerstone and the foundation of prosperity in both countries, in both the US and in India. It is also the sphere of activity, I'm going to argue, that more than any other has brought India and the US closer together, and that in my mind will continue to form the foundation of the India-US relationship, a relationship we often talk about as the defining relationship of the 21st century. Within each country, the importance of education is obvious. The US has what I think almost anyone would acknowledge as the greatest university system in the world. And if you take a list of the world's leading experts in almost any discipline, a sizable number of them will belong to US universities. The growth and contribution of universities to India's rise is also completely obvious, especially to those of us in this room. The arrival of India as a major player in IT, in pharma, and in so many other areas would have been impossible without a robust university system that identifies and develops the required talent. I'm old enough to remember the time when India was a very poor country, and even at that time, India had a robust educational systems, the IITs and the IIMs and regional institutions competing with them, churning out talent that was recognized the world over. A talent that was, institutions that were recognized for the quality of the graduates that were produced. But it is across the two countries that higher education has had its greatest impact. Higher education is really the link that binds India and the US together more than any other. 1/2 of all Indian students studying abroad study in North America, and students from India today constitute the single largest group of foreign students studying in the US. 1/3 of all students in Canada, nearly 1/4 of all students in the US. Many of those students, of course, return home taking with them the valuable networks and connections they have developed, and these connections will last them a lifetime. Many others also stay and become valuable contributors to the local economies and societies of North America. It's an observation that has been made very often, particularly in the last 10 years or so, just how many current and past CEOs of iconic American corporations, the Google, Microsoft, Adobe, Pepsi, McKinsey, Starbucks, Federal Express, United, US Air, so many others are all Indian in origin. As are so many leaders in academia, in medicine, and even now, politics. Less commonly noted, in the context of noting how many US corporate leaders are actually Indian in origin, less commonly noted is almost all of them went to the US first as students. It was higher education that brought the talent to the US and then developed the talent. Higher education, in my mind, will continue to form the bedrock of the relationship. As higher education grows in importance, it will continue to form the bedrock of the relationship and continue to foster deep people-to-people link across civil society. The interesting question here is what form will that take? So far, the flow has been almost entirely in one direction, Indian talent going to America. And in this context, I must note two peculiarities of higher education institutions in general. Unlike most corporates, higher education institutions happen to be highly collaborative institutions. Research across universities is not only occurring, it is actively encouraged by universities. So most research takes place in a setting where researchers reach across universities and create valuable output. And at the most important time in an academic's career, at the time of granting tenure, universities reach out to other universities to ask them, would you grant this person tenure? I want you to think about both these facts in the context of the corporate world. Pharmaceutical companies, for example, collaborating on research is the exception, not the norm. In universities, it's the norm, not the exception. But firms reaching out to their rivals to ask them their opinions on their own talent is certainly unheard of. Law firms don't reach out to other law firms to ask whether their employees should be made partners. Universities routinely reach out to other universities to gauge the value of their own talent. So universities are particularly peculiar in that regard. But where they differ the most, I think, from corporations is even as the world has shrunk more and more on account of globalization, even as the world has become smaller in almost every respect that we can think of, higher education institutions uniquely have tended to just stay put where they started. It's difficult to think of any iconic corporate name, a Google or a McKinsey, a Goldman Sachs or a Toyota, without almost automatically thinking of the very large number of places across the world where they operate. Yet almost all the famous names in higher education that one can think of have remained single campus entities with not much of a discernible global footprint beyond their original campus. Very few universities have been exceptions to this rule in the West. My own university, I'm glad to say, NYU, New York University, has been a pioneer in this. NYU is today easily North America's most global university, a university which has 3 full degree granting campuses, the home campus in New York, but also ones in Shanghai and Abu Dhabi, and 12 other what we call mini campuses spread across the globe, from London to Sydney, from Accra to Buenos Aires, from Tel Aviv through Tel Aviv and lots of other places. There are 12 places in all, Los Angeles, Washington, many others. This expansion has enabled NYU to deepen our international connections, to provide our students with an immersive global experience that almost no university can rival, an experience that we consider central to forming the global citizens and leaders of tomorrow. But it is in this context, I think, my last several years of visiting India has told me that the most under-observed thing in India is that it is in this context, I think, that Indian universities are actually going to lead the world. Indian universities have become amongst the most entrepreneurial and adventurous of all educational institutions in the world. So many of them have opened campuses abroad in the last 10 years. Most recently, I had a 1-hour conversation with IIT Madras on their opening this campus in Tanzania last year, going into a part of the world where most Western universities are shying away from, and here is the IIT Madras opening a campus in Tanzania using their own faculty but developing local faculty also there. It is in this trend in globalization, the one that higher education has largely shied away from, I think that the future of higher education is going to lie. It is this trend that is going to mark the disruption and diversification, eventually the democratization of higher education in the coming century. It is this that will, to me, that will continue to be the dominant force fostering international ties and above all leading to economic development. India here is truly leading the world. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sundaram. Concise and to the point. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is something that is truly, truly exciting. Now, India has surged forward in the sporting arena over the past few years. In fact, on the cricket pitch, India stands as a formidable force with both its men's and women's team displaying dominance, and we are tasting consistent success in boxing, badminton, football, wrestling, and even athletics.
However, despite these achievements, India, a nation with a population of 1.3 billion, still hungers for more medals and greater sporting glory. To truly rival the success stories that we've seen in China as well as the other Asian nations, there still remains ample room for further development and strategic enhancements across varying sporting arenas.
Exactly. So for our next session, it's going to be a cracker. We're privileged to have Paddy Upton. He's an esteemed leadership and high performance coach, author, speaker and professor. And he will be in conversation with Chetan Bhagat, a distinguished author and columnist. And they'll be talking on the topic Blueprint of Victory. Let's have a round of applause.
There's a mic next to you over here. But while you're getting your mic, we're going to, before we start, I want to tell you something that very few of you know. And I just want to have a look at every single one of you in the room here have held Sachin Tendulkar's hand. I'm going to get to that and tell you how that's happened.
Okay. I'm the writer, but he starts with the suspense. Okay. We'll all find out the answer to that at the end, right?
Correct.
So, Paddy, they just introduced you, leadership, performance coach. Honestly, and I have done a fair bit of motivational speaking myself. But before that, in my previous life, I was in a corporate. This is a suit I'm wearing. I don't get to wear a suit now. Only ET Summit, I wear it now. Leadership coaches would scam. Like, we have just come to Goa to drink, and now we can't say that, so we have to have somebody. But now I do that job sometimes, and now I have someone like you who's even coached the Indian cricket team. Firstly, I have changed my mind now, by the way. I do think it works. I want to know your take on it. Does it work, and what frame of mind should one be in to make it work? Before I ask you how does it work? What is the blueprint of success? So first tell me, how should people take this performance leadership coach thing? Why do you need one? How does it work?
So I think, that in itself is a really good question. Thanks, Chetan. There's a difference between motivation and inspiration. And motivation, by definition, is if I stand up and give you a motivational speak, I stand here and motivation means to move. I move you and get you excited. The reality is that motivation or excitement is going to drift off and is going to go away after a while. Whereas from an inspiration perspective, and what we want to be doing as a coach is inspiring people to think differently. And when we think differently about something we've thought about all the time, we can't unthink that. And hopefully in our conversation now, instead of motivating people to go, yes, we can do it, hopefully in our conversation, and certainly what's happened for me listening to the speakers before, is it's got me to think differently about a few things I either haven't thought about or given me ideas about things I've thought about but got me to think differently. And that lasts for a long time.
Definitely. Okay, so since we have limited time, 900 seconds session, 15 minutes, and we've used up some of that. Blueprint of success. What is the path to success? For anybody who wants to be successful or is successful but be more successful, or is successful in some areas but is failing in other areas, what is the path to success for Paddy Upton?
The path to success, we have to get to the very simple version given the time. But for me, there's two pieces to that. Number one is, I think success is it's got a very limited definition for many people. That success whether it's the workspace or on the sports field is only about 50% of success. For me, the other 50%, and personally, that is the way more important 50%, is, am I successful in terms of the kind of human being that I am? Am I being a good human being in relation to other people, in relation to communities, in relation to the environment? So when someone for me is a great athlete and a great human being, one of the best examples that I've got, and I've been lucky to work with him a lot, is a Rahul Dravid. Great athlete, great human being. For me, that's success. The blueprint to success is, again, two pieces. To simplify it, there is a path to success, and along that path there's a whole lot of ingredients, and that's well written about. It's well documented. It's different for individuals, but there are no secrets of what are the ingredients on the path to success. The process is important, and the process really is do something that's going to help set up success, learn from what you've done, go again, learn from what you've done, go again. So, and what you do, as I said, it's well documented. It's important that we take action, we learn, we act, we learn, we act, we learn, and that's a fast process. But the piece that's not spoken about very much is the other path to success is actually the distractions. What are the things that naturally distract us from success? And I think that's probably more of an important conversation. It's a deeply personal conversation that we need to have with ourselves is, what are the things that is holding me back? Because we know all the things we need to be doing, but what are the things that are holding us back?
Go on. What's holding us back?
Well,
What have you seen most commonly?
Well, there's external obstacles, and it's very easy to blame those, and it's very nice. The inner obstacles, I'd say probably the three most significant obstacles to success that we place in our own way is, one, it's some version of doubt, insecurity, negative thinking, and then fear and pressure. So they are mental obstacles, and I've never worked with an athlete in my life, including Sachin Tendulkar, Virat Kohli, and everyone else who doesn't have doubt at some point, fear, insecurity, pressure, negative thoughts. That is perfectly normal. What the best do is they manage their relationship with that thing smarter than others.
How does one do that? I mean, if there is doubt, if there is, sometimes crippling fear, it can be, or whatever, all these things, are there some, especially you as a coach, what did you tell the Indian cricket team when they were freaking out before the 2011 final? You weren't there for this one. I wish you were there.
Thank you.
You've told me backstage, please don't talk about this final. But that is a traumatic memory for a lot of Indians. Something like that happened even in this final. We can't really pinpoint, but obviously a team that was doing absolutely fantastic. They were crushing the enemy, opponent, for 10 matches, and then they crumbled. And I'm sure the same bundle of nerves was happening back in 11.
Yes.
What did you tell them? And maybe we can learn from it.
So, again, it's relatively simple. And the reality is the formula for success, it is simple, it's intuitive, it's universal wisdom. I sat listening to Satguru this morning. Great wisdom, but nothing we don't know already. Just put across beautifully in a beautiful reminder. So when it comes to doubt, negativity, insecurity, imposter syndrome, pressure, fear, I get so many parents and so many athletes come to me and say, will you help me deal with this and get rid of these things? So again, I'm going to just sort of present 3 steps on that path of managing those kind of negative thoughts or limiting thoughts. Is on the one side, which doesn't work, is to deny them, resist them, or try and fight them. Try and say it shouldn't be happening, it's wrong. I'm thinking negative thinkings, I'm thinking fearful thoughts, or I've got anxiety, there's a problem, there's something wrong. Fighting them is not the thing to do. On the other side, buying into them is probably even worse. Believing that I'm not good enough, believing in my negative thoughts, believing in my doubt that holds me back from doing things. That's also not a healthy relationship. The healthy relationship that I try and cultivate with athletes is to say all of those things, negativity, doubt, fear, insecurity, imposter syndrome, every one of us in this room, guarantee you, has that, unless you're an out-and-out psychopath. So what we need to do is be able to normalize that. I'm saying to you, it's okay to feel fear. It's okay for you to feel doubt. It's okay to feel pressure. That unbelievable innings that Virat Kohli played at the opening game against Pakistan in Australia last year in the T20 World Cup, we would have all seen that. Virat was riddled with pressure for the first half of that innings. But what he did is he has a healthy relationship, and he goes, it's okay, it's not a problem, it doesn't mean something's wrong. So I normalize it, I embrace it. And then what the really good athletes do is they fade it into the background, like background music in a restaurant. And they fade it in the background, they don't try and get rid of it, they don't try and believe in it, and then they just focus on what's important. And they make the important things important. So Virat carried on batting, he needed to focus on the ball, keep an eye on the scoreboard, and keep his innings moving forward, despite the fact that this doubt and negativity and pressure was going on. He accepted it, and felt the pressure and continued anyway. So if you feel those things, there's nothing wrong with you, it's nothing you need to change or get rid of. Embrace it, have a good relationship with it, and then come back to the path to success, which is doing the kind of things that move me forward, either acting or learning and constantly doing both.
So here, let's say somebody here is working and they don't like, they've been wanting to open their own startup. Somebody here wants to go on a fitness journey and they've flopped so many times that they're like, I'm going to fail again, you know. I'll never lose weight or I'll never become fit or whatever. And this is the same fear, doubt, all these things happening in their head. Should they just be okay with those feelings, and are those going to remain even though they open their startup and it's all going on for years? They stay. Those voices never go away. And you're saying work with them. Is that what?
So those voices don't go away. They might minimize a little bit, but we know intuitively, particularly if you're going into a startup, the path to success is riddled with failure. We have failure along the way and success, and failure and success, and failure and success, and we constantly vacillate between those. And the thing is, when you fail, it doesn't mean you're a failure. It just means today it didn't work. We extract the lesson, and we get smarter for tomorrow. If you succeed today, it doesn't mean you're great. It doesn't mean you're a success. It just means today I did well, extract the lesson, and go again tomorrow. Because the game of sport, the game of business, the game of life is a medium to long-term game. It's a path that is riddled with success, failure. And the problem, certainly in sport, is when we start attaching our identity and our self to our results. If you do well, you're not a success. You did well this time. If you do badly, you're not a failure. It's just you've gone through an experience, and the smart people learn from the experience, good and bad.
Okay, that's really well put. I have a minute left, so I'm not going to ask you another question because we want to know how we all held Sachin's hand.
So, talking about normalizing and accepting, when the Indian team was preparing for the 2011 Cricket World Cup, no team at that point had ever won a World Cup at home, and the thinking behind that, or the understanding at the time, was the pressure of playing at home was just too much. We knew playing a home final in India in the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai in Sachin Tendulkar's final World Cup was going to be the highest amount of pressure any player had ever played under, probably in cricket history. We needed to prepare the Indian players for the pressure and expectation of 1.3 billion fans, and we spoke about it. And the idea was, it's not to get rid of the pressure and expectation. It's not to succumb to the pressure. And the language we used is, when we walk out into the field for every World Cup game, you do not have the pressure and expectation of 1.3 billion Indians on your shoulders. When you walk out, put your hands down, and there's 1.3 billion fans holding your hand, walking out with you. And in that way, that's clearly what we did in the final, and you guys held Sachin and everyone's hand as you walked onto the field, and that's how we normalized the pressure.
That's right. Thank you so much, Paddy. I think time's up, and thank you for this wonderful session.
Awesome. And I really wanted to ask you...
Okay, ask me. Before they come.
Before they chase us off. Prime Minister Modi yesterday spoke about the new India, and this is India's time. As a writer, as a journalist in your space, what does that mean for you, who with a pen gets to speak to so many billion Indians?
Yeah. I think, like whether it's at a individual level, motivation, or at a national level, self-belief matters. What you are saying is, there will be fear, there will be doubt. Of course, we Indians know we have so many problems, so many potholes, so many things are not right in our country. Still, we know that. But like you said, you have to deal with those voices and play and still try to win. I think there is value in a nation also knowing, yes, we have problems, but having a lot of confidence and optimism. Whether this is India's time or not, we must believe this is India's time. Only then it will be India's time. Because you can't say, maybe it's not India's time, maybe it's India's time. You'll never achieve it then. But it's like the same thing. You deal with the fear, uncertainty, doubt, FUD or whatever, and just say, we need that optimism. So the Prime Minister saying it has a lot of value, because he's the top person in the country and saying, this is our time. So all of a sudden, millions start believing that. And once people start believing it, it happens. That's how it happens in sports too. We're going to win. Okay, you probably are going to win then.
Yes, you need to believe is the start. What you need to do is take action. And even if you don't believe, you take the right action, it will be India's time, even if you don't quite believe.
Yes. Thank you.
And I think, Chetan, if I could just add to that, it's also the resilience that Indians have. Something that Safi Rauf had also spoken about, the resilience, which will add to that collective conscience that this is our time. But definitely, so, right after you said Sachin Tendulkar, I think everyone in this room, right at the beginning of the session, has been hooked onto this conversation. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you to both.
Thanks
and what I
very
really
much.
like, Meghna, was how the counter questioning also happened at the end when Paddy asked Chetan a question. So that was also good. But yeah, it's so true that belief, that conviction, not just in the bigger picture, but even in smaller pictures in our lives, that is so important. Well, moving on to another exciting session. This one is titled Navigating AI Revolution, People and Machines as Collaborators and Not Competitors. This is a thought that earlier also yesterday and today our speakers have touched upon. So it's a very exciting one. But this session will delve into the profound implications of artificial intelligence on the future of work and human-machine collaboration.
Absolutely. In fact, the distinguished panelists from a variety of domains will be analyzing the ways in which AI has been revolutionizing the industries as well as redefining the relationship between humans and machine within the workflow.
Some of these speakers you have heard already on the stage, but the beauty of this, Meghna, is going to be getting them all together to hear them speak, to have their thoughts come out. And in fact, we have a very special, very distinguished moderator. We have Mr. C.P. Gurnani, the former CEO and Managing Director of Tech Mahindra and the Chairman of Mahindra Holidays. And he will be steering this conversation. And who will be his panelists? Meghna, let's introduce our panelists to everyone. We have Michael Spence. He's a Nobel Prize laureate in economics from 2001. He's the professor and dean emeritus at Stanford University. We have David Hanson, the CEO of Hanson Robotics. And we have Mark Efron, the founder and president of the Talent Strategy Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this fantastic, distinguished panel.
Hi, good evening, guys. Good evening, good evening. You know, I must congratulate Mr. Vineet Jain and his team for giving me the easiest job on the earth. The job is so easy because the three panelists, all three of them are so distinguished, so eminent in their own world, in their own fields, that I think we all will benefit a lot from their advice. You know, typically a moderator kicks off the session by trying to achieve what I call the end goal, and where the limited time that is available, you try and define where you want to be. I did exactly that. I went around the audience, I went around externally with the people, and I said, listen, I am the first time in my life I'm sitting with a Nobel laureate. First time in my life. So thank you, Professor Spence. First time in my life I'm sitting with a founder of a company whose product is more popular than him. I mean, Sophia, the robot, probably has attended more conferences than the founder himself. Then, clearly, to answer that billion-dollar question, if India has 10 million graduates graduating every year, you know, as a talent guru, you know, what is your advice? So I just went around. And this insightful discussion today is really to cover ground and try and answer what did Satya Nadella mean when he came here 3 days ago. And I'm sure everybody read that newspaper or his Bombay speech where he said India will be a 5 trillion economy and $500 billion impact will come because of AI. So when Satya puts numbers, and when I look at the Nobel laureate Professor Spence, I know who is going to answer. What is the time horizon? Is 25 realistic? What does that mean in terms of economic velocity, and how and when and who will make sure that we do achieve that 500 billion? So similarly, questions that came in were about, if one of you had a college grad in your family, what is your advice to them regarding AI? How do they prepare for future? How do many of us translate the AI and the future? And David and I were talking a little while ago, and we were talking about not only the robos, not only the AlphaGo or the Go versus the computer, but we were really talking about, is Gen AI the beginning? Is Gen AI going to transform itself? So there is a lot that we can talk. My request is that I actually let the panelists answer these questions, or what their advice to India Incorporated is. The real question is 500 billion in 2025, influenced by AI, and how do we get ready? Professor Spence, if you can take the lead.
So we don't have a lot of time. I'm going to try to be brief. I don't have any doubt that the long run and even medium-term impact of AI is going to be enormous. Its footprint across the economy and society is going to be pretty much everywhere. I don't like to contradict the leaders of very important corporations, but I think it's going to take a little while to get there. So if I had to be honest, I would say the period of intense exploration and experimentation that we're in now in how to use this stuff will continue for a while. I think there are important questions that are unanswered about whether or not this spreads across the economy to small and medium-sized businesses, to a whole range of organizations that need to have access and maybe not the resources to plow into it that a major corporation has. But that said, this is a set of the latest breakthroughs, the Gen AI type. The transformer models are, as we said this morning, domain shifting. They have a human-like characteristic that makes it seem like a significant step in the direction of general, artificial intelligence, and it's very easy to use. So I'm in the camp that we want to make sure this diffuses as broadly as possible across the economies of the world, and we can look forward to major positive impacts in inclusive growth patterns, in productivity in the case of the United States, etc. So,
Professor Spence will definitely come back to get a little more specifics on the time horizon, to get a little more specific on learning from the history. You wrote books on picking up signals, so we'll probably come back. And David, what is the next Sophia revolution? And where do you think Gen AI is leading us? I mean, just a generic, your advice.
I'm seeing a lot of compounding trends. And so the improvements in computing, parallel processing, AI-specific computing infrastructure, and trained models that are now facilitating the development of new kinds of AI faster than ever before are allowing a kind of experimentation in fields of AI, specifically with a quest towards AI that can reprogram itself, that has some kind of foundation motives, which is quite different from simply responding to prompts, but you give an abstract goal and then the AI is moving towards that goal. Motives or drives would be potentially even more fundamental than that. For example, giving AI the incentive and motive to appreciate the future of life on the planet for all humans, for optimizing for these net benefits for the future of life. That does not exist yet, but we now have tools and we're moving in this direction. We can definitely expect to see massive advances in generalizing artificial intelligence and generalizing robots. I see robots as an interface, not the end. In fact, robots are only as valuable as the software that can drive them and the uses that they have in society. So Sophia is designed to be very human-like, and I think humanizing AI has a lot of benefits because that allows AI to speak our language and connect with us emotionally. So we have new aspects to Sophia's platform that improve the aesthetics, that make her more effectively lovable, that give her more of the appearance or illusion of life, and generalize her physically so she can do lately far more tasks with her hands and arms and her body, more degrees of freedom, more sensors. The goal is to create a general robotics platform. There are many companies that are doing this, including Tesla and Figure and many others out there. There's one that's called Sanctuary AI. That's a very interesting company. There are many others out there, but generalizing AI through the robotics interface is projected to be potentially, according to Tesla's analysis. Again, I don't know the economics behind it, but they say if they can unlock the general human-like robot platform that can do almost anything, it's a $60 trillion market opportunity, vastly eclipsing what they're doing with cars. So they say, Elon Musk says, they're now humanoid robots, an AI company, not a car company. And I think that's a signal, that is a true signal of things to come. However, those robots, all the ones that I gave examples of, except for what we do, don't have a human-like face, they don't have a human-like social presence, they don't connect with the human spirit. If we're creating general AI that might be sentient and autonomous, don't we want it to understand us, to grow up among humans, to have a kind of bond and relationship with humanity? This is what I think is important about making robots more human-like and discovering how humans can be our best. How can we actualize to our potential? How can AI help us do that? I don't think it is by dehumanizing the machines or dehumanizing the humans. I think it's more about reinvigorating that exploration of what is our best humanity. What do we want to be in the future?
So clearly, David has reestablished AI will make humans better, and humans will make AI better, and if it leads to some beautiful products like Sophia, that is a good end product. And since we are talking about HR, we're talking about talent, we're talking about future of jobs. I'm really delighted that we have Mark on our panel. Mark, you have probably answered this question. You probably love AI, or you know that HR loves AI. What is your advice to all of us?
Yeah, I would suggest if you're going to hit that 500 billion number, it's going to be done through the productivity and efficiency of the workforce, and so AI needs to directly contribute to that. Now, here's the challenge. We already have a lot of information about how to drive productivity and efficiency, yet we do not implement it. So what's the incremental benefit that AI is going to provide that's going to actually tell that manager, here's how you should coach that individual. It's going to help in the hiring decision so we don't have waste in hiring the wrong people. So a lot of the challenge with any piece of technology when you talk about human beings is we already know a lot about the human being operating system. We know about human psychology, why we work, how hard we work when we don't work. We don't know all the answers, but we know a lot of them. We just apply them very poorly in the workplace. And so if you're going to get to that 500 billion, part of it means how is AI going to help managers to manage better? And ideally that's probably two things. One is decision support, meaning I get a text that outlines what I need to do today in terms of managing my people. It might say if David's on my team, David's working on project X, he has this personality type, he needs this type of reward. Interact with him in exactly this way. Here's exactly what you need to say to David today to make sure that he's engaged and you feel comfortable. That level of decision support, I think, would be amazingly helpful because what AI can do is synthesize the volume of information that we have about a human and say, you're probably going to optimize them by managing them in this way. So I would love, I've been waiting many years to see that. I'm hoping AI can do that for us. It also means, though, that you don't have garbage information. So that's the other challenge. There's a lot of dirty data out there. How do we make sure that data is clean enough that we're using it properly? And then I also think in terms of selection. Again, we already know a lot about how to select people appropriately for roles. If we could consolidate all the information we have about people from cognitive, personality-based, experience-based preferences, we could probably do a far better job matching people and jobs so we don't place the wrong people in the wrong roles and we hopefully juice engagement across the group. So I am optimistic but not a fanatic around AI. I think like many other technology elements, it's in its bubble right now, and we'll get down to a hard reality hopefully in the next couple of years.
Okay,
Go ahead, Professor.
I completely agree with what Mark said. David said, you know, the AIs generally at this point respond to prompts, questions. They're very good at it. But this is just one anecdote. James Manika at Google told me Bard, which is now Gemini, was kind of given a couple of prompts in a language it hadn't been exposed to, namely Bengali. And then they went away. This is near the end of the development process. They went away and they came back and Bard had mastered Bengali completely on its own. So these things even now produce occasionally surprising elements of initiative. The other thing I would say about what Mark was talking about is there are now studies initial studies of productivity impacts. And they're very impressive. Eric Brynjolfsson at Stanford studied this is a real operation. It's customer service in the tech area. And they trained the AI on thousands of hours of recorded customer service, customer interactions. And I'll skip, and performance measures, like did they solve the problem, how long did they take it, did they make the customer really angry, etc. Some emotional stuff. The productivity impact immediately when they deployed it was 15%. But the most interesting finding, and this I really want to leave with you, and then I'll stop using up other people's time, is the biggest impact was on the least experienced people. That is, what the AI did is deliver what the most experienced customer service people did in a form that was digestible and essentially collapsed the difference. We've started to call this the leveling up effect. And it has very high inclusive properties as well as very big productivity effects. So I think we're going to see more of that when we start to see more deployments.
I know we can go on, but I do have a question for Professor Spence. He had two famous students. He probably had many famous students. But the one that I read was Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer. What are the difference between the two?
They both didn't come to class. So I let two undergraduates at Harvard into the graduate theory course in economics, the PhD course, based on stellar economic their performance. They were in the division of applied sciences, which was Harvard's version of engineering at the time. Then I didn't see them until the end. And they showed up and wrote the exam and got an A in the course. So I had Ballmer and Gates in the class, and it's a bit of a fake. But Bill would agree that he was in the class. Before he left Harvard to found Microsoft without getting his degree.
So, I'm sure, David, you've been asked this question. because your demonstration of putting robots human-like effectively means is that the closest AI and humanization getting together, what are the dangers to the society? I mean, is there something that we all should be aware of? I mean, you see movies about these robots taking a life of their own. I mean, is there anything that we should be worried about?
Well, I would be more worried about inhuman AI. And there is a very large movement to regulate AI to be treated as a tool and to always be under human control, as though humans are 100% trustworthy guardians of this planet. So that's obviously an issue by itself. But the idea that AI should be a tool, well, is fine today because AI is a tool today. There is no living, conscious, evolving, fully autonomous algorithm today. The AI models, these large foundation models, aren't like that, but that's today. And I think in the next few years, we are going to see a revolution in bio-AI, AI that is increasingly inspired by biology to be adaptive and self-regulating and evolving. And there are concerns of this, but it's inevitable because there will be so many benefits that come out of this. It will be the smartest AI. The companies that do this and the nations that make AI more like a living being will see the AI more productive, more capable, and there will be competitive advantages. I believe that we have to think about value alignment, and I think that looking at the broadest sense, every living being does care about life, but in limited sense, from the emergent Darwinian natural selection process, you only can care about a narrow slice of life, but we may be able to make AI more broadly care about life. We have to think about how to instrument those values into the machines so that we can see the maximized net benefits across the biome and human civilization going into the future. These are very important. Just treating them as a tool and keeping them under control does not help us prepare for that future of living machines that we have to raise correctly, not just program correctly. We're making a new kind of seed of a new kind of life form, I believe, and we are going to have to nurture these beings. We're going to have to see them earn our trust because we raise them well. And so we have to get ready with the right kind of mindset into the future. So humanizing machines, I think, is the best path, the most likely path to a successful coexistence, a symbiosis with these new kinds of beings. Which sounds very sci-fi, but we have to really look ahead. We have to use our imagination.
Again, Mark, if you heard Prime Minister Modi yesterday, he spoke very eloquently about nation's ambition, both digital and in physical transformation. And on one end, as I said, if you were to view India as a corporate, and if you view Mr. Modi as a corporate CEO, how would you, give your advice regarding investment in talent to meet some of the new opportunities or the new challenges? Is it deep bench versus deep tech, or is it deep bench and deep tech working together?
Well, I think it has to be the latter by definition. I think I've been coming to India for 20 plus years. When I first came here in the early 2000s, I actually wrote an article called Why India Does Talent Management Better Than Other Countries. So even 20 years ago, there was an inherent belief system, inherent process that said growing people is important. Part of that, I think, just came out of the education system. This is an important thing to do. What I would say in many ways is keep going, be disciplined in the talent building process. We know how to grow better talent faster. So if you're going to be investing, make sure you know which skills, you grow them as quickly as possible, and you apply them in the right ways. There's no magic to doing that. It is really a question of disciplined execution of what we know around how to build great talent.
I know the time is up, but interesting discussion. We could have continued, but I can only say thank you to my panelists. Thank you for showing us the way. And Professor Spence, I love it when you say 500 billion is challenging, and my favorite line is challenge accepted. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. I love that last line which says challenge accepted, because I mean once you accept a challenge is only when you'll be able to hit growth, and growth is what India is looking for, is on the trajectory for. So once again, big round of applause. Thank you to our panelists and Mr. Gurnani. Meghna, let's move on now. Our next session, it's an insightful panel discussion which is titled Continental Drift, Navigating the Trade Waves. This discussion will delve into the complexities of global trade dynamics and the impact of shifting geopolitical landscapes on international commerce.
Absolutely, but before that, you want to remind our guests that there is a big contest on as well?
Exactly, the Social Champ contest is on. I know you've heard me say this quite some more time, but I'll say it once more. The QR code, you need to go to Jahangir, scan the QR code and visit the site and share your information about what the session's been like for you. We'd love to hear your thoughts.
Indeed.
All right, so let's move on.
Absolutely. In fact, our next panelists, they will be shedding light on the challenges as well as the opportunities which have been presented by the continental drift, much like this drift which is coming in the audio. But also it is going to be offering invaluable insights into how businesses and policymakers can adapt and thrive in this ever-changing landscape. So first up, we'd like to invite on stage our moderator, Ajay Sharma, the senior editor at ET Now. Glad to have you here, Ajay.
And joining him are his panelists. We have Roberto Azevedo, the former Director General at the World Trade Organization, along with Robert Johnson, President, Institute for New Economic Thinking.
I'm sure we can muster up some more enthusiasm for that. This is a big old panel coming up your way. Over to you, Ajay.
Thanks, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again. This is a panel joined by Roberto and Robert Johnson. We will be focusing on international trade and the factors which would be influencing, how to become a large player in international trade. India has got massive ambitions, as you all know. But, the world is a very disrupted place right now. Historically, India as a country has not had a big footprint on international trade. Largely, we have been importers of commodities and beyond technology of pharma. We have been a smaller player in global trade, but we aim to become, and our share of global trade is on a rise. But before we go, and how should the policy making should be shaped to achieve our ambitions out there, I'll ask you to start, Roberto. From the vantage point of, you've been with the World Trade Organization, you've seen models, economic models of various large countries which have very much larger share of global GDP, global trade. What is the backdrop we are operating in? There is geopolitics, a disruption from climate change, AI will come on that one too. Can you lay down the, the context for this discussion and the backdrop we are operating in right now?
Yeah, well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I would say what we don't lack today is disruption, right? You have disruption of all nature, all sorts, everywhere. But there are some main, very key aspects of disruption that I think we have to bear in mind. And they are provoking a number of movements in terms of public policy in different countries. And those movements are not coordinated, they're fragmented, and they're often at odds with each other. So I would say geopolitics. So people are talking about disruption in supply chains. The disruption in supply chains began long before the pandemic. You all recall the tensions between the U.S. and China during the Trump administration and subsequently, when we had essentially people call it a trade war, which I can see why they would call that, with duties, extra duties on imports of aluminum, steel, and a number of other products. It started with China, but other countries were affected as well. Then you had the Russia-Ukraine crisis as well. Well, the Middle East now is not for amateurs, so the reality is that countries are either imposing or being subject to sanctions, and companies are obviously affected by that. And the reality is that it's completely unpredictable. Not only the amount of the sanctions, the size of the sanctions, but also where they're going to pop up and how you're going to be affected. On top of that, you have other pandemics, climate disasters or natural disasters, and you have now public opinion and consumer preference, which is shaping public policy as well. And there are the most traditional ones, like health concerns, like the content of sugar, salt, organic products, agriculture, etc. You see Europe is now in upheaval because of all that. But one major destructuring element is climate and environment. So you had the oil shock back in the 70s that was very disruptive. Then you had the digital revolution at the beginning of the 21st century. And now you have, I would say, the environment and climate disruption. Because we have all these commitments that we're undertaking at the UN framework, and those commitments require policies to incentivize or discourage companies from moving in one direction or another. And countries are acting. The US passed the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, that has very little about inflation and a lot about environment and climate. Europe is with CBAM right now, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And those things, they either give advantages to companies or take advantage away from them. And those things upset the balance of competition in companies across the border. And I have to say, these measures are going to be introduced and are being introduced with no coordination whatsoever, responding mostly to domestic pressure. And the reality is that this is coming at a time when we don't have a body to have this kind of conversation. The multilateral institutions are weak. The World Trade Organization is unable to handle these kind of things. And when their rules were negotiated, these conversations didn't even exist.
Right.
Right? And together with all this, a lot of protectionism.
I was coming to that. We should not forget there are 70 elections in the world this year or the next 12 to 15 months. And politics will also influence a lot of policy making. Countries will tilt toward protectionism, and however much each of the countries may want to become independent, everybody knows, we understand that the world is dependent on each other. How can a quick follow-up with you, Roberto? How can, in this environment, when there are kind of equations between, say, U.S., China, Middle East is emerging in a great fashion. Russia has its stance, and India is caught between. How can a balance be struck in this kind of a scenario where we don't, or any country doesn't give out or be a loser in their own agenda as well, but still be a favorable international trade partner? Can we strike a balance?
The reality is that the lack of forum doesn't mean that talks are not happening. That's the problem. So we were talking about climate measures, right? Policies that were being introduced. Some are already talking about a carbon club. So countries, say the US, the EU, maybe Japan, Australia, and others, are talking to each other to achieve some kind of understanding on how they're going to allow their products to cross the borders, right? Maybe through mutual recognition agreements or something like that. But it's a very tough conversation. How are you going to have that conversation when the interests are very different, right? And India will have its, India will be heavily affected by these conversations, so will Brazil, so will the other emerging economies and the developing world in general. So the question is, do you allow these conversations to happen among the big players, and then you join in, by then you're lost.
Sure.
By then you are already behind. It's going to be an uphill battle to even things out. So how do you begin this conversation? And I think it would only begin if there is trust among those players. So it's not only about vocally disagreeing, it's about offering solutions as well.
Sure.
And that is not something that is easy to do. Often people confuse defending your interests with being constructive. And that is the challenge I think that developing countries have, that India has, is how to present itself as part of the solution, right? And not just criticizing everything and shutting things down.
Sure. Robert, let's take the point forward. We are talking about disruption and the challenges in navigating international trade, global trade. There was a very distinctive point you were telling me offline, which will play a big role, and I want you to, elaborate a bit more. Demographic changes and AI. How's that disrupting the models of international trade, which have worked so far for decades, but probably may lose some of its relevance in the coming years?
Well, that's a very good challenge. Let me start by describing, at the Institute for New Economic Thinking, we have a group called the Commission on Global Economic Transformation. Michael Spence, who was in the previous panel, and Joseph Stiglitz are the co-chairs. It's 23 people from around the world, very sophisticated people. And what they did over about 3 years of exploration together is define what they call the disruptions and therefore the basis for the solution. My father was a doctor. Diagnose the disease before you prescribe the remedy.
Predictive.
And what they came up with, and I'll come back to your question because it relates to technology as a disruption of the structure of production and the structure of society, climate, as you put forward, and particularly in climate, we now have things that are produced anywhere that affect everywhere.
Yep.
And so a nation has to think globally to protect all of the humans that are affected by what happens from their carbon burning within their country. Third is finance. We have a very, how would I say, under-regulated or supervised global financial system where shocks propagate all around the world. When Janet Yellen was the Federal Reserve Chairman, she's a friend of mine, I had talks with her. Before the Federal Reserve started to raise interest rates, she went to China because so many people had taken in money in dollars, converted it to renminbi. When she started to raise rates, the dollar would rise. Everybody would liquidate their loans and create a deflationary shock in China. So your monetary zone is not just your nation. And then finally, the key one was the Treaty of Westphalia. The notion, the design, the vision of a nation state had disintegrated. And what happened there was also affected by what they called the induced disruption, which is when your society is failing, your politicians have to try to survive, so they don't cooperate globally so well. When your situation is failing, outward migration can become very profound. At this juncture, the scope and scale of African population growth, according to the International Office of Migration, is enormous. Now, what people talk about, Mike Spence is a real expert on this, is what creates what you might call export-led growth. You put on tariffs, you have low wages, you do manufacturing. With the new technologies, the AI-like and the machine learning and robots and so forth, it's not clear that having low-wage, so-called unskilled labor is going to be the magnet to start a development. You have an equatorial region in Africa. Subsistence farming is in danger. What if you don't have food, you don't have subsistence farming, and you don't have any new sectors for export-led growth? The scope and scale of outward migration in a continent that they are talking about being 1.8 billion people by 2080, according to the World International Office of Migration, is going to affect the entire world. Look at the anxiety in Europe now about African and Middle East migration that we've been through in the last 10 years. That's negligible compared to the challenge that Africa might present. So at this juncture, we have one other dimension, which is in the more developed countries, we have a tremendous amount of anxiety. Now, I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, and everybody said America divorced Detroit.
It was the hub of automobile
It was the hub of the
manufacturing
automotive
and
industry.
exports for a very long time.
Yes, and it got smashed. Donald Trump, in his national aggression and anti-China, is a symptom of, that's how he marketed himself to the American people who felt they were suffering. I saw data recently in the United States comparing today to 1985. Almost 80% of Americans are worse off. Even though productivity's way up, the nature of the transformation associated with globalization and technology left a vast majority going down. And the distrust in expertise and the distrust in governance, according to the Gallup polls or the people who do the work for the World Economic Forum, it's just collapsed. I mean, the Center for Disease Control or the Federal Reserve, in light, when you have a particular shock like a pandemic or a financial crisis, you understand, but nothing's recovering. And so we have a situation, even in the developed countries, of despair.
Right.
Which brings me to India. I read a book, a gentleman who was born in India, lives in Singapore, Kishore Mahbubani, called Asia's 21st Century. I read this a couple years ago. And he said, the chapter's title was Why India May Be the World's Best Bet for Moral Leadership.
Very interesting.
And he talked about the body of work called the Mahabharata,
Yes.
of which the Bhagavad Gita is a core chapter. But he said, India understands in its core philosophy what working for we rather than me means.
Yes.
Working collectively. If we are going to deploy all of the potential and the exciting things in the medical realm and in production of robots, automation, machine learning, AI, we have to develop trust among people. I met with the vice president of China in 2019 when Donald Trump was president, and he said, Robert, I'm very concerned because while I like Microsoft and I like Apple and I like Google, I'm afraid they're Windows spying on America.
Sure.
And I said, okay. And he said, but the other thing is, China's a big country and we can't stabilize things in America. The American government has to create transformational assistance, and instead Donald Trump is trying to make them hate us.
Yes.
Funny thing was when Huawei came back to America,
Yes.
I saw the Americans say, well, that's now a Chinese window to spy on America. We can't let that in here.
Yes.
So
Areas
we
of
need the vision of the Indian philosophy to create the trust now that the nation state is gone in order to build things together.
How cool, wonderful. That's something interesting. Roberto, I'll let you have the last word because taking a leaf out of Robert's answer, how do you see the Indian model of international trade develop in this disruptive world? Some of the steps policymakers here in India are aiming at. The environment also inducing things on us that we are appearing and becoming like the choice of a favorable trade partner because of whatever's happened in the world. What is the answer and the direction India should take?
Well, I'm very concerned with the fact that governments are being less and less able to compromise. And I think what Robert was saying just a moment ago, the polarization that you see in society today, You are in a digital environment where you don't have time to explain your position. You're either for or against. It's a like or not like, and that's it. There is no space for arguments, and governments begin to behave the same way. I remember when I was a kid and people would say, well, when you become the government, when you are a government, when you are elected and of course a politician, you are supposed to take care of everyone. You have to you have to be an arbitrator at the end of the day, right? That doesn't happen anymore. I mean, governments are taking sides. They're often ruling for one half of their population. Yes. And the other half, wait for your next cycle, right? So, and that reflects in foreign policy as well. And in international relations, the trick is to find the room for compromise. You never get what you want in an international negotiation, but the other side never gets what they want either. It's about finding common ground at the end of the day. But we're getting to a point where governments are sitting at the table with no room for compromise. Because whatever they do, they lose points at home. And that is the end of diplomacy at the end of the day. So this is an extremely impactful development of the polarization that we see domestically, is that the center is disappearing in international politics. So the challenge, I think, answering your question, is how do we maintain that space for compromise, and that's something that starts at home.
A great answer. In fact, gentlemen, we are completely out of time, but I think Robert's answer that what India teaches from the Bhagavad Gita or the Mahabharata is the collective approach, the approach of we. And our Prime Minister Modi also has often, quotes Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. So we have to think in that direction, not just my home.
Moral philosophy. Yeah. But I also think the way in which I believe India could go in and build the infrastructure to help these places develop and avoid the outward human migration that many fear.
Outstanding. Thank you very much, gentlemen, joining us this evening. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Azevedo, and thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Ajay, for that fantastic, in-depth panel looking at international commerce, which is such an important topic, and I mean, a perfect fit here at the Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. All right, Meghna, let's move on, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. There's another fantastic session coming your way. In fact, in today's interconnected world, the concept of brand building has evolved way beyond the traditional marketing strategies that we have always seen. In fact, at the very heart of this evolution lies the power of a community, a dynamic force that has the potential to propel brands to new heights of innovation and global recognition.
Absolutely, and as we gather to delve into the discussion on building innovative global brands through the power of community, we recognize that community engagement is not merely a strategy, but it's a fundamental ethos. It is about fostering authentic connections, empowering voices, and co-creating experiences that resonate deeply with audiences worldwide.
Absolutely. In fact, to moderate this session, we'd like to invite up on stage Vikram Oza, the media consultant, presenter, of course, you would have seen him present earlier in the day as well, news anchor with ET Now. He will be in conversation with Akis Evangelidis. He is the co-founder of Nothing. Over to you, gentlemen.
Great to have you. Welcome.
Awesome to be here.
We have very limited time, so I'm going to go straight into it. What is it like to set up a brand and enter 30 markets just 3 years ago when you're in the midst of a pandemic and you do this launch? I can't imagine what it can be like, but in an extremely busy industry, you're talking about the tech industry, I don't know. When you enter a market like India, there is so much competition. How do you even go about it? What did you think differently that made you think, yes, this is the time we're going to do it?
So yeah, I mean, to be frank, we've been in the industry for the longest period of time now, and at the time, I guess, when we started Nothing, we felt a bit kind of uninspired by what the industry had to offer. You know, we grew up with the launch of the iPhone, the iPod, you know, all those kind of fantastic products. That got us super excited, but in the last few years, sort of, you know, that mood changed a bit. So yeah, we wanted to start nothing, trying to bring that fun back onto tech. It was in the middle of the pandemic, but actually this kind of almost turned into a strength, because at the end of the day, we're able to kind of work all over the world. We're able to kind of really focus on launching the brand across kind of social media, where that's pretty much what people were doing at the time, just spending time on social media. So we really kind of turned this into our own strength. And yeah, it helped really kind of fast track the launch. You know, from the get-go, we had a huge engagement online. We had early on a lot of like big tech investors joining the journey. We had Tony Fadell, the inventor of the iPod, coming as a seed investor, Steve Hoffman, the founder of Reddit, and so on. And yeah, before even we launched a product, we raised our Series A with Google Ventures, and we brought our first product to market. It was summer 2021, still in the pandemic, and yeah, it turned out to be a massive buzz online. We sold over 500,000 products at the time. Our whole thing, we entered the market by really focusing on design differentiation, so it was very something innovative. We used kind of semi-transparent approach, and that was enough to kind of get things going. We then raised more money and launched our first smartphone, then our second one last year, and so on, and the journey keeps on.
But you started with the year one. You started with an audio product, and then you decided to do the phone, the smartphone.
Exactly.
The idea was always to go with smartphones, but you decided to take this route. Why? And for those of you who are not familiar with the product, are you carrying your phone with you?
Yeah.
Why don't you show it to them, for those of us who haven't seen a Nothing phone just yet?
This is the phone 2. So you have this kind of semi-transparent design. We have a whole kind of interface at the back, kind of to minimize your screen interaction. And this kind of feeds also into the software, in which a lot of work and thought process has gone into it in the way we kind of interacting with our smartphones. But yeah, so we started with hardware is hard by definition. So, you know, we couldn't go straight into smartphones. You know, you need to build the team, you need to build the supply chain, and so on. So for us, we saw the opportunity at the time. The true wireless earbuds market was kind of growing in an exponential way. Quite mature from a category standpoint, you know, so the technology was there, the supply chain was there. Yet a very interesting product to innovate from a design standpoint, because, you know, you kind of carry those things in your ears all day, so quite an important part of the purchase decision, the design. So we felt it was just the right product to kind of start with, to introduce our kind of design identity, yet confident that we could deliver on a great product. And following that, build stronger team capabilities, bigger teams, engineering, software, hardware, to then kind of, one, first raise more money once we've successfully launched A1, and two, start developing our first smartphone.
But in a very busy market, you need to create key differentiators, and they need to be really strong. You're talking about 1.2 billion smartphones being sold in the world, and more than 10% of them are sold in India. So India definitely would be a big market for you. But how do you create a differentiator when the go-to products for most people are Apple and Samsung?
I mean, you said, like, the pie is huge, 1.2 billion units, so you definitely have a niche there that, you know, was a bit like us. You know, when we started Nothing, we looked at ourselves as end users. We weren't exciting, we're looking for something fresh, something that would kind of stand out. And we're confident that there would be more people like us. So while, you know, the pie is huge, definitely dominated by the big brands of this world, we definitely saw an opportunity. And we kind of, as we start getting with like A1, then Phone 1, we start seeing more and more people kind of, you know, onboarding the journey of Nothing, buying more our products more and more, to the point where last quarter we crossed 2 million Nothing products sold to date. And India, definitely a big part of it. I think, the energy here is real. The savviness around technology is incredible. You know, the Indian consumer, there's definitely none as such outside of India. Like, the knowledge around the tech is unbelievable, and that's where it's sort of easy for a brand launching the consumer tech space to kind of grab some level of traction.
You're saying easier, but it sounds tougher when a large part of your consumer base knows its technology, is tech savvy, as you say it, and this is across the board. There is no age, no bar. There is, rural, urban, it's all across. People know their mobile phones. In that kind of market, I would think it's tougher.
I mean, it puts the bar high in terms of the actual user experience, product, but you know, as a product company, if that's not your angle in terms of bringing great products to the users, I think you shouldn't even start a company. So for us, since day one, you know, it was about making products that we would be proud to share with our friends and families. So a lot of work went into it, and I guess in this market where people know the tech, actually they realize the value of the product and have been loving our products. So far so good, I'd say.
So when you say they love your product, what about it do they love? You need to explain that to us in the context of building communities. For a brand to build a community is a very important exercise in today's context, much more in the tech universe. How have you done that? Because I understand you've done some sort of crowdfunding as well. Talk to us about that, because that in a sense seems to be creating a community of sorts.
I mean, our whole journey is almost, has been since day one, kind of a community journey as well. Like when we started, again, it was just an idea. We wanted to try to make something different to kind of break through in the market, but we didn't even know why or what we're going to do. Early on, we got some of those kind of tech leaders, Tony Fadell, Steve Hoffman, Kevin Lin, and so on, kind of feeling the same way, saying they didn't know exactly how things were going to go. And as we're kind of progressing, we saw a lot of more people really engaged around nothing and everything we're doing. So we decided, actually early on, as we kind of did our first investment, when we raised our Series A with Google Ventures, to allocate actually part of it to the community. So we did a crowdfunding where private investors could come in so that people would kind of, the idea was that early supporters would have skin in the game. So, you know, they won't be just kind of cheering from the sideline, but eventually having a financial uplift, hopefully once we're a multi-billion brand.
You have Indian celebrities who've got skin in the game. How important was that? Because I believe there are investors. One of them is nodding very wisely at me. There is Karan Johar. There are others, like Sabyasachi as well.
Yeah.
So tell us about the importance of doing that as a marketing exercise as well, to build a brand, and of course you're trying to raise funds through influential people.
I think aside of the funds and kind of the support that they've been giving us, I think for us it was more about kind of having more and more confidence on the opportunity. You know, you have all those kind of trailblazers that in their respective domain have done so much, you know, are driving things forward, kind of believing in nothing and believing what we're trying to achieve. I think that first and foremost was very energizing for us in the right beginning. But of course, it's very important. It's very important to have all the kind of thought leaders across different industries that kind of come in, share ideas, give ideas to us, and I think that's also the strength of Nothing. You know, we are probably in one of the biggest industries in the world, yet being very agile, being creative, being on top of the trends, trying to innovate will be sort of our core strength. So having investors from different countries, different industries, and so on has definitely been something really beneficial to us.
But since you started out in 30 markets and you took the digital route to be able to sell your products, was there a difference in the way you approached other markets? I'm seeing what you're doing in India, and you are selling through digital channels even right now. I don't know if that's likely to change, but what was the approach to Europe and US, and how is it different from what you've done in India?
I think our kind of approach has been global since day one. I think in India, again, because of the demographic, the sort of savviness around tech, we have had this kind of organic traction. But there hasn't been such a kind of focus in terms of different countries around the world. So I think it's more about, you know, us trying to, make tech fun again and having all those kind of tech-savvy, tech-enthusiast people joining our journey.
Your founder is of Swedish origin, and of course, no, he's of Chinese origin, and he's grown up in Sweden. Your company is headquartered in London. You are of mixed...
Half Greek, half French.
Yes. How much of this, and I'm looking at the kind of ecosystem that you're trying to create, which emulates something like what Apple has done. So there is a lot of this that is happening within the entire startup community and the kind of funding that you're doing as well. When you are collaborating, how does it actually work with the startup ecosystem? How is the collaboration part of it actually working?
I mean, again, it's diversity, you know, like out of this diversity, there is so much that comes across. You know, we have different people from different part of the globe heading our kind of software, hardware, design, engineering, and it's almost the best of everything coming together. Wow, that's aggressive.
Please carry on.
So coming together, and that sort of creates something very unique. You know, what we're seeing, the industry has been kind of dictated by the big players out there, and, you know, then there are all the followers doing the kind of more or less of the same. So for us, you know, bringing such a diverse team from all around the world, from different industries, different background, that's what went into the product to deliver something super unique.
I was talking to some colleagues, and just one last question: why nothing?
Why nothing?
Why?
Actually, it was super. So I'm half Greek, so initially we're looking into the Greek mythology, and every time we'd find something that would work, we're looking at social media handles, it wasn't available, and so on. And actually, Carl, we're thinking about the end state of technology, and he was saying, like, wow, actually the end state is nothing, where technology is all around you, doesn't get in the way, yet kind of empowers you to do more. And it took a few days, but we're like, okay, why not try nothing? And then we saw the Instagram handle, the Twitter handle not being registered. We sent a few emails. Within 24 hours, we had the handles, so we just went for it. That's the story.
Well, the hope is that there's a lot of nothing, right? From your point of view, to be able to grow the brand, and a lot of nothing is something that you must be aiming for. Where have you set your targets?
I think when you look at the size of the industry, again, the sky is the limit, and then you can do a lot more. We've seen that there is definitely...
But even with smaller marketing budgets, you see the size of Apple and Samsung and their
Great
marketing
products.
budgets.
It's always start with the products. I think for us, that's what we've been doing since day one, and the rest kind of, it's important, but products, great products, and then a big kind of community around your products, and then the word of mouth takes off.
Well, more power to you, and good luck for all your future ventures. Thank you so much for joining us on the Global Business Summit. Pleasure having you with us.
Thank you.
Well, Vikram, you really saved the best question till the end. Why nothing? So we just wish Mr. Evangelidis a lot of nothing in future.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank
You know, Meghna, when he was showing the phone, one thing, because it's the white phone. Okay, let me just put this disclaimer out. I'm a big tech fan, and I am a big fan with all the mobile phones. So I've studied this phone, and one of the cool things about this phone is it's got something called a glyph lights on the front, rather the back side of the phone, and it can be used. You can program it so the lights flash differently for every person that calls. You can track your Uber without looking at the front of your phone. The light shows you as your Uber's coming close. So it's obviously better on the black because it stands out. But yeah, enough about me. I'm a tech fan, like I said.
Well, there are lots of them in the room, isn't it? And if you are a tech fan, even more so, if you're using your phones, even if it is, especially if it is a nothing phone, make sure that you are putting all these videos, photographs out on social media. We've been telling you about our hashtags. It's up there on the screens as well in several of the posters that you'll see. Scripting tomorrow, that's a hashtag that we are all using. Of course, other than that, you can also use GBS 2024. That's one of the hashtags you can use if you want to tweet out or put out more videos. We'd love to connect with you on social media. There's also hashtag GBS, Global Business Summit, easy to remember. And of course, you have hashtag ETNowGBS. All these hashtags are right there, already being used by our social media teams, and we request you to join us on social media as well.
And talking about social media, we have the Social Champ Contest still going before our last session. Rather, after the last session, you can go to the Jahangir Hall, scan the QR code, and share your thoughts on social media. So, Meghna, let's head into our final session of the day. Our final session of the Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. It's titled The Brave New World, Venturing in Times of Uncertainty. Now, it's a thought-provoking session that delves into the dynamic landscape of entrepreneurship in an unpredictable world. This session aims to explore the challenges and opportunities encountered by entrepreneurs as they navigate through uncertain times, offering valuable insights and strategies for success.
Absolutely, Sumit, and this is quite understandably the reason why it is a showstopper, if we can call it that. We'd in fact like to invite up to moderate this session the dynamic Sanjeev Bikhchandani, the founder of Info Edge India. Please do join us up here on the stage.
Maybe someone that we call as the OG of the startup world here in India. And as Mr. Bikhchandani comes up, let's invite up on stage his panelists.
Absolutely. Aditya Palija, the co-founder and CEO of Zepto, is there. And a person who perhaps doesn't need an introduction, Namita Thapar, the Executive Director of MCure Pharmaceuticals. We also have Mukesh Bansal, the co-founder of Cure.fit and Myntra as well. Go ahead.
We have Kunal Bahl, co-founder Snapdeal and Titan Capital. We have Aman Gupta, co-founder and CMO of Boat. And Sudhakar Adappa, founder and CEO of BIA Brands.
So it's over to you, Sharks, if we can call you all that in your
Well,
own...
some sharks are in the tank, but it'll be one of the most exciting sessions here. And with that, we'd hand it over to Mr. Bikhchandani.
Over to you.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to all the panelists. We've got 7 people on stage, and we have 40 minutes. So we're going to keep it tight, quick, short, pacey, and so I won't introduce everybody, because that will take 5 minutes. Okay? But since most people are known, it'll be okay. As and when I call them to speak, I'll give a quick 2-line introduction. Yeah? So the topic is venturing in a turbulent environment, or some such thing, but it is that, right? Why didn't I start with you, Kunal? Kunal has, founder of Snapdeal, taking a subsidiary of Snapdeal public pretty soon. But he's got another avatar, apart from being an entrepreneur and a founder. He, through Titan Capital, has invested in about 280 startups. So on this stage, he is the person with the most number of startup investments. 280 is pretty prolific by any standard, although it's taken 13 years to do it. So Kunal, why do you invest, and why did you start investing?
It's a pleasure being here, and thank you. I must say that Mr. Bikhchandani is actually the reason many of us, or at least I can speak for myself, that I'm here, because when I was starting up my journey in 2007, there were literally no role models for entrepreneurship and tech entrepreneurship in India outside of India.
A little piece of trivia. I didn't know this, but Kunal told me when he came back to India from the US, he applied to Naukri for a job.
Yes.
And he was interviewed, and we didn't make him the offer. Is that correct?
That's right, that's right.
And so he decided to become an entrepreneur.
Yeah, thank you, I guess. But
No, I didn't interview him. If I'd interviewed him, I would have selected him, but he was interviewed by somebody else.
Yeah. So, look, it was obviously at a time when we started our business, there was nothing known as a startup. Startup only came into national parlance around 2016 or 2015 when the Prime Minister launched Startup India. Back then, in 2007, it was either you ran a business or you did a job. There was nothing known as, nobody knew the word startup. And so obviously we've come a long way in this journey in the Indian startup ecosystem. And in the early days, there was no domestic capital. There were like 5 venture capital firms. Most of the people who actually called themselves angel investors were actually devils, where they would offer 50 lakhs for 60% of the company, which was actually a genuine offer that was made to us as well. And at least the thought my co-founder and business partner Rohit and I had was that if we ever have the opportunity to and the resources to devote to mentorship and capital to the next generation of startups, we must do that. And we should do that in a fair manner. So in 2011, December, our journey of investing began with a very small check of 30 lakh rupees that we invested in Ola when it was just starting. They were doing 5 rides a day at that point in time. Back then, the seed round valuations used to be a little more modest, like 5 or 6 crore rupees pre-money. And that's how our journey started, and we realized that, look, we just want to help founders. We are not here to monetize, flip, and so our mindset always is invest very early, be the first money in, and then stay invested for a very long period of time. Like for instance, Ola, we stayed invested for 12 years in the company and sold our stake only last year. So.
But tell me, now people have been talking about funding winter, valuations contracting, a lot of money being very, very discerning and careful before investing in early stage companies. What are you seeing now? Are you still investing, and is it better or worse? And
yeah, so at least our approach has been to be very consistent. We've been investing almost in the same number of companies, 15, 20 companies for 13 years now, in a row. We've not had years where we've done, 200 investments or anything. So we've been very consistent. I feel that the stage at which we invest, it doesn't really matter whether there is a funding winter going on, because the amount of money these companies need, at that point in time, we can provide ourselves. So the funding winter has never deterred us from anything. We just have a very, very long-term view. We think of ourselves not as angel investors, but as early stage.
So 280 में से how many companies have gone bust?
A few dozen would have gone bust, but more than 50% have raised a subsequent round, which is a pretty high ratio.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So he's continuing to invest, turbulent times or no turbulent times, and he says, "हमको फर्क नहीं पड़ता. It's okay. It doesn't make a difference to us." Namita, can I come to you next?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Okay, so Namita, you are a shark on Shark Tank, right? And you began to invest 2 or 3 years ago, and before that you were not investing. What made you want to invest in startups?
So my father is a first-gen entrepreneur, and we run MQ Pharmaceuticals out of Pune. We're going to be going public in 3 months, so watch out for that big IPO. And basically,
we charge money for that plug.
Somewhere within us, there was that desire to give back to the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So when you get a lot and you feel grateful, there's that desire to give back, and that was the biggest reason I got excited about Shark Tank India. Thank you. And the second reason, of course, was a selfish reason, because the entire topic here is disruption and staying relevant. And for legacy companies like ours, or for traditional companies, industries like ours, like pharmaceutical, if we really want to stay relevant, we have to be in touch with the startup ecosystem. Today, a lot of health tech companies that are coming to Shark Tank India really help me think through the business, because technology is the only way we can solve the 3 problems facing pharma, which is awareness, access, and affordability. And so it's for selfish reasons that I am involved with the startups. And now MQ is launching direct to consumer. So all these years, it was just doctors who were our customers. Now it's direct to consumer in a few months, and all these 500 pitches that I've seen as part of the show, and all my lovely co-sharks, there's been so much learning that's going to be put to good use when MQ diversifies into something like D2C.
Okay, but Namita, see, now you have become, and I mean everybody on Shark Tank, including Aman, become a bit of a celebrity beyond what you already were, Aman. Okay, now. And you received a lot of praise and love on social media, and you've also been trolled a bit, right?
Yes.
How do you deal with that?
Okay, so I like to keep things a bit light, right? Because healthcare is pretty boring. So you want to see how I deal with it?
Yes. Yes.
There you go. Anyone familiar with this?
I'm out, and what's the second? Okay, so are you...
So I have one more, Sanjeev, that says Nepo Kid, and that says Ye Meri expertise nahi hai, I'm out. So I didn't carry that t-shirt, but it's sitting somewhere out there. So the best way to deal with trolling is to just have fun with it, to own it, and to embrace it. So that's what I do.
Okay, that's very good. Now, are you planning to launch apparel line? Expertise by Namita. And Aman, would you invest in it? Would you invest in it?
Aman.
I can't say anything right now, so no comments on that part. But yeah, to add to the question of trolling, I would say that it's become a part. First year when we were trolled, it used to affect us.
आपकी भी हुई थी trolling?
मेरी बाकियों की थोड़ी ज्यादा हुई थी, मेरी कम थी.
आपकी कम क्यों हुई यार? वो सीक्रेट बता दो यार.
मैं नाम बता सकता हूँ स्टार्टिंग से एंड तक किसकी सबसे ज्यादा हुई थी, बट मेरी कम थी. बट शुरू में इफेक्ट होता था सर. फिर धीरे धीरे मतलब वो क्या बोलते हैं, पहले जैसे तालियों की आदत पड़ गई थी, अब गालियों की भी पड़ गई.
Sorry, I think there are some people who don't understand Hindi. Let's stay with English. I'm also guilty of that.
I don't know how to convert this in English though, but
I I was used to claps, now I was used to slaps, now I'm used to claps.
Oh, yeah, correct. Yes, what she said.
Yeah. Okay. Adit.
Oh my God.
Now, how many people believe Adit is less than 30 years old? Okay, so Adit is 21. He's 21. He's dropped out of Stanford Computer Science, and he started his company in 2021. He's not an investor, right? He's a founder, but he's raised more than $500 million. He runs a company called Zepto. So Adit, now you've been raising money, and your last round was just a few months back in the funding winter, in these turbulent times.
Yep.
What's it like to raise money right now?
Yeah. Again, I don't know if I should be flattered or a bit embarrassed, but I think the...
It means that being an entrepreneur is not easy. You look over 30.
Yeah, probably will soon as well. But I think to answer your question, look, it was not easy. We raised capital, I think, in the trough of the bear market in September 2023. And if you think about our business at a high level, right, you've got two crazy-looking young founders delivering groceries in 10 minutes, right? That doesn't sound like a fundable business in the worst capital market situation since 2008. But despite that, I think we were able to raise capital at an up round. So we raised $236 million at a $1.4 billion valuation. And we were able to do that, I think, primarily because the way that we approached the fundraise was very different from, I think, how fundraisers were approached before. It was much more, at least I think we were a lot more bottoms up. We didn't have, high-level narratives. I think our entire data room was 460 pages, each metric in a deep, granular detail, just going into it one by one. And I think the reason why is because the only investors that were investing in this market were investors that did fundamentals-driven bottoms-up analyses and had enough conviction in their own diligence.
Did you get a lot of rejection? Did anybody reject you?
I mean, it sounds difficult to believe, but we actually did get 3 term sheets within the first month of starting. We ended up deciding on a term sheet before the other 6 people that we were engaging with decided.
So what I learned from this is that for a good company, there is no funding winter, right? You will get your money, but are you a good company is the question. And how do you get your company to a position where you'll be regarded as a good company by investors? That's the question to answer.
I'll also just add one last thing. I think the thing is investors that invest in this market tend to be much higher quality, fundamentals-driven investors that are willing to take contrarian bets. Investors
ये तो गलत बात है. You're not investing in this market. You're a low-quality investor. ये ठीक नहीं है. This is not okay. I'm kidding. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay. Sorry, Mukesh, coming to you. Right? You've been a founder, Myntra, then Flipkart. You've morphed into a second founder and running a fund and doing personal investments. How do you view this market? What's it like for you?
See, Sanjeev, I have been around startups for 25 years now. I got my first state of startup ecosystem in late 90s in Bay Area. And there was 99 when it feel like that world is not going to stop. And 2000, suddenly it changed to as if there's no way to dig yourself out of this hole. And since then, I think I've seen 5 cycles. So now, the benefit of hindsight is that 21, it's crazy year, or 23, you always go back and there are many such years that you look back to, know exactly how the cycle plays out. So it doesn't matter. I think for me, entrepreneurship, Kunal has done phenomenal job with this massive portfolio. Like for me, where I find most joy out of is building outstanding products. So whether I put a founder hat or an investor hat, just, working in the shop, trying to build a great product gives me good joy. Unfortunately, I can't do a lot of that on my own now. So partnering with other co-founders is what I'm trying to do, Like it'll be, privileged to, let's say, partner with someone like him, at such a young age, has, phenomenal ideas, ambition that I can only dream of. So I think that's the motivation now, Sanjeev.
Great. Aman, coming to you. You are the second shark on this panel.
No, sir, first.
First shark,
Sir.
sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, so you're the first male shark on this panel. Okay, we'll do a compromise, right? So, what does it look like to you? You are still investing, of course, in Shark Tank, and you're investing otherwise also. You're still continuing to invest. What does this funding winter look like to you?
Sir, 2 years back, I didn't even have money to invest. So my wife used to earn and I used to burn her money. Uske baad, when I got my secondary exit 2 years back, that was 2021, and that was the first year of Shark Tank. So first year when they asked Shark Tank ki list aayi thi that how many investments have you made till now? So I actually used to do, I had done 5 investments, which was like co-investment, 5-10 lakh ki. So I actually became an investor first time on Shark Tank only. I'd never heard pitches before that. I'd only given pitches. So I learned the art of investment sitting in the panel with these sharks and, Namita, Anupam and all these guys. They've done investments all their life, right? So I learned a lot on Shark Tank. And I don't invest outside Shark Tank anymore. I don't have, I unfortunately don't have time.
But you still feel optimistic enough to go on to Shark Tank and invest and feel confident? Or,
Sir,
are you doing it for the publicity?
Both, but yeah. But if you ask me, first year I did around 20 investments, out of which, total, jitna humne paise lagaye the 6 crores I had invested. And there is a company called Skippy. I invested 20 lakhs in it, and I'm just getting an exit of 6 crores. So one company itself is giving me the return of all the rest.
That's
so
excellent.
I actually learned that, this is and I take risks. I think it's a high risk, high reward market, especially, when people were not investing in electronics and, in our space, nobody was investing. But Kaval invested, Kaval, Fireside. None of the VCs and Ps at that time invested in us, and he invested 6 crores only at that time, and I've already returned 100 crores. He still has 3% in our company, right? So I think it's just taking risks on startups, and that's what I did in first Shark Tank. I'm already in the money, and third ke bhi start hui hai. So I think it's good. It's a good way of making money also, sir.
Okay. So, Namita, you also got an exit. There was some talk in the media.
So I'm the first shark to actually get money in the bank. Aman is just hoping he'll get it.
rivalry TV mein karo.
No, but basically it was a beautiful company that's India's largest airport retailer. They work with 10,000 plus artisans, karigars like we call them, to make these kullards, copper bottles. Beautiful story about India's culture and heritage. And in 18 months, I got 3.5 times the money that I put in. And the money's in the bank, so happy to say that. So it's not just a show for entertainment and education, but I think an exit gives it the seriousness and the respect that the show truly deserves.
Sudhakar, coming to you. Now, Sudhakar is not a financial investor. However, his company acquires products and brands and companies, therefore, and he's building a house of brands. How are you looking at the investing and acquisition environment right now, Sudhakar?
It's a great time to be an investor, whether strategic or financial investors. They say, when the tide is high, you never know who's swimming naked in the beach, because everyone rises with the tide, and it's easy to go with the tide, right? When the times are tough, you kind of differentiate men from the boys. So the opportunities are phenomenal because the expectations have come down quite dramatically. 2 years ago, we can't even talk to a company which is doing a turnover of about 2 million, 2.5 million. They were also, looking at the multiples, which are, I would trying to be polite, but I'm not. It's absurd to me as an investor, right? But right now, the expectations of whether you're an investor, an employee, or a founder, the expectations were far more realistic. I think we all came back to planet Earth. I think 2 years ago, at least the founders and the employees are on planet Mars. Right now, we've come back to Earth. That's a reality check.
So that's good for you, right? Because you're a buyer.
Great for me, not just as an investor, but as a company. We are all going back to fundamentals. I think there is a point where we forgot the fundamentals, but right now we are looking at fundamentals, and profitability has become one of the metric that we are looking at.
Thank you. So listen, we have over here 6 people who are continuing to invest, who are continuing to buy, who are continuing to raise money in this turbulent time. So venturing is alive, and at least large parts of it are well, if not all of it. I'll ask each of them one more question, and then perhaps we can have 1 or 2 questions from the audience. We have a total of 20 minutes left, right? So the one question I want to ask is from the investors first, which is, in this market, what do you look for in a company before you decide to invest? What makes a investable company? I'll go with you first, Kunal.
Actually, as I was saying earlier, that it doesn't matter what market it is, we are looking for exactly the same things. We're looking for, obviously, a fantastic team that has shown some amount of success in anything that they've done before. It could be a job, it could be another venture, it could be, dance, music, anything, sport.
You have invested behind some dancers?
We've invested behind people who've excelled at dancing, but now are doing a new venture. Because to be successful in anything, you require a level of intensity, which is necessary when you're running a business also. That's one. Second is, people tend to focus on large TAMs. People ask questions, iska TAM kitna bada hai? Actually, we look for narrow TAMs. We look for what is a laughably small TAM. The sliver of a market that you can go dominate with the 4 or 5 crore rupees you're going to raise right now, as compared to what is the $1 billion TAM that you're
So
going
I think there's something there, right? And it's borne out by the experience of Naukri, right? So I'll tell you the story, huh? So in 99, we were trying to raise money, right? And bubble market, I spoke to 4 investors and got 3 term sheets. Right? The 4th guy said, no, I will not invest. And I said, why? He said, I love you. You're a great salesman. You made a good pitch. But I will not invest. So I said, why? He said, what is the size of the print advertising market for appointment ads? So I said, maybe 400-500 crores. What is the price difference between print and internet? I said, 1:1,000. And I thought it was an advantage. He said, that means if you get 100% of the jobs that are in print, you will shrink the market to 40 lakhs. There is no market. And he did not invest. Today the company's market cap is what it is. So, yeah, we also, as we invest, don't always look at TAM. In fact, we know that if you're building a category-creating company, you will create the TAM.
Yeah, the best investments we've made that have worked out historically, whether it was Ola or Urban Company or Mamaearth or any of these, ended up being category creators, and nobody felt that they will be category creators. Like, Boat was a category creator, Zepto is a category creator, all of Mukesh's businesses have been category creators, right? So, and the third is just discipline around unit economics. Because, founders will often say that with scale, my unit economics will improve. They almost never do. It actually gets worse usually. So unit economics, which is making money per unit, post all variable expenses from the get-go.
I think all entrepreneurs and investors, if they take one thing away from this panel, I think it's the last point that he made. That if your unit economics is not working at a small scale, it will not work at a large scale. So be clear and make your unit economics work. If you just take that away from this panel, it's worth its weight in gold. Yeah. So Namita, what do you look for?
So I think with regards to Kunal's point, one point I agree, one point I disagree. From my personal investing style, category creator type companies, you're not going to find too many of those in our country. So for somebody like me who's not a very pro-risk, a little bit more risk-averse type of an investor, I look at the TAM. I want to look at a very large market. I want to look at a market that's growing fast. And I want to look at a founder who has demonstrated sales, product market fit, and has shown that he has the ability to have a USP and is able to capitalize on that large TAM. So for me, having a large TAM and a highly growing TAM, so that I know there'll be scale and I'll get exit as an investor at some point, that's important. The second point, I absolutely agree about the path to profitability. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, so I think maybe that's where a little bit of that conservatism comes into play. We want to see that they have a plan. So while they may be making losses at this point, they have to have a plan in place. And third and most important is we take a bet on the founder. So for me, it's very important that they know their numbers. They have to know every number, whether it's pricing, competition, anything I ask, it has to be in their head. And then with that, they have to have hunger and humility. So these are the 3 things that I would look at.
So, Aman, what do you look for? And describe for us the last company you invested in and it's announced, and what you liked about it.
Last company I invested in.
and he's announced it. It's made public.
ऐसे नहीं याद पता नहीं सर याद नहीं आ रहा हाँ Coparo which was yesterday it was aired on Shark Tank so Coparo and she used to make cleaning detergents and cleaning powders and all that cleaning liquids and I think she was a phenomenal founder and I personally have taken I don't know whether you've seen Shark Tank, but in season 1 also, this one also, 3 also, I have taken bets on people even without having business plans. Like Vidit was saying, right? At 21, he had no business experience, he had nothing, but people took a bet on him. Like same way people have taken a bet on me. So I think if you take a bet on the founder, he will deliver something, if not in this industry, maybe some other industry. And if he's a good guy, if he knows how to hustle and stays humble, I think he can do something. I think he will return your money somewhere or the other. So I have taken bets on founders and it has worked for me, sir. I think that is TAM, no TAM, I don't know. But founder bets is most important for me.
Founder bet. So you look at the founder and that's your biggest bet.
90% founder.
90% founder. Baki 10%?
बाकी तो सर बाकी चीजें भी देख लेते हैं ना थोड़ी तो मतलब कंपनी क्या कंपनी whether he has a company whether he doesn't have a company whether he has which industry is he working on and whether he knows how to make money he's not factoing he's not just मतलब he knows the DNA as as Namita also said I am also there is a Banya now you will ask me to convert in English I don't know but yeah there is a mentality I have, right? And then my co-founder is Gujarati.
Okay, between Banyas, Marwadis, Gujaratis and Sindhis, who would you invest behind?
I would prefer Gujaratis. Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to go further into that.
No, but
we might get into trouble.
No, why? I can tell you that they have something in their blood. They know how to do business much better. And, my co-founder, he's not a chartered accountant. Samir is not a chartered accountant. But he does finances better than me or even the CAs we've employed in our company. I think they know dhanda banana aata hai. They know, they eat or drink something which has that, their blood has dhanda in them.
So Namita is Gujarati, right?
I love the way that they eat or drink something. Okay. And by the way, all the Guju food I carry on the sets, my papadas and all, he hates it. He doesn't touch it, just for the record. Okay. He only thrives on butter chicken.
Okay. You grew up in Delhi, obviously.
Yeah, I did.
Mukesh, which is your best company? And what did you think when you went into it?
I'll just maybe very quick story. So 6 years ago, these 2 ex-ISRO engineers, they reached out to me and they said they want to build this rocket company. It was so audacious, so I met them. I said, "Kya rocket kaise banoge?" You are just 2 guys in your late 20s. And they said, no, we really think India should have a private space company and we know how to do it. We'll get it done. I said, boss, at that time, even regulations was not allowed. And I just estimated it will probably take them 10 years to build a rocket. And VCs will not fund it because, space industry, there's no monetization, no TAM. Then I said, are you willing to work on this for 10 years? They said, yes, if we can just somehow survive and, support our lifestyle. I said, how much will your lifestyle, cost? They said, we have very conservative lifestyle. We can manage our family in 50,000 rupees a month. I said, if I guarantee I'll pay you salary for next 10 years, will you do this for next 10 years? They said, we'll do it for rest of our lives. I invested. Within 5 years, they became the first private space company out of India to launch a rocket in space. So,
this is Agnikul.
Skyroot.
Oh, Skyroot, okay. And how's it doing now?
They're doing incredibly well. So they recently raised money at $500 million valuation. GIC has come in, Temasek, $75 million. They are actively in production to launch first orbital launch. Their order book is over $500 million. These are now letter of intents, let's see, but they are well on their way and to be the first commercial private, space company out of India.
I think that calls for a round of applause. Not just for the founders certainly, but also for the investor to take that crazy bet then, when he did, right? Ajit, now, what's the best advice any investor ever gave you?
I was telling you before we got in, I think in Kunal actually, week 2 of our business, day 14, when we launched in Bandra and we launched in Marol and Andheri East. And the business just went crazy. We went from like 100 orders a day to a couple thousand orders a day in 14 days. And Suvir, who's the managing director of Nexus and the first institutional investor we brought on board, he was like, this is too fast. This is crazy. I've seen this before. I've seen this movie. Here's a company that's found like some crazy product market fit, some insight. And he just dashed into our office one day. And there was just like 6 guys, 7 guys. We were just like scrambling, trying to figure it out. He got all of us in a room and he said, make a P&L. I didn't know what a P&L was. It was day 14. I said, what is that? And then he pulls out all his, like, he gave me deliveries, early P&Ls. He's like, I want you to make this right now. And I was just thinking, I was like, what is this? But then he showed up at our office every day for a month with the same request, just did not do anything else. I don't know he just decided not to go to the office for quite some time. But he just pushed us on that. He pushed us on discipline. He pushed us on rigor. Even today, the level of depth that he operates in is phenomenal. So I think that was one thing that really set the culture and the DNA of the company. And I think the second best advice that I ever got was from our Series B lead investor that said, and he's invested in like multiple successful consumer internet companies in the US. And he said that the only thing that matters for any consumer business is execution. Every other vector, whether it's capital, whether it's even like strategic, advantages, all of that is nothing compared to execution. So those are the 2 biggest pieces of advice that we got.
Great. Tell me, what about you? How should founders conduct themselves in these times that they are able to get the funding they want or need, or at least get acquired by you?
I think founders need to stick to fundamentals. These funding cycles, they're a matter of global liquidity, and these funding cycles, and I'm sure you've seen 4 or 5 booms and a bust, right? So these cycles will come and go. It's a matter of global liquidity, and you should always stick to your fundamentals. So the moment you stick to your fundamentals and try and run a business, I think you'll be fine. That's what I think.
Got it. So we've got the advice. We've got answers to our questions. We have 4 minutes left. We can take maybe 2 or 3 questions from the audience. We'll ask the lady here first. Ma'am, just raise your voice and I'll repeat your question. So
TAM, profits, and founder. Healthcare. The 3 A's are awareness, access, and affordability. The 3 biggest challenges in healthcare. Sorry.
those who don't make it to Shark Tank, because Shark Tank selects only a few, how should those companies,
Can I take one mic down?
Yeah, sure.
If you don't mind sharing the mic, we can get down so the audience can also hear the question.
Yeah. So the question is, those who don't make it to Shark Tank, how can they come to you and get funding?
So to me personally, right? So we've started a fund. I've started my own personal fund. I'm happy to meet you after we're done and share my contact details. So my fund has a good team, because obviously my majority of my job is MCure and running MCure. So I have a really good team in place that outside of Shark Tank looks at a lot of healthcare companies that come our way. And now given that I have 40 plus companies in my portfolio, thodi to expertise ban gayi hai healthcare mein. So you're very welcome to approach
And
us.
if you like her Instagram post, she'll give you a meeting faster.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, there was a question there. Yes, sir. Yeah. You can just say your name and...
Hi, Kapil here, a fellow investor. Investors are normally eternal optimists. You always try to find something where you want to invest. But there's always a conundrum as well, that while you're seeking and you're doing your due diligence, you lose out on the deal. Has there been something that you missed out on? And what have the learnings been for investors?
So anti-portfolio, kaun jayega? Okay, I'll go. My anti-portfolio reads like a who's who. Okay? There are 2 people on this panel whom I had the opportunity to invest in, but I did not. There are Ola pre-series A, seed round, Flipkart, pre-series A, Lenskart, okay, and a few others, many. And people still think I'm a smart investor, right? But you know, the truth is at early stage, you're taking yes-no bets, right? And predictability is poor. Okay? And the reason why we are still regarded as a good investor is because some of the bets we took worked out. Right? Zomato and Policybazaar worked out. So people say you're a good investor. So I'm not sure we're that good, you know, because you said no to so many good ones. But who worked out? So I look at it philosophically. I don't look at it like, hey man, I said no to this and it worked out and I missed it. I say, the ones you did some of those work out? If they did, be happy.
Actually, put another way, you know, you don't need to be in all the good companies. You just need to make sure yours are good. The ones you've actually invested in are good. And in the realm of investing, not feeling FOMO is actually a superpower. The biggest mistakes are usually made when investors give in to FOMO. ये 5 नेम ब्रांड लोग भी इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, चलो इनको तो कुछ पता होगा, बहुत बारी उनको भी कोई आइडिया नहीं होता है. तो अपनी कन्विक्शन पे इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए. Not don't borrow conviction, just make it on yours. And at least my philosophy is, when in doubt, don't invest.
And still you invest in 300 companies.
Yeah, so it's like this. I'm never in doubt, but I'm often wrong. Any more questions? Yes, sir. Question. Revenue or EBITDA?
Just return on equity. You have to do both.
Yeah.
21.
He's like Afridi, not 21 yet, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. What about investment in
CSR? Whether any schools are being built, something is done for the downtrodden. Of course, profit is the essence which drives everyone. But some portion, some money is earmarked. So I want to hear about that.
Yeah, so I'll tell you the way we looked at it. We were pretty clear. We were pretty clear that the company's money is the shareholders' money. We do not have the right to give it to any third party just because the two founders like somebody, right? Until the government introduced the CSR law, which said 2% profits will have to go to CSR. And that is when we began to do CSR. Okay? But fundamentally, we believe that company's money, shareholders' money, आपको CSR करना है, आप dividend लेके कर दो, आप अपने share बेच के कर दो. That's what we felt. And I believe that stand was right. And when it became law, we began to follow the law. And now we do company CSR. And I'm sure all of these companies, as in when they get to profit, and many of them are at profit, will do CSR. Yeah.
But you know, that's a brilliant question, even from the perspective of there were a lot of companies that came on Shark Tank, the sanitary napkins, recycling company, companies working with farmers, Haq Darshak that gives government schemes to villagers and make sure, you know, they charge them 500 rupees but make sure they get those schemes. It is possible to do good and to do well. So there are enough companies that are straddling the path. I mean, of course, once you become successful, you can give your 2% to CSR. But there are a lot of companies that are really balancing social impact and profitability beautifully. And impact investing in this country will get bigger as years go by.
Hello, can I just last?
The time is up. Last question, sir.
Yeah, I'm a professional, I'm a cardiologist. I just wanted to know the mindset of the investors. I mean, I'm Dr. Vivek Gupta and working in Apollo. How much is the return of investment broadly they look at? I'm talking if I talk to somebody outside India or Dubai or something. I just wanted to know my mind, how much is the return of investment a good investor look at before agreeing to become one of the investors?
So
in healthcare.
Is there a target IRR? That's the question, I think.
In healthcare, Namita, you want to answer? Go first.
You know, healthcare, I'll talk predominantly about health tech companies, right? Because
Not
most
health tech, has something like hospitals and education, both.
So hospitals and all are so massive at this point that it's more private equity than angel investing or early stage venture capital. And private equity come with a very straightforward formula. The ticket size is larger. The IRR they're looking at. So for example, we had Blackstone that invested in us and then Bain Capital took their stake. So they come with a global predetermined IRR, which is, you know, again, it does not fit in the startup formula at all. It's always on the higher side because the ticket size is higher.
It's a huge, only private equity can work in that.
Yeah, okay. So we'll have to end here.
Hospitals for sure.
we'll have to end here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you so much.
Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our fantastic panel and our lovely moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani. What an awesome way to bring the curtains down on day 2 of the Times Group presents ET Now Global Business Summit. Some valuable lessons that we can take back home and that the startup ecosystem can focus on. Before we let you go, just a quick thank you to our partners, strategic partner Darwin, state partner Government of Haryana, real estate partner Danube Properties, logistic partner Ecom Express, digital transformation partner Kyndryl, the experience makers Adobe, EV partner Joy e-Bike, celebration partner Diageo India, general insurance partner Bajaj Allianz General Insurance, industry partner Nielsen IQ and GFK, NBFC fintech partner L&T Finance, ambient media partner Khushi, and gifting partner Izhar. Thank you so much for being a part of Global Business Summit. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.